and I'll make that the hour. So, hello anyone, presume that there is anyone there to say hello to. My name, as always, is SkitterSkreetch, and as always you can call me Skitter. And I've forgotten an important part of the wards that I'm supposed to be setting up. Hang on, I'll be right back. Okay, that's taken care of. Sorry about that. That job is never done, that job is never done. Right, what was I saying? Ah yes, so yeah, SkitterSkreetch, you can call me Skitter. And I am, as I always am, a rat here in this cursed library to read books. At the best of lamp. Now before I get started, there is something else I'm supposed to be doing, which is, a big thank you to Tenor Shooting for following me in between which got this stream and the last. Always love to see it, which means that we are now up to 6 followers and 6 stories during the Londonathon, which is this Friday, so in 3 days. Getting close, getting close. But yeah, what am I doing? Oh yes, so the books we got today. We have, I did a little bit of digging, we've got a couple more Twains. We've got a Playing Courier and A Visit Niagara. Or Niagara, I'm not entirely sure. By Mark Twain, but we're probably not going to get to those today because I've got another Fitzgerald, which over here is The Great Gatsby, which I think is the last one in that little pile we're looking through. So, yeah. But it's quite a long one comparative to most of the rest of what I read. It's only a little bit shorter than White Fang, which I did in a lot of pieces, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get through it in one sitting. But I have been meaning to do a lot more, or more sort of longer streams of these, and I figure, you know, never a bad time to start. So my goal today is going to be to get through this, ideally in one shot. Don't know if I'll manage, but we'll give it a go. But yeah, Lamp tells me this is sort of the book that is sort of best known by Fitzgerald, so I'm hoping that it will give us a little more light on the rest of his stuff. And as usual, I'll be working my way through it. One chapter at a time, doing commentary and all that. But yeah, unless without any further ado, unless there is something someone wants me to do or say before we start, I'm going to crack into this. And as always, if you need me to go over something or repeat something, or something you haven't understood, let me know. Feel free to chime in with thoughts and comments. I'll be stopping at probably, I think this has chapters, so probably every chapter to you know, give it a go, and we'll give it some going over, give it some thought, and talk about it a bit. Yeah, other than that, not much to say really. So yeah, I think let's get started. Once again, the Zelda. Then where the going at, if that'll move her. If you can bounce I bounce for her too. Till she cry love, gold-hatted, hard-bouncing lover, I must have you. Thomas Park Dinvilliers. Chapter 1. In my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that I've been turning over in my mind ever since. Whenever you feel like criticising anyone, he told me, just remember that all people in this world haven't had the advantages that you've had. He didn't say any more. We've always been unusually communicative in a reserved way, and I understood that he meant a great deal more than that. In consequence, I'm inclined to reserve all judgments, an habit that has opened many a curious nature to me, and has also made me the victim of not a few veteran bores. The abnormal mind is quick to detect and attach itself to this quality when it appears in a normal person, and so it come about that in college I was unjustly accused of being a politician because I was privy to the secret griefs of wild, unknown men. Most of the confidences were unsought. Frequently I have feigned sleep, preoccupation, or an hostile levity when I realised by some unmistakable sign that intimate revelation were quivering on the horizon. The intimate revelations of young men, at least the terms in which they express them, are usually plagiaristic and marred by obvious suppressions. Reserving judgment is a matter of infinite hope. I am still a little afraid of missing something if I forget that, as my father snobbishly suggested, and I snobbishly repeat out of a sense of fundamental, a sense of the fundamental decency that is parcelled out unequally at birth. And after boasting this way of my tolerance, I come to the admission that it has a limit. Conduct may be founded on the hard rock or the wet marsh, but after a certain point I don't care what it's founded on. When I come back from the East last autumn, I felt that I wanted the world to be in a uniform and a sort of moral attention forever. I wanted no more riotous excursion with privileged glimpses into the human heart. Only Gatsby, the man who gives his name to this book, were exempt from my reaction. Gatsby, who represented everything for which I have an unaffected scorn. If personality is an unbroken series of successful gestures, then there was something gorgeous about him, some heightened sensitivity to the promise of life, as if he were related to one of those intricate machines that register earthquakes 10,000 miles away. This responsiveness had nothing to do with the flabby impressionability which is dignified under the name of the creative temperament. It was an extraordinary gift for hope, a romantic readiness such as I had never found in any other person, and which it is not likely I shall ever find again. No, Gatsby turned out all right at the end. It is what preyed on Gatsby, what foul dust floated in the wake of his dreams, and temporarily closed out my interest in the abortive sorrows and short-winded elations of men. My family have been prominent, well-to-do people in this Middle Western city for 3 generations. The Carraways are something of a clan, and we have the tradition that we descended from the Dukes of Buccleuch. But the actual founder of my alarm was my grandfather's brother, who came here in '51, sent as a substitute in the Civil War, and started the old sale hardware business that my father carries on to this day. I never saw this great uncle. I'm supposed to look like him, a special reference to the rather hard-boiled painting that hangs in Father's office. I graduated from New Haven in 1915, but just a quarter of a century after my father, and a little later I participated in that delayed Teutonic migration known as the Great War. I enjoyed the counter raid so thoroughly that I come back restless. Instead of being the warm centre of the world, the Middle West now seemed like the ragged edge of the universe. So I decided to go east and learn the bomb business. Everybody I knew were in the bomb business, so I supposed it could support one more single man. All my aunts and uncles talked it over as if they were choosing a prep school for me, and finally said, "Why, yes," with very grave, hesitant faces. Father agreed to finance me for a year, and after various delays I come east permanently, I thought, in the spring of '22. The practical thing were the fine rooms in the city. It were a warm season, and I had just left the country of wild lawns and friendly trees. So when a young man at the office suggested that we take an house together in a commuting town, it sounded like a great idea. He found the house, a weather-beaten cardboard bungalow at $80 a month. At the last minute, the firm ordered him to Washington, and I went out to the country alone. I had a dog, at least I had him for a few days until he ran away, and an old Dodge, and a Finnish woman who made my bed and cooked breakfast and muttered Finnish wisdom to herself over the electric stove. It was lonely for a day or so, until one morning some man, more recently arrived than I, stopped me on the road. "How do you get to Westegg village?" he asked helplessly. I told him, and as I walked on I were lonely no longer. I were a guard, a pathfinder, an original settler. He'd casually conferred on me the freedom of the neighbourhood. And so, with the sunshine and the great burst of leaves growing on the trees, just as things grow in fast movies, I had the familiar conviction that life would begin over again with the summer. There was so much to read, for one thing, and so much fine earth to be poured down out of the young breath-given air. I bought a dozen volumes on banking and credit and investment securities, and they stood on my shelf in red and gold like new money from the mint, promising to unfold the shining secrets that only Midas and Morgan and Masonaeus knew, and I had the high intention of reading many other books besides. I was rather literary in college. One year I wrote a series of very solemn and obvious editorials for the Yale News. And now we're going to bring back all such things into my life and become again that most limited of all specialists, the well-rounded man. This isn't just an epigram. Life is much more successfully looked at from a single window, after all. It were a matter of chance that I should have rented a house in one of the strangest communities in North America. It were on that slender riotous island which extends itself due east of New York, where there are, among other natural curiosities, 2 unusual formations of land. 20 miles from the city, a pair of enormous eggs, identical in contour and separated only by a courtesy bay, just out into the most domesticated body of saltwater in the Western Hemisphere, they're at the Great Wet Barnyard of Long Island South. They are not perfect ovals, like the egg in the Columbus story. They are both crushed and flat at the contact end, but their physical resemblance must be a source of perpetual wonder to gulls that fly overhead. To the wingless, a more interesting phenomenon is their dissimilarity in every particular except shape and size. I lived at Westegg, the less fashionable of the two. This is a most superficial take to express the bizarre, and not a little sinister contrast between them. My house was at the very tip of the egg, of the egg, only 50 yards from the Sound, and I squeezed between two huge places that rented for 12 or 15,000 a season. The one on my right were a colossal affair by any standard. It were a factual imitation of some Hotel de Ville in Normandy, with a tower on one side spanking new under the thin beard of Roy Harvey, and a marble swimming pool, and more than 40 acres of lawn and garden. It were Gatsby's mansion, or rather, as I didn't know Mr. Gatsby, it were a mansion inhabited by a gentleman of that name. My own house were an eyesore, but it was a small eyesore, and it had been overlooked, so I had a view of the water, a partial view of my neighbour's lawn, and the consoling proximity of millionaires, all for $80 a month. Across the courtesy bay, the white palace of fashionable East Egg glittered along the water, and the history of the summer really began on the evening I drove over there to have dinner with the Tom Buchanans. Daisy were my second cousin, once removed, and I've known Tom in college, and just after the war I spent 2 days with him in Chicago. Her husband, among various physical accomplishments, had been one of the most powerful ends that ever played football at New Haven, a national figure in a way, one of those men who reached such an acute limit of excellence at 21 that he is everything afterwards save as of anticlimax. His family were enormously wealthy. Even in college his freedom or money were a matter for reproach, but now he'd left Chicago and come east in a fashion that rather took your breath away. For instance, he'd brought down a string of polo ponies from Lake Forest. You're hard to realise that a man in my own generation were wealthy enough to do that. Why they come east I don't know. Then spent a year in France for no particular reason, and then drifted here and there and restfully wherever people played polo and were rich together. This were a permanent move, said Daisy over the telephone, but I didn't believe it. I had no sight in Daisy's art, but I felt Tom would drift on forever, seeking a little wistfully from dramatic turbulence to some irrecoverable football game. And so it happened that on a warm, windy evening I drove over to East Egg to see two old friends whom I scarcely knew at all. Their house were even more elaborate than I expected, a cheerful red and white Georgian colonial mansion, overlooking the bay. The lawn started at the beach and ran towards the front door for a quarter of a mile, jumping over sundials and brick walks and burning gardens. Finally, when it reached the house, drifting up the side in bright veins as though from the momentum of its run. The front were broken by a line of French windows, glowing now with reflected gold, and wide open in the warm, windy afternoon. And Tom Buchanan, in riding clothes, was standing with his legs apart on the front porch. He had changed since his New Haven years. Now he was a sturdy, straw-haired man of 30, with a rather hard mouth and supercilious manner. Two shy and arrogant eyes had established dominance over his face, and given the appearance of always leaning aggressively forward. Not even the effeminate swank of his riding clothes could hide the enormous power of that body. He seemed to fill those glistening boots until he strained the top lacing, and you could see a great pack of muscle shifting when his shoulders moved under his thin coat. It were a body capable of enormous leverage, a cruel body. His speaking voice, a gruff, husky tenor, added to the impression of fractiousness that he conveyed. There was a touch of paternal contempt in it, even towards people he loved, and there were men at New Haven who had hated his guts. Now, I don't think my opinion on these matters final, he seemed to say, just because I'm stronger and more of a man than you are. We were in the same senior society, and while we were never intimate, I always had the impression that he approved of me and wanted me to like him, with some harsh, defiant wistfulness of his own. We talked for a few minutes on the sunny porch. I've got a nice place here, he said, his eyes flashing about restlessly. Turning me around by one arm, he moved a broad, flat hand across the front vista, including in its sweep a sunken Italian garden, an half-acre of deep, pungent roses, and a snub-nosed motorboat that bumped in the tide offshore. It belonged to Domain, the oil man, turning me around again, politely and abruptly. We'll go inside. We walked through the hallway into a bright, rosy-coloured space, gradually bound in the house by French windows at either end. The windows were ajar and gleaming white against the fresh grass outside that seemed to grow a little way into the house. A breeze blew through the room, blew curtains in at one end and out the other like pale flags, twisted them up towards the frosted wedding cake of the ceiling, and then rippled over the wine-coloured rug, making a shadow on it, as wind does on the sea. The only completely stationary object in the room was an enormous couch on which two young women were buoyed up, as though upon an anchored balloon. They was both in white, and their dresses were rippling and fluttering as if they had been blown back in a short flight around the house. I must have stood for a few moments listening to the whip and snap of the curtains and the groan of a picture on the wall. Then there were a boom as Tom Buchanan shut the rear windows and the court wind died out about the room. The curtains and the rugs and the two young women ballooned slowly to the floor. The younger of the two were a stranger to me. She was extended full length at her end of the divan, completely motionless and with her chin raised a little, as if she were balancing something on it, which were quite like the before. If she saw me out the corner of her eye, she gave no hint of it. Indeed, I was almost surprised and murmuring an apology for having disturbed her by coming in. The other girl, Daisy, made an attempt to rise. She leaned slightly forward with a conscientious expression, then she laughed, An absurd, charming little laugh, and I laughed too and come forward into the room. I'm paralysed with happiness. She laughed again, as if she said something very witty, and held my hand for a moment, looking up into my face, promising me there was no one in the world she so much wanted to see. That were a way she had. She ended in murmur that the surname of the balancing girl was Baker. I've heard it said that Daisy's murmur were only to make people lean towards her, an irrelevant criticism that made it no less charming. At any rate, Miss Baker's lips fluttered and she nodded at me almost imperceptibly, and then quickly tapped her head back again. The object she was balancing had obviously tottered a little and given her something of a fright. Again, a sort of apology arose to my lips. Almost any exhibition of complete self-sufficiency draws a stunned tribute from me. I looked back at my cousin, who began to ask me questions in her low, thrilling voice. It was the kind of voice that the ear follows up and down, as if each speech is an arrangement of notes that will never be played again. Her face was sad and lovely, with bright things in it, bright eyes and a bright, passionate mouth. But there was an excitement in her voice that men who cared for her found difficult to forget. A singing compulsion. I whispered, "Listen." I promised that she had done gay, exciting things just a while since, and there were gay, exciting things hovering in the next hour. I told her I had stopped off in Chicago for a day on my way east, and how a dozen people had sent their love through me. "They miss me," she cried ecstatically. "The old town is deaf, sir. All the cars had the left rear wheel painted black as morning reef, and there's a persistent wail at night all night along the North Shore. How gorgeous. Let's go back, Tom, tomorrow." Then she added irreverently, "You ought to see the baby." "I'd like to." "She's asleep. She's 3 years old. Haven't you ever seen her?" "Never." "Well, you ought to see her. She's—" Tom Buchanan, who had been hovering restlessly around the room, stopped and rested his hand on my shoulder. "What are you doing, Nick?" "I'm a bomb man." "Who with?" I told him. "Never heard of them," he remarked decisively. This annoyed me. "You will," I answered shortly. "You will if you stay in the East." "Oh, I'll stay in the East, don't you worry," I said, glancing at Daisy and then back at me as if he were alert for something more. "I'd be a goddamn fool to live anywhere else." At this point, Miss Baker said "absolutely" with such suddenness that I started. It was the first word she had uttered since I come into the room. Evidently it surprised her as much as it did me, for she yawned and, with a series of rapid, deft movements, stood up into the room. "I'm stiff," she complained. "I've been lying on that sofa for as long as I can remember." "Don't look at me," Daisy retorted. "I've been trying to get you to New York all afternoon." "No, thanks," said Miss Baker with the 4 cocktails just in from the pantry. "I'm absolutely in training." Her host looked at her incredulously. "You are?" He took a glass down. He took down his drink as if it were a drop in the bottom of the glass. "How do you ever get anything done is beyond me." I looked at Miss Baker, wondering what it was she'd got done. I enjoyed looking at her. She was a slender, small-breasted girl with an erect carriage, which she accentuated by throwing her body backward at the shoulder like a young cadet. Her grey, sun-strained eyes looked back at me with polite reciprocal curiosity out of a wan, charming, discontented face. It occurred to me now that I had seen her, and a picture of her somewhere before. "You live in West Day," she remarked contemptuously. "I know somebody there." "I don't know a single—" "You must know Gatsby." "Gatsby?" I demanded Daisy. "Oh, sorry. Gatsby?" demanded Daisy. "What Gatsby?" Before I could reply that you were my neighbour, dinner were announced. Wedging his tense arm imperatively under mine, Tom Buchanan compelled me from the room as though he were moving a checker to another square. Slenderly languid, their hands set lightly upon their hips, the 2 young women preceded us out onto a rosy-coloured porch, open towards the sunset, where 4 candles flickered on the table in the diminished wind. "Why candles?" objected Daisy, frowning. She snapped that with her fingers. "In 2 weeks it'll be the longest day in the year." She looked at us all ragingly. "You always watch for the longest day of the year and then miss it." "I always watch for the longest day in the year and then miss it." "We ought to plan something," yawned Mrs. Baker, sitting down at the table as if she were getting into bed. "All right," said Daisy. "What'll we plan?" She turned to me helplessly. "What do people plan?" Before I could answer her eyes first fastened with an awed expression on her little finger. "Look," she complained, "I hurt it." We all looked. The knuckle were black and blue. "You did, Tom," she said accusingly. "I know you didn't mean to, but you did do it. That's what I get for marrying a brute of a man, a great big hulking physical specimen of a—" "I hate the word hulking," objected Tom crossly, "even in kidding." "Hulking," insisted Daisy. Sometimes she and Mr. Baker talked at once, unobtrusively and without bantering in consequence that would never quite chatter. They were cool as their white dresses and their impersonal eyes in the absence of all desire. They were here and they accepted Tom and me, making only a polite, pleasant effort to entertain or to be entertained. They knew that presently dinner would be over, and a little later the evening too would be over, and casually put it away. It was sharply different from the West, For an evening we're hurried from phrase to phrase towards his close, in continuously disappointed anticipation, or else in sheer nervous dread of the moment itself. "You make me feel uncivilized, Daisy," I confessed on my second glass of corky, but rather impressive claret. "Can't you talk about crops or something?" I meant nothing in particular by the remark, but it was taken up in an unexpected way. "Civilization's going to pieces," broke out Tom violently. "I've gotten to be a terrible pessimist about things. Have you read The Rise of the Coloured Empires by this man Goddard?" "Why, no," I answered, rather surprised by his tone. "Well, it's a fine book, and everybody ought to read it. The idea is that if we don't look out, all the white race will be utterly submerged. It's all scientific stuff, it's been proved." "Tom's getting very profound," said Daisy with an expression of unthoughtful sadness. "He reads deep books with long words in them. What was that word we—" "Well, these books are all scientific," insisted Tom, glancing at her impatiently. "This fellow had worked out the whole thing. It's up to us, who are the dominant race, to watch out, or these other races will have control of things." "We've got to beat them down," whispered Daisy, winking ferociously towards the fervent man. "You ought to live in California." "You ought to live in California," began Miss Baker, but Tom interrupted her by shifting heavily in his chair. "The idea is that we're Nordics. I am, and you are, and after an infinitesimal hesitation he included Daisy with a slight nod, and she winked at me again. "And we've produced all the things that go to make civilization. No, science and art and all that, do you see?" There was something pathetic in his concentration, as if his complacency, more acute than of old, were not enough to him any more. When almost immediately the telephone rang inside and the butler left the porch, Daisy seized upon the momentary interruption and leaned towards me. "I'll tell you a family secret," she whispered enthusiastically. "It's about the butler's nose. Do you want to hear about the butler's nose?" "That's why I'll come over tonight." "Well, he wasn't always a butler. He used to be the silver polisher for some people in New York that had a silver service for 200 people. He had to polish it from morning till night until finally it began to affect his nose." "And things went from bad to worse?" suggested Miss Baker. "Yes, things went from bad to worse, until finally he had to give up his position." For a moment the last sunshine fell with romantic affection upon her glowing face. Her voice compelled me forward breathlessly as I listened. Then the glow faded, each light deserting her with lingering regret, like children leaving a pleasant street at dusk. The butler came back and murmured something close to Tom's ear, whereupon Tom frowned, pushed back his chair, and without a word went inside. As if his absence quickened something within her, Daisy leaned forward again, her voice glowing and singing. "I'd love to see you at my table, Nick. You remind me of a rose, an absolute rose, doesn't he?" She turned to Miss Baker for confirmation. "An absolute rose." This was untrue. I'm not even faintly like a rose. She were only extemporizing, but a stir and warmth flowed from her, as if her heart were trying to come out to you concealed in one of those breathless, thrilling words. And suddenly she threw her napkin on the table and excused herself and went in the house. Miss Baker and I exchanged a short glance, consciously devoid of meaning. I was about to speak up when she sat up inertly and said, "Shh," in a warning voice. A subdued, impassioned murmur was audible in the room beyond, and Miss Baker leaned forward, unashamed, trying to hear. The murmur trembled on the verge of coherence, sank down, nodded excitedly, and then ceased altogether. "This is Mr. Gatsby you spoke of, my neighbour," I began. "Don't talk, I want to hear what happens." "Is something happening?" I inquired innocently. "You mean to say you don't know?" said Miss Baker, obviously surprised. "I thought everybody knew." "I don't." "Why?" she said hesitantly. "Tom's got some woman in New York." "Got some woman?" I repeated blankly. Miss Baker nodded. "She might have the decency enough to telephone him at dinner time, don't you think?" Almost before I had grasped her meaning, there were the flutter of the dress and the crunch of leather boots, and Tom and Daisy were back at the table. "It couldn't be helped," cried Daisy with her tense gaiety. She sat down and glanced searchingly at Miss Baker and then at me, and continued. "I looked outdoors for a minute, and it's very romantic outdoors. There's a bird on the lawn that I think must be a nightingale come over the Connaught or White Star line. He's singing away," her voice sang. "It's romantic, isn't it, Tom?" "Very romantic," he said, and then miserably at me. "If it's light enough after dinner, I want to take you down to the stables." The telephone rang inside, startlingly, and as Daisy shook her head decisively at Tom, the subject of the stables, in fact all subject, vanished into air. Among the broken fragments of the last 5 minutes at table, I remember the candles being lit again, pointlessly, and I was conscious of wanting to look squarely at every one, and yet to avoid all eyes. I couldn't guess what Daisy and Tom were thinking, but I doubt if even Miss Baker, who seemed to have mastered a certain hardy scepticism, were able lightly to put this fifth guest's shrill mental urgency out of mind. To a certain temperament, the situation might have seemed intriguing. My own instinct would have telephoned immediately for the police. The horses, needless to say, were not mentioned again. Tom and Miss Baker, with several feet of twilight between them, strolled back into the library as if to a vigil beside a perfect tangible body, while trying to look pleasantly interested and a little deaf. I followed. I followed Daisy around the chain of connecting verandas to the porch in front. In its deep gloom, we sat down side by side on a wicker settee. Daisy took her face in her hands, as if feeling its lovely shape, and her eyes moved gradually out into the velvet dusk. I saw that turbulent emotions possessed her, so I asked her what I thought would be some sedative questions about her little girl. "We don't know each other very well, Nick," she said suddenly. "Even if we are cousins, you didn't come to my wedding. I wasn't back from the war." "That's true," she hesitated. "I've had a very bad time, Nick, and I'm pretty cynical about everything." Evidently she had reason to be. I waited, but she didn't say any more, and after a moment I returned rather feebly to the subject of her daughter. "I suppose she talks and eats and everything?" "Oh yes," she looked at me absently. "Listen, Nick, let me tell you what I said when she was born. Would you like to hear?" "Very much. It'll show you how I've gotten to feel about things. Well, she was less than an hour old, and Tom was God knows where. I woke up out of the corner with an utterly abandoned feeling and asked the nurse right away if it were a boy or a girl. She told me it was a girl, and so I turned my head away and wept. All right, I said. "I'm glad it's a girl, and I hope she'll be a fool. That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool." "You see, I think anything's terrible anyhow," she went on in a convinced way. "Everybody thinks so, the most advanced people. And I know. I've been everywhere and seen everything and done everything." Her eyes flashed round her in a defiant way, rather like Tom's, and she laughed with a thrill and scorn. "Sophisticated. God, I'm sophisticated." The instant her voice broke off, seemed to compel my attention, my belief, I felt the basic insincerity of what she had said. It made me uneasy, as though the whole evening had been a trick of some sort, to exact a contributory emotion from me. I waited, and sure enough, in moments she looked at me with an absolute smirk on her lovely face, as if she had asserted her membership in a rather distinguished secret society, which she and Tom belonged. Inside the crimson room bloomed with light. Tom and Miss Baker were sat at either end of the long couch, and she read aloud to him from the Saturday Evening Post. The words, murmurous and uninflected, running together in a soothing tune. The lamplight, bright on his boots and dull on the autumn leaf yellow of her hair, glinted along the paper as she turned the page with a flutter of slender muscles in her arms. Excuse me a second while I kill this damn little bot. Now where were we? Turn the page with a flutter of slender muscles in her arm. When we come in, she held us silent for a moment with a lifted hand. "To be continued," she said, tossing the magazine on the table. "In our very next issue." Her body asserted itself with a restless movement of her knee, and she stood up. 10 o'clock, she remarked, apparently finding the time on the ceiling. "Time for this good girl to go to bed." "Jordan's going to play in the tournament tomorrow," explained Daisy, "over at Westchester." "Oh, you're Jordan Baker." I knew now why her face was familiar. This pleasing, contemptuous expression had looked out at me from many a rotogravure of pictures of the sporting life at Asheville and Hot Springs and Palm Beach. I had heard some story of her too, a critical, unpleasant story, but what it was I'd forgotten long ago. "Good night," she said softly. "Wake me at 8, won't you? If you'll get up." "I will. Good night, Mr. Carey. See you anon." "Of course you will." "Of course you will," replied Daisy. "In fact, I think I'll arrange a marriage. Come over often, Nick, and I'll fling you together. You know, lock you up accidentally in linen closets and push you out to sea in a boat and all that sort of thing." "Good night," called Miss Baker from the stairs. "I haven't heard a word." "She's a nice girl," said Tom after a moment. "They oughtn't let her run around the country this way." "Who oughtn't to?" replied Daisy coldly. "Her family. Her family is one aunt and about 1,000 years old. Besides, Nick's going to look after her, aren't you? They're going to spend a lot of weekends out here this summer. I think the home influence would be very good for her." Daisy and Tom looked at each other for a moment in silence. "She's from New York?" I asked quietly. I said quickly. "From Louisville. Our white girlhood was passed together. There, our beautiful white. Did you give Nick a little heart attack on the veranda?" demanded Tom suddenly. "Did I?" She looked at me. "I can't seem to remember, but I think we talked about the Nordic race. Yes, I'm sure we did. It sort of crept up on us the first thing, you know. Don't believe everything you hear, Nick," he advised me. I said lightly that I had heard nothing at all, and a few minutes later I got on to go home. They came from the door with me, and I stood side by side in the cheerful square I liked. As I stared at my motor, Daisy peremptorily called, "Wait! I've got to ask you something, and it's important. We heard you were engaged to a girl out west." "That's right," corroborated Tom kindly. "We heard that you were engaged." "It's a libel. I'm too poor." "But we heard it," insisted Daisy, surprisingly, by opening up again in a flower-like way. "We heard it from 3 people, so it must be true." Of course, I knew what they were referring to, but I wasn't even vaguely engaged. The fact that gossip had published the banns was one of the reasons I'd come east. You can't stop going with an old friend on account of rumours. On the other hand, I had no intention of being rumoured into marriage. Their interest rather touched me and made them less remotely rich. Nevertheless, I was a little confused and a little disgusted as I drove away. It seemed to me that the thing for Daisy to do was to rush out the house, child in arms. Apparently there were no such intentions in her head. As for Tom, the fact that he had some woman in New York was really less surprising than he had been depressed by a book. Something was making him nibble at the edge of stale ideas, as if his sturdy physical egotism no longer nourished his peremptory out. Already it was deep summer on roadhouse roofs, in front of wayside garages, where new red petrol pumps sat out in pools of light. When I reached my estate at West Egg, I ran the car under its shed and sat for a while on the abandoned grass roller in the yard. The wing had blown off, leaving the loud, bright night with wings beating in the trees, and a persistent organ sound as the full bellows of the earth blew the frogs full of life. The silhouette of a moving cat wavered across the moonlight, and, turning my head to watch it, I saw that I was not alone. 50 feet away, a figure had emerged from the shadow of my neighbour's mansion and was standing with his hands in his pocket, regarding the silver pepper of the stars. Something in his leisurely movement and the secure position of his feet upon the lawn suggested that it was Mr. Gatsby himself, come out to determine what share of his was our local evidence. I decided to call to him. Miss Baker had mentioned him at dinner, and that would do for an introduction. I didn't call to him, for he gave a sudden intimation that he was content to be alone. He stretched out his arms towards the dark water in a curious way, and, far as I was from him, I could have sworn he was trembling. Involuntarily I glanced seaward, and distinguished nothing except a single green light, minute and far away, that might have been the end of a dock. When I looked once more for Gatsby, he had vanished, and I were alone again in the unquiet darkness. That's the end of chapter 1. I'll have a quick drink and then we'll do a little bit of talking about it. Right. This might be even longer than I thought. That took us about half an hour, and the length of this book, where it would go, and this is probably going to take us 3.5 or no, that's wrong. Is it? Yeah, it's very wrong. 4.5, that's it. All told, which, well, I'll give it a go. But yeah, to the thing. We have a man getting into finance as our main character, which is very typical of a lot of Fitzgerald stuff. And we got these sort of rich socialites who are having a troubled marriage as the spenders of wealth leave them hollow and unsure of themselves, which is also fairly typical of Fitzgerald. We've got a young woman from a sporting family who's notable, which is pretty typical. What else we got? The mysterious Mr. Gatsby seems the most standout thing, really, from the rest of the Fitzgerald we've read. But there's not a lot to him yet, since we've, just met him. Yeah. I'm trying to think what else there is. I mean, the mention of the war is sort of surprising to me. I mean, obviously, the 1920s follows right after the First World War, so it's pretty clear that most of these people would be involved in some way, given the scale of the conflict. But it doesn't tend to get. I don't think it's mentioned really in any of the other Fitzgerald stuff we read. I don't know. I mean, I guess this is set in 22, as they say, so it might be a bit earlier than most of that. But yeah. I don't think there's anything else that really stands out to me, but not yet so much, although I'm sure there are a couple of things that mark me as strange, the eggs for example, but I don't think they're relevant to the plot. I think it's just unusual. But then this is the first chapter that says no, it's all going to be set dressing, I expect, and we'll get into the meat of things as we go. So, that being the case, let's press on, shall we? Chapter 2. About halfway between West Egg and New York, the motor road actually joins the railroad and runs beside it for 1/4 of a mile, so as to shrink away from a certain desolate area of land. This is a valley of ashes, a fantastic farm where ashes grow like wheat in the ridges, and hills and grotesque gardens, where ashes take the form of houses and chimney and rise in smoke, and finally, with transcendent effort, of ash-grey men who move dimly and already crumbling through the powdery air. Occasionally a line of grey cars crawls along an invisible track, is at a ghastly creek and comes to rest, and immediately the ashen-grey men swarm up with leaden spades and stir up an impenetrable cloud which screens their obscure operations from your sight. But above the grey land and the spasms of bleak dust which drift endlessly over it, You perceive, after a moment, the eyes of Dr. T.J. Ecclesburg. The eyes of Dr. T.J. Ecclesburg are blue and gigantic. Their retinas are 1 yard high. They look at a no face, but instead from a pair of enormous yellow spectacles which pass over a non-existent nose. Evidently some wild wag of an occultist of an oculist set them there to fatten his practice in the borough of Queens, and then sank down himself into eternal blindness, or forgotten and moved away. But his eyes, dimmed a little by many paintless days, under sun and rain, brood on over the solemn dumping ground. The Valley of Ashes is bounded on one side by a small, foul river, and when the drawbridge is up to let barges through, the passengers on waiting trains can stare at the dismal scene for as long as half an hour. There is always an halt there of at least a minute, and it was because of this that I first met Tom Buchanan's mistress. The fact that he had one were insisted upon wherever he were known, his acquaintances resenting the fact that he turned up in popular cafes with her and leaving her at tables saunting about chatting with whomever he knew. Oh, curious to see her, I had no desire to meet her. But I did. I went up to New York with Tom on the train one afternoon. When we stopped by the ash heaps, he jumped off to his feet and, taking hold of my elbow, literally forced me from the car. We're getting off, he insisted. I want you to meet my girl. I think he'd tanked up a good deal at luncheon, and his determination to have my company bordered on violence. The supercilious assumption was that on Sunday afternoon I had nothing better to do. I followed him over a low, whitewashed railroad fence, and we walked back 100 yards along the road under Dr. Ecclesburg's persistent stare. The only building in sight was a small block of yellow brick sitting in the edge of the wasteland, a sort of compact main street, ministering to it, and contiguous to absolutely nothing. One of the 3 shops it contained were for rent, and another were an all-right restaurant, approached by a trail of ashes. The further a garage, repairs, George B. Wilson, cars bought and sold, and I followed Tom inside. The interior were unprosperous and bare. The only car visible was a dust-covered wreck of a Ford which crouched in a dim corner. It occurred to me that this shadow of a garage must be blind, and the sumptuous and romantic apartments were concealed overhead, when the proprietor himself appeared in the door of an office, wiping his hands on a piece of waste. He was a blond, spiritless man, anemic and faintly handsome. When he saw us, a damp gleam of hope sprang into his light blue eyes. "Hello, Wilson, old man," said Tom, slapping him jovially on the shoulder. "How's business?" "I can't complain," answered Wilson unconvincingly. "When are you going to sell me that car?" "Next week. I've got my man working on it now." "That's pretty slow, doesn't he?" "No, he doesn't," said Tom coldly. "And if you feel that way about it, maybe I'd better sell it somewhere else after all." "I don't mean that," explained Wilson quickly. "I just meant—" His voice faded off, and Tom glanced impatiently around his garage. And I heard footsteps on the stairs, and in a moment the thickish figure of a woman blocked out the light from the office door. She was in the middle 30s and faintly stout, but she carried her flesh sensuously as some women can. Her face, above a spotted dress of dark blue crêpe de chine, contained no facet or gleam of beauty, but there was an immediately perceptible vitality about her, as if the nerves of her body were continually smouldering. She smiled slowly, and, walking through her husband as if he were a ghost, she shook hands with Tom, looking him flush in the eye. Then she wet her lips, and without turning around, spoke to her husband in a soft, coarse voice. "Get some chairs, why don't you, so somebody can sit down?" Sure," agreed Wilson hurriedly, and went towards the little office, mingling immediately with the cement colour of the walls. A white ash and dust veiled his dark suit and his pale hair as it veiled everything else in the vicinity, except his wife, who moved closer to Tom. "I want to see you," said Tom intently. "Get on the next train." "All right. I'll meet you by the newsstand on the lower level." She nodded and moved away from him, just as George Wilson emerged with 2 chairs from his office door. We waited for her down the road and just out of sight. It was a few days before the 4th of July, and a grey, scrawny Italian child was setting torpedoes in a row along the railroad track. "Terrible place, isn't it?" said Tom, exchanging a frown with Dr. Ecclesburg. "Awful. It does her good to get away." Doesn't her husband object? "Wilson, he thinks she goes to see his sister in New York. He's so dumb he doesn't know he's so dumb he doesn't know he's alive." So Tom Buchanan and his girl and I went up together to New York. Well, not quite together, for Mrs. Wilson sat discreetly in another car. Tom deferred that much to the sensibility of those East Eggers who might be on the train. She changed her dress to a brown-figured muslin, which was stretched tight over her rather wide hips as Tom helped her up to the platform in New York. At the newspaper stand, she brought a copy of the Town Tattle and a moving picture magazine, and in the station drugstore some cold cream and a small flask of perfume. Upstairs, in the Solomon Drive, she let 4 taxicabs drive away before she selected a new one, lavender-coloured with grey upholstery, and in this we slid out from the mass of the station into the glowing sunshine. But immediately she turned sharply from the window and, leaning forward, tapped on the front glass. I want to get one of those dogs, she said earnestly. I want to get one from the apartment. They're nice to have, a dog. We backed up to a grey old man who bore an absurd resemblance to Jean D. Roquefort. In a basket swung from his neck, carried a dozen very recent puppies of an indeterminate breed. What kind are they? Asked Miss Wilson eagerly as he came to at the taxi window. All kinds. What kind do you want, lady? I'd like to get one of those police dogs. I don't suppose you've got that kind. The man peered doubtfully into the basket, plumbed his hands in and drew up one, wiggling by the back of the neck. That's no police dog, said Tom. No, it's not exactly a police dog, said the man with a disappointment in his voice. It's more of an Airedale. He passed his hand over the brown wash rag of the back. Look at that coat. Some coat. That's a dog will never bother you with catching cold. I think he's cute, said Miss Wilson enthusiastically. How much is it? The dog? He looked at it admiring. That dog will cost you $10. The Airedale? Undoubtedly there were an Airedale concerned in it somewhere. His feet were startlingly white. Changed hands and set her down into Miss Wilson's lap, where she fondled the weatherproof coat with rapture. Is it a boy or is it a girl? She asked delicately. That dog's a boy. It's a bitch, said Tom derisively. Here's your money, go buy 10 more dogs with it. We drove over to Fifth Avenue, warm and soft, almost pastoral on a summer Sunday afternoon. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a great flock of white sheep turn the corner. Hold on, I said, I have to leave you here. No, you don't, interposed Tom quickly. Mum will be hurt if you don't come out of the apartment, won't you, Mum? Come on, she urged. I'll telephone my sister Catherine. She said to be very beautiful by people who ought to know. Well, I'd like to, but we went on, cutting back again over the park towards the West Hundreds. At 158th Street, the cab stopped at one slice in the long white cake of apartment houses. Throwing a regal homecoming glance around the neighbourhood, Mrs. Wilson gathered up her dog and her other purchases and went orderly in. We're going to have the McKees come up, she said, she announced as we rose the elevator. And of course I've got to call up my sister too. The apartment were on the top floor. A small living room, a small dining room, a small bedroom and a bath. The living room were crowded to the doors with a set of tapestried furniture entirely too large for it, so that the move about would have stumbled continually over scenes of ladies swinging in the gardens of Versailles. The only picture were an over-enlarged photograph, apparently an N sitting on a blurred rock, looked at from a distance. Over the N had resolved itself into a bonnet, and the countenance of a stout old lady beamed down into the room. Several old copies of Town Tattle lay over the table, together with a copy of Simon Called Peter, and some of the small scandal magazines of Broadway. Miss Wilson was first concerned with the dog. A reluctant elevator boy went for a box full of straw and some milk, which he added on his own initiative, a tin of large hard dog biscuits, one of which decomposed apathetically into a saucer of milk all afternoon. Meanwhile, Tom brought out a bottle of whiskey from a locked bureau drawer. I've been drunk just twice in my life, and the second time that afternoon, so everything that happened has a dim, hazy cast over it, although until after 8 o'clock in the apartment were full of cheerful sun. Sitting on Tom's lap, Mrs. Wilson called up several people on the telephone. Then there were no cigarettes, and I went out to buy some at the drugstore on the corner. When I come back, they had both disappeared, so I sat down discreetly in the living room and read a chapter of Simon Called Peter. Either it was terrible stuff or the whiskey distorted things, because it didn't make any sense to me. Just as Tom and Martle, after the first drink Miss Wilson and I called each other by our first names, reappeared, company commenced to arrive to the apartment door. The sister Catherine were a slender, worldly girl of about 30, with a solid, sticky bob of red hair and a complexion powdered milky white. Her eyebrows had been plucked and then drawn on again at a more rakish angle, but the effort of nature toward the restoration of the old alignments gave a blurred air to her face. When she moved about, there were an incessant clicking as innumerable pottery bracelets jingled up and down upon her arms. She came on with such a proprietary haste, and looked around so possessively at the furniture that I wondered if she lived there. When I asked her, she laughed immodestly, repeated my question aloud, and told me she lived with a girlfriend at an hotel. Mr. McKee was a pale, feminine man from the flat below. He had just shaved, for there were a white spot of lather on his cheekbone, and he was most respectful in his greeting to everyone in the room. He informed me that he was in the artistic game, and I gathered later that he was a photographer and had made the dim enlargement of Miss Wilson's mother which hovered like an ectoplasm on the wall. His wife was shrill, languid, handsome and horrible. She told me with pride that her husband had photographed her 127 times since they had been married. Mrs. Wilson had changed her costume some time before, and was now attired in an elaborate afternoon dress of cream-coloured chiffon, which gave out a continual rustle as she swept about the room. With the influence of the dress, her personality had also undergone a change. The intense vitality that had been so remarkable in the garage were converted into impressive hauteur. Her laughter, her gestures, her assertions became more violently affected moment by moment, and as she explained the room grew smaller around her until she seemed to be revolving on a noisy, creaking pivot through the smoky air. My dear, she told her sister in a high and mincing shout, most of these fellows will cheat you every time. All they think of is money. I had a woman up here last week look at my feet, and what she gave me, the bill you, what she gave, and when she gave me the bill, you'd have thought she had my appendix out. What was the name of the woman? Asked Miss McKee. Mrs. Eberhard. She goes around looking at people's feet in their own homes. I like your dress, remarked Mrs. McKee. I think it's adorable. Mrs. Wilson rejected the compliment by raising her eyebrows in disdain. It's just a crazy old thing, she said. I just slip it on sometimes when I don't care what I look like. It looks wonderful on you. You know what I mean, pursued Miss McKee. If Chester could only get you in that pose, I think he could make something of it. They all looked in silence at Mrs. Wilson, who removed the strand of hair from over her eyes and looked back at us with a brilliant smile. Mr. McKee regarded her intensely with his head on one side, and then moved his hand back and forth slowly in front of his face. I should change the light, he said after a moment. I'd like to bring out the modelling of the features, and I'd try to get hold of all the black hair. I wouldn't think of changing the light, cried Miss McKee. I think that it's... Her husband said, shh, and we all looked at the subject again, whereupon Tom Buchanan yawned audibly and got to his feet. You McKees have something to drink, he said. Get some more ice and mineral water. Myrtle, forever thought he goes to sleep. I told that boy about the ice. Myrtle raised her eyebrows in despair at the shiftlessness of the lower orders. These people, you have to keep after them all the time. She looked at me and laughed pointlessly. And she flashed over the dog, kissed it with ecstasy, and swept it in the kitchen, implying that a dozen chefs awaited her orders there. I've done some nice things out on Long Island, asserted Mr. McKee. Tom looked at him blankly. 2 of them we have framed downstairs. 2 what? Demanded Tom. 2 studies. One of them I call Montauk Point, the Goals, and the other I call Montauk Point, the Sea. Her sister Catherine sat down beside me on the couch. Do you live down on Long Island too? She inquired. I live at Westing. Really? I was down there at a party about a month ago. A man named Gatsby. Do you know him? I live next door to him. Well, they say he's a nephew or a cousin of Kaiser Wilhelm's. That's where all his money comes from. Really? She nodded. I'm scared of him. I'd hate to have him get anything on me. This absorbing information about my neighbour were interrupted by Mrs. McKee pointing suddenly at Catherine. Chester, I think you could do something with her, she broke out. But Mr. McKee only nodded in a bald way and turned his attention to Tom. I'd like to do more work on Long Island if I could get the entry. All I asked is that she give me a start. Ask Myrtle, said Tom, breaking into a short shout of laughter as Miss Wilson entered with a tray. She'll give you a letter of introduction, won't you, Myrtle? Do what? She asked, startled. You'll give Mr. Key a letter of introduction to your husband so he can do some studies of him. His lips moved silently for a moment as he invented George B. Wilson at the gasoline pump, or something like that. Catherine leaned close to me and whispered in my ear, neither of them can stand the person they're married to. Can't they? Can't stand them. She looked at Myrtle and then Tom. What I say is, why go on living with them if they can't stand them? If I was them, I'd get a divorce and get married to each other right away. Don't you like Wilson either? The answer to this were unexpected. It come from Myrtle, who had overheard the question, and were violent and obscene. You see? Cried Catherine triumphantly. She lowered her voice again. It's really his wife that's keeping them apart. She's a Catholic and they don't believe in divorce. Daisy were not a Catholic, and I were a little shocked at the elaborateness of the lie. And they do get married, continued Catherine. They're going west to live for a while until it blows over. It'd be more discreet to go to Europe. Oh, do you like Europe? She exclaimed surprisingly. I just got back from Monte Carlo. Really? Just last year. I went over there with another guy. Stay long? Oh, no, we just went to Monte Carlo and back. Went by way of Marseille. We had over $1,200 when we started, and we got gypped out of it all in 2 days into private rooms. We had an awful time getting back, I can tell you. God, how I hated that town. The late afternoon sky bloomed in the window for a moment, like the blue honey of the Mediterranean. Then the shrill voice of Miss McKee called me back into the room. I almost made a mistake, too, she declared vigorously. I almost married a little kike who'd been after me for years. I knew he was below me. Everybody kept saying to me, Lucille, that man's way below you. But if I hadn't met Chester, he'd have got me, for sure. Yes, but listen, said Myrtle Wilson, nodding her head up and down. At least you didn't marry him. I know I didn't. Well, I married him, said Myrtle ambiguously. And that's the difference between you and me. Why did you, Myrtle? Why did you, Myrtle? Demanded Catherine. Nobody forced you to. Myrtle considered. I married him because I thought he was a gentleman, she said finally. I thought it was something about breathing, but he wasn't fit to lick my shoe. You were crazy about him for a while, said Catherine. Crazy about him? Cried Myrtle incredulously. Who said I was crazy about him? I never was any more crazy about him than I was about that man there. She pointed suddenly at me. She never really looked at me accusingly. I tried to show by my expression that I expected no affection. The only crazy I was when I married him. I knew right away I made a mistake. He borrowed somebody's best suit to get married in and never even told me about it. And the man came after it one day when he was out. "Oh, is that your suit?" I said. "It's the first I ever heard about it." I gave it to him, and then I lay down and cried to pick the band all afternoon. "You really ought to get away from him," resumed Catherine and me. "They've been living over the garage for 11 years, and Tom's the first Swedish he ever had." A bottle of whiskey, a second one, were now in constant demand by all present, except Catherine, who felt just as good at nothing at all. Tom rang for the janitor and sent him for some celebrated sandwiches, which were a complicated supper in themselves. I wanted to get out and walk eastward towards the park, through the soft twilight, but each time I tried to go I became entangled in some wild, strident argument which pulled me back, as if with ropes into my chair. Yet I over the city, our line a yellow window. Those must have contributed to their share of human secrecy to the casual watchers in the darkening streets, and I saw him too, looking up and wondering. I with him and without simultaneously, enchanted and repelled by the inexhaustible variety of life. Metal pulled her chair closer to mine, and suddenly her warm breath poured over me the story of her first meeting with Tom. It was on the two little seats facing each other that were always on the last ones left on the train. I was going up to New York to see my sister and spend the night. He had on a dress suit and patent leather shoes, and I couldn't keep my eyes off him. Every time he looked at me, I had to pretend to be looking at the advertisements over his head. When we came into the station, he was next to me, and his white shirt front pressed against my arm, and so I told him I'd have to call a policeman, but he knew I lied. I was so excited that when I got in a taxi with him, I didn't hardly know I wasn't getting onto a subway train. All I kept thinking about over and over was, "You can't live forever, you can't live forever." She turned to Miss McKee, and the room rang full of her artificial laughter. "My dear," she cried, "I'm going to give you this dress as soon as I'm through with it. I've got to get another one tomorrow. I'm going to make a list of all the things I've got to get. A massage and a wave and a collar for the dog, and one of those cute little ashtrays where you touch a spring and a wreath with a black silk bow for Mother's grave. That'll last all summer. I've got to write down a list so I won't forget all the things I've got to do." It was 9 o'clock, almost immediately afterwards. I looked at my watch and found it was 10. Mr. McCree was asleep on a chair with his fist clenched in his lap like a photograph of a man of action. Taking out my handkerchief, I wiped from his cheek the spot of dried lather that had worried me all the afternoon. The little dog was sitting on the table, looking with blind eyes through the smoke, and from time to time groaning faintly. People disappeared, reappeared, made plans to go somewhere, and then lost each other, searched for each other, found each other a few feet away. Sometime towards midnight, Tom Buchanan and Miss Wilson stood face to face, discussing, in impassioned voices, whether Mrs. Wilson had any right to mention Daisy's name. "Daisy, Daisy, Daisy," shouted Mrs. Wilson. "I'll say it whenever I want to. Daisy, Daisy." Making a short death movement, Tom Buchanan broke her nose with his open hand. There were bloody towels upon the bathroom floor, and women's voices scolding, and I over the confusion, a long breaking wail of pain. Mr. McKee awoke from his doze and started in a daze towards the door. When he had gone halfway, he turned around and started at the scene. His wife and Catherine, scolding and consoling as they stumbled here and there among the crowded furniture with articles of aid, and the despairing figure on the couch, bleeding fluently, and trying to spread a copy of the Town Tatler with the tapestry scenes of Versailles. And Mr. McKee turned and continued on out the door. Taking my hat from the chandelier, I followed. "Come to lunch someday," they suggested as we groaned down the elevator. "Where?" "Anywhere." "Keep your hands off the leather," snapped the elevator boy. "I beg your pardon," Mr. McKee said with dignity. "I didn't know I was touching it." "All right," I agreed. "I'll be glad to." I was standing beside his bed, and he was sitting up between the sheets, clad in his underwear, with a great portfolio in his hand. "Beauty and the Beast, Loneliness, Old Grocery Yours, Brook and Bitch." Then I was lying half asleep in the cold lower level of the Pennsylvania station, staring at the morning Tribune and waiting for the 4 o'clock train. That's the end of chapter 2. He doesn't have to do a good job, does Fitzgerald, of painting just how terribly empty the lives of rich people are, at least rich people in the 20s. The great luxurious furniture that's so large and overbearing that it fills the apartment to be unusable. All the tiny little effects to buy, and then the single little word of discontent, or even not even discontent, just rebellion, disagreement and disobedience, and suddenly there's blood and violence and everyone's falling to pieces. All these people drunk, all of them living the high life, and all of them terribly, terribly unhappy. He manages a very dismal tone, doesn't he? Let me have a quick drink. What's also unusual is quite how Plainly stated it is that this Tom Buchanan has a mistress. In most of your stories there's some sort of implication of, you know, someone seeing someone else or there being going around. But it's very rare that you just come out and say that a man has another woman, at least in the sort of books of the time, in my experience. But here it's just, no, he has one. Plain as day. And I suspect it's because he's rich enough and powerful enough that there's not a lot could be done about it. I mean, thinking through the other books, we've seen plenty of our society people, but he's rich enough that even when he was in university, you were able to move an old stable of ponies around with him. It doesn't seem like getting older has made him any less wealthy, less powerful. And God, the dismal description of that poorer part of town she's from. A land of ash. A very evocative image. Makes me remember there was, God, what was it? There's quite about a particular industrial city in America. I think it was one that Ford had been sort of the mastermind behind. Maybe Portland? Can't say it before. They were a famous capitalist philosopher, free thinker who supported the market and kind of tore it to get an idea of Ford's success and the ideas he was promoting. And they found it such a dismal and appalling place to live, the conditions so terrible for the workers. You were quoted as saying that 3 months' residence would justify suicide. Puts me in mind of that. Still, I don't have anywhere to go from that still. I was hoping something would present itself, but no, that's just a very dismal thought to have lingered on. Oh well. I don't think I've got much more to say about the second chapter, so let's press on, shall we? After watching Tom Buchanan eat his mistress. Chapter 3. There were music from my neighbour's house through the summer nights. In his blue garden, men and girls came and went like moths among the whisperings and the champagne and the stars. At our tide in the afternoon, I watched his guests diving from the tower of his raft, or taking the sun of the hot sand of his beach, while his 2 motorboats slid the waters of the Sound, drawn aquaplanes over cataracts of foam. On weekends, his Rolls Royce became an omnibus, bearing parties to and from the city between 9 in the morning and long past midnight, while his station wagon scampered like a brisk yellow bug to meet all trains. And on Mondays, 8 servants, including an extra gardener, toiled all day with mops and scrubbing brushes and hammers and garden shears, repairing the ravages of the night before. Every Friday, 5 crates of oranges and lemons arrived from a fruiterer in New York. Every Monday, these same oranges and lemons left his back door in pyramids of pulpless halves. There was a machine in the kitchen which could extract the juice of 200 oranges in half an hour if a little button were pressed, 200 times by a butler's thumb. At least once a fortnight, a corps of caterers come down with several hundred feet of canvas and enough coloured lights to make a Christmas tree in Gatsby's enormous garden. On buffet tables, garnished with glistering hors d'oeuvres, spiced baked hams crowded against salads of harlequin design, and pastry pigs and turkeys bleached to a dark gold. In the main hall, a bar with real brass rail was set up, and stocked with gins and liquors and with cordials, so long forgotten that most of his female guests were too young to know one from another. By 7 o'clock, the orchestra has arrived, no thin 5-piece affair, but an old pit full of oboes and trombones and saxophones and viols and cornets and piccolos and low and high drums. The last swimmers have come in from the beach now and are dressing upstairs. The cars from New York are parked 5 deep in the drive, and already the halls and salons of the verandas are gaudy with primary colours, and air bobbed in strange new waves, and shawls beyond the dreams of Castile. The bar is in full swing, and floating rounds of cocktails permeate the garden outside, until the air is alive with chatter and laughter, and casual innuendo and introductions forgotten on the spot, and enthusiastic meetings between women who never knew each other's names. The lights grow brighter as the earth lurches away from the sun, and now the orchestra is playing yellow cocktail music, and the opera voices pitch the key higher. Laughter is easier minute by minute, spilled with prodigality, tipped out with a cheerful word. The group changes more swiftly, swell with new arrivals, dissolve and form in the same breath. Already there are wanderers, confident girls who weave here and there among the stouter and more stable. They come for a sharp, joyous moment, the centre of a group, and then, excited with triumph, glide on through the sea change of faces and voices and colour under the constantly changing light. Suddenly one of these gypsies in trembling opal seizes a cocktail out of the air, dumps it down for courage, and, moving around like a frisco, dances out alone on the canvas platform. A momentary hush, and the orchestra leader varies his rhythm obligingly for her, and there is a burst of chatter as the erroneous news goes around that she is Gilda Gray's understudy from the Follies. The party has begun. I believe that on the first night I went to Gatsby's house, I was one of the few guests who had actually been invited. People were not invited, they went there. They got into automobiles which brought them on to Long Island, and somehow they ended up at Gatsby's door. Once they were introduced by somebody who knew Gatsby, and after they conducted themselves according to the rules of behaviour associated with an amusement park, sometimes they come and went without having met Gatsby at all, coming for the party with a simplicity of art that was its own ticket of admission. I had been actually invited. A chauffeur in a uniform of Robin's Egg blue crossed my lawn early that Saturday morning with a surprising formal note from his employer. The honour would be entirely Gatsby's, it said, if I would attend his little party that night. He had seen me several times and intended to call on me long before, but a peculiar combination of circumstances had prevented it. Sir J. Gatsby and a majestic Anne. Dressed up in white flannels, I went over to his lawn a little after 7 and wandered round rather ill at ease among the swirls and eddies of people. I didn't know. Though here and there were a face I had noticed on the commuting train. I was immediately struck by the number of young Englishmen dotted about, all well dressed, all looking a little hungry, and all talking in low earnest voices to solid and prospering Americans. I was sure that they were selling something, bonds or insurance or automobiles. They were at least agonisingly aware of the easy money in the vicinity, and convinced that it were theirs for a few words in the right key. As soon as I arrived, I made an attempt to find my host, but the 2 or 3 people of whom I asked his whereabouts stared at me in such an amazed way, and denied so vehemently any knowledge of his movement, that I slunk off in the direction of the cocktail table, the only place in the garden where a single man could linger without looking purposeless and alone. I was on my way to get roaring drunk from sheer embarrassment, when Jordan Baker came up out of the house and stood at the head of the marble steps, leaning a little backward and looking with contemptuous interest down at the garden. Welcome or not, I found it necessary to attach myself to someone before I should begin to address cordial remarks to the passers-by. "Hello," I roared, advancing to her. My voice seemed unnaturally loud across the garden. "I thought you might be here," she responded absently as I come up. "I remembered you lived next door to..." She held my hand impersonally, as a promise that she'd take care of me in just a minute, and gave me the 2 girls in twin yellow dresses who stopped at the foot of the steps. "Hello," they cried together. "Sorry you didn't win." That was for the golf tournament. She had lost in the finals the week before. "You don't know who we are," said one of the girls in yellow. "Well, you met you here about a month ago." "You've dyed your hair since then," remarked Jordan, and I started, but the girls had moved casually on, and the remark were addressed to the premature moon produced by, like the supper, no doubt, out of caterer's basket. With Jordan's slender golden arm resting in mine, we descended the steps and sauntered about the garden. A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight, and we sat down at a table with the 2 girls in yellow and 3 men, each one introduced to us as Mr. Mumble. "You come to these parties often?" inquired Jordan to the girl beside her. "The last one was the one I met you," answered the girl in a light, confident voice. She turned to her companion. "Wasn't it for you too, Lucille?" "It was for Lucille too." "I like to come," Lucille said. "I never care what I do, so I always have a good time. When I was here last, I tore my gown on a chair, and he asked me my name and address. Inside a week, I got a package from Courier's with a new evening gown on. "Did you keep it?" asked Jordan. "Sure I did. I was going to wear it tonight, but it was too big in the bust and had to be altered. A gas blue with the lavender beads, $265. "There's something funny about a fellow that'll do things like that," said the other girl eagerly. "He doesn't want any trouble with anybody." "Who doesn't?" I inquired. "Gatsby. Somebody told me..." The 2 girls and Jordan leaned together confidentially. "Somebody told me they thought he'd killed a man once." A thrill passed over all of us. The 3 Mr. Mumbles bent forward and listened eagerly. "I don't think it's so much like that," argued Lucille sceptically. "It's more that he was a German spy during the war." One of the men nodded in confirmation. "I heard that from a man who knew all about him. Grew up with him in Germany," he assured us positively. "Oh no," said the first girl. "It couldn't be that, because he was in the American army during the war." As our credulity switched back to her, she leaned forward with enthusiasm. "You look at him sometimes when he thinks nobody's looking at him. I bet he killed the man." She narrowed her eyes and shivered. Lucille shivered. We all turned and looked round for Gatsby. With testimony to the romantic speculation he inspired, there were whispers about him from those who had found little that would be necessary to whisper about in this world. The first supper, there would be another one after midnight, was now being served, and Jordan invited me to join her own party, who was spread around a table on the other side of the garden. There were 3 married couples, and Jordan's escort, a persistent undergraduate given a violent innuendo, and obviously under the impression that sooner or later Jordan were going to yield him up her person to a greater or lesser degree. Instead of rambling, this party had preserved a dignified homogeneity, and assumed to itself the function of representing the staid nobility of the countryside. East Egg condescending to West Egg, and carefully on guard against its spectroscopic gaiety. "Let's go out," whispered Jordan after somehow wasteful, inappropriate little half hour. "This is much too polite for me." We got up, and she explained that we were going to find the host. I'd never met him, she said, and it were making me uneasy. The undergraduate nodded in a cynical, melancholy way. Yeah, stubbing a bit now. The bar where we glanced first were crowded, but Gatsby were not there. She couldn't find them from the top of the steps, and he wasn't on the veranda. On a chance, we tried an important-looking door and walked into a high Gothic library, panelled with carved English oak, and probably transported complete from some ruin overseas. A stout, middle-aged man with enormous owl-eyed spectacles was sitting somewhat drunk on the edge of a great table, staring with unsteady concentration at the shelves of books. As we entered, he wheeled excitedly around and examined Jordan from head to foot. "What do you think?" he demanded impetuously. "About what?" Waved his hands towards the bookshelves. "About that. As a matter of fact, you needn't bother to ascertain. I ascertained. They're real." "The books?" He nodded. "Absolutely real. Pages and everything. I thought they'd be nice, durable cardboard. Matter of fact, they're absolutely real. Pages. Here, let me show you." Taking our scepticism for granted, he rushed to the bookcase and returned with Volume 1 of the Stoddard Lectures. "See," he cried triumphantly, "it's a bona fide piece of printed matter. It fooled me. The fellow's a regular Belcasso. It's a triumph. What thoroughness. What realism. And you had to stop too. I didn't cut the pages, but what do you want? What do you expect?" He snatched the book from me and replaced it hastily on its shelf, muttering that if one brick were removed, the whole library would have collapsed. "Who brought you?" he demanded. "Or did you just come?" "I was brought. Most people were brought." Jordan looked at him alertly, cheerfully, without answering. "I was brought by a woman named Roosevelt," he continued. "Mrs. Claude Roosevelt. Do you know her? I met her somewhere last night, and I've been drunk for about a week now, and thought it might sober me up to sit in the library." "Has it?" "A little bit, I think. I can't tell yet. I've only been here about an hour." "Did I tell you about the books? They're real, that you told us." We shook hands with him gravely, and he went back outdoors. They were dancing now on the canvas in the garden, old men pushing young girls backwards in eternal, graceless circles, superior couples holding each other tortuously, fashionably, and keeping in the corners, and a great number of single girls dancing individually or relieving the orchestra for a moment of the burden of the banjo or the traps. By midnight, the hilarity had increased. A celebrated tenor had sung in Italian, and a notorious contralto had sung in jazz, and between the numbers, people were doing stunts all over the garden, while happy, vacuous bursts of laughter rose towards the summer sky. A pair of stage twins, who turned out to be the girls in yellow, did a baby act in a costume, and champagne was served in glasses bigger than finger bowls. The moon had risen higher, and floating in the sound were a triangle of silver scales, trembling a little to the stiff tinny drip of the banjos on the lawn. I was still with Jordan Baker. We were sitting at a table with a man of about my age and a rowdy little girl who gave away upon the slightest provocation to uncontrollable laughter. I was enjoying myself now. I had taken 2 finger bowls of champagne, and the scene had changed before my eyes into something significant, elemental and profound. At the lull in the entertainment, the man looked at me and smiled. "Your face is familiar," he said politely. "Were you in the 1st Division during the war?" "Why, yes, I was. I was in the 28th Infantry. I was in the 16th until June 1918. I knew I'd seen you somewhere before." We talked for a moment about some wet, grey little village in France. Evidently he lived in its vicinity, for he told me that he had just bought an hydroplane and were going to try it out in the morning. "Want to go with me, old sport? Just near the shore along the Sound." "What time?" "Any time that suits you best." I was on the tip of my tongue to ask his name when Jordan looked round and smiled. "Having a gay time now?" she inquired. "Much better," I turned again to my new acquaintance. "It's an unusual party for me. I haven't even seen the host. I live over there." I waved my hand towards the invisible edge in the distance. "This man Gatsby sent over his chauffeur with an invitation." For a moment he looked at me as if he failed to understand. I'm Gatsby, he said suddenly. "What?" I asked. "I beg your pardon. I thought you knew, old sport. I'm afraid I'm not a very good host." He smiled understandingly, much more than understandingly. It was one of those rare smiles with the quality of eternal reassurance in it that you may come across 4 or 5 times in life. It faced, or seemed to face, the whole eternal world for an instant, and then concentrated on you with an irresistible prejudice in your favour. He understood you just so far as you wanted to be understood, believed in you as you would like to believe in yourself, and assured you that he had precisely the impression of you that, at your best, you hoped to convey. Precisely at that point it vanished, and I was looking at an elegant young roughneck, a year or two over 30, whose elaborate formality of speech just missed being absurd. Some time before he introduced himself, I'd got a strong impression that he was picking his words with care. Almost at the moment when Mr. Gatsby identified himself, a butler hurried towards him with the information that Chicago were calling him on the wire. He excused himself with a small bow that included each of us in turn. "If you want anything, just ask for it, old sport," he urged me. "Excuse me, I'll rejoin you later." When he was gone, I turned immediately to Jordan, constrained to assure her of my surprise. I'd expected that Mr. Gatsby would be a florid and corpulent person in his middle years. "Who is he?" I demanded. "Do you know?" "He's just a man named Gatsby." "Where is he from, I mean? What does he do?" "Now you've started on the subject," she answered with a wan smile. "Well, he told me once you were an Oxford man." A dim background started to take shape behind him, but her next remark had faded away. "However, I don't believe it." "Why not?" "I don't know," she insisted. "I just don't think he went there." Something in her tone reminded me of the other girls. I think he killed the man, and with the effect of stimulating my curiosity. I would accept it without question the information that Gatsby sprang from the swamps of Louisiana, or from the Lower East Side of New York. That was comprehensible. But the young man didn't, at least in my provincial experience, I believe, they didn't drift coolly out of nowhere and buy a palace on Long Island Sound. "Anyhow, he gives large parties," said Jordan, changing the subject with an urban distaste for the concrete. "And I like large parties. They're so intimate. Well, at small parties there isn't any privacy." There was the boom of a bass drum, and the voice of the orchestra lead rang out suddenly above the echolalia of the garden. "Ladies and gentlemen," he cried, "at the request of Mr. Gatsby, we're going to play for you Mr. Vladimir Tostos's latest work, which attracted so much attention at Carnegie Hall last May. If you read the papers, you know there was a big sensation." He smiled with jovial condescension at "some sensation," whereupon everybody laughed. "The piece is known," he concluded lustily, "as Vladimir Tostos's Jazz History of the World." The nature of Mr. Tostos's composition eluded me, because just as it began, my eyes fell on Gatsby, standing alone on the marble steps and looking from one group to another with approving eyes. His tan skin was drawn attractively tight on his face, and his short hair looked as though it were trimmed every day. I could see nothing sinister about him. I wondered if the fact that he were not drinking helped to set him off from his guests, for it seemed to me that he grew more correct as the fraternal hilarity increased. When the Jazz History of the World were over, girls were putting their heads on men's shoulders in a puppyish, convivial way. Girls were swimming backward painfully into men's arms, even in the groups, knowing that someone would arrest their fools. But no one swam backwards on Gatsby, and no French bob touched Gatsby's shoulder, and no singing quartets were formed with Gatsby's head for one link. "I beg your pardon." Gatsby's butler was suddenly standing behind us. "Miss Baker," he inquired, "I beg your pardon, but Mr. Gatsby would like to speak to you alone." "With me?" she exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, madame." She got up slowly, raising her eyebrows at me in astonishment. I followed the butler towards the house. I noticed that she wore her evening dress, all her dresses like sports clothes. There was a jauntiness about her movements as if she had first learned to walk upon a golf course on clean, crisp mornings. I were alone, and it were almost 2. For some time, confused and intriguing sounds had issued from a long, many-windowed room which overhung the terrace. I and Jordan's undergraduate, who were now engaged in an obstetrical conversation with 2 chorus girls, and who implored me to join him. I went inside. I don't know what that word means, right? The large room was full of people. One of the girls in yellow were playing the piano, and beside her stood a tall, red-haired young lady from a famous chorus engaged in song. She had drunk quite a quantity of champagne, and during the course of her song she had declared ineptly that everything was very, very sad. She was not only singing, she was weeping too. Whenever there were a pause in the song, she filled it with gasping, broken sobs, and then took up the lyrics again in quavering soprano. The tears coursed down her cheeks, not freely however, for when they came into contact with her heavily beaded eyelashes, they assumed an inky colour, and pursued the rest of the way in slow black rivulets. A humorous suggestion was made that she sing the notes in her face, whereupon she threw up her hands, sank into a chair, and went off in a deep, vicious sleep. "She had a fight with a man who says he's her husband," explained the girl at my elbow. I looked around. Most of the remaining women were now having fights with men said to be their husbands. Even Jordan's party, the quartet from West Egg, were rent asunder by dissension. One of the men were talking with a curious intensity to a young actress, and his wife, after attempting to laugh at the situation in a dignified and indifferent way, broke down entirely and resorted to flank attacks. At intervals she appeared suddenly at his side like an angry diamond, and "You promised," into his ear. The reluctance to go home were not confined to wayward men. The all were at present occupied by two deplorably sober men and their highly indignant wives. The wives were sympathising with each other in slightly raised voices. Whenever I'm having a good time, he wants to go home. Never had anything so selfish in my life. We're always the first ones to leave, so are we. Well, we're almost the last tonight, said one of the men sheepishly. The orchestra left half an hour ago. In spite of the wives' agreement that such malevolence were beyond credibility, the dispute ended in a short struggle, and both wives were lifted kicking into the night. As I waited for my hat in the hall, the door of the library opened, and Jordan Baker and Gatsby come out together. He was saying some last word to her, but the eagerness of his manner tightened abruptly into formality as several people approached him to say goodbye. Jordan's party were calling impatiently to her from the porch, but she lingered for a moment to shake hands. I've just heard the most amazing thing, she whispered. How long were we in there? Well, about an hour. It was simply amazing, she repeated abstractly. But I swear I wouldn't tell it, and here I am tantalising you. She yawned gracefully in my face. Please come and see me. Phone book under the name of Miss Sigourney Howard, my aunt. She was hurrying off as she talked. Her brown hand waved a jaunty salute, and she melted into a party at the door. Rather ashamed that on my first appearance I had stayed so late, I joined the last of Gatsby's guests, who were clustered around him. I wanted to explain that I'd hunted for him early in the evening and apologise for not having known him in the garden. Don't mention it, he enjoined me eagerly. Don't give it another thought, old sport. The familiar expression held no more familiarity than the hand which reassuringly brushed my shoulder. And don't forget we're going in the hydroplane tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And the butler behind his shoulder. Philadelphia wants you on the phone, sir. All right in a moment. Tell them I'll be right there. Good night. Good night. Good night, he smiled. And suddenly there seemed to be a pleasant significance in having been among the last of us to go, as if he had desired it all the time. Good night, old sport. Good night. As I walked down the steps, I saw the evening were not quite over. 50 feet from the door, a dozen headlights illuminated a bizarre and tumultuous scene. In the ditch beside the road, right side up, but violently shorn on one wheel, rested a new coupe, which had left Gatsby's drive not 2 minutes before. The sharp jut of a wall accounted for the detachment of the wheel, which were now getting considerable attention from half a dozen curious chauffeurs. However, as they had left their cars blocking the road, an harsh, discordant din from those in the rear had been audible for some time, and added to the already violent confusion of the scene. A man in a long duster had dismounted from the wreck, and now stood in the middle of the road, looking from the car to the tyre, and from the tyre to the observers in a pleasant, puzzled way. The sea? He explained. It went in the ditch. The fact was infinitely astonishing to him, and I recognised first the unusual quality of wonder, then the man, who was the late patron of Gatsby's library. How did it happen? He shrugged his shoulders. I know nothing whatever about mechanics, he said irascibly. How did it happen? Did you run in the wall? Don't ask me, said Lars, washing his hands to the oven. I know very little about driving, next to nothing. It happened, and that's all I know. If you're a poor driver, you oughtn't to try driving at night. I wasn't even trying, explained the demon. I wasn't even trying. And all hush fell over the bystanders. You want to commit suicide? You're like it was just a wheel, a bad driver and not even trying. You don't understand, explained the criminal. I wasn't driving, there was another man in the car. The shot that followed this declaration found the voice in a sustained "Ah!" as the door of the coupe swung slowly open. The crowd, it was now a crowd, stepped back involuntarily, and when the door had opened wide, there were a ghostly pause, and very gradually, part by part, a pale, dangling individual stepped out of the wreck, pawing tentatively at the ground with a large, uncertain dancing shoe. Blinded by the glare of the headlights and confused by the incessant groaning of the organs, the apparition stood, swaying for a moment, before he perceived the man in the duster. "What's the matter?" he inquired dumbly. "We ran out of gas?" "Look!" Half a dozen fingers pointed at the amputated wheel. He stared at it for a moment, and looked upward as though he suspected that it had dropped from the sky. "It come off," someone explained. He nodded. "At first I didn't know this was stuck." A pause, then, taking a long breath and straightening his shoulders, he remarked in a determined voice, "Wonder if you'd tell me where's a gasoline station." At least a dozen men, some of them a little better off than he was, explained to him that the wheel of the car were no longer drawn by any physical bond. "Back," he suggested after a moment. "Put it in reverse. Put the wheels off." He hesitated. "No, I'm trying," he said. The cattle and horns had reached a crescendo, and I turned away and cut across the lawn towards home. I glanced back once. A wavering moon was shining over Gatsby's house, making the night fine as before, and surviving the laughter and sound of his still glowing garden. A sudden emptiness seemed to flow now from the windows of the great doors, and down with complete isolation the figure of the host, who stood on the porch, his hand in a formal gesture of farewell. Reading over what I have written so far, I see I have given the impression that The events of 3 nights, several weeks apart, were all that absorbed me. On the contrary, they were merely casual events in a crowded summer, and until much later they absorbed me infinitely less than my personal affairs. Much of the time I worked. In the early morning, the sun threw my shadow westward as I rode down the white chasm of lower New York to the Property Trust. I knew the other clerks and young blonde salesmen by their first names, and lunched with them in dark, crowded restaurants on little pig sausage and mashed potatoes and coffee. I even had a short affair with a girl who lived in Jersey City and worked in the accounting department, but her brother began throwing mean looks in my direction, so when she went on her vacation in July, I let her blow quietly away. I took dinner usually at the Yale Club. For some reason it was the gloomiest event of the day, and then I went upstairs to the library and studied investments and securities for a conscientious hour. There were generally a few rioters around, but they never come into the library, so it was a good place to work. After that, if the night were mellow, I strolled down Madison Avenue, past the old Murray Hill Hotel, and over the 33rd Street to the Pennsylvania Station. I forgot the light in New York, the racy, adventurous feel of the night, and the satisfaction that the constant flicker of men and women and machines gives to the restless eye. I like to walk up Fifth Avenue and pick out romantic women from the crowd, and imagine that in a few minutes I were going to enter into their lives, and no one would ever know or disapprove. Sometimes in my mind I followed them to their apartment on the corner of hidden streets, and they turned and smiled back at me before they faded through the doorway into a warm darkness. In the enchanting metropolitan twilight I felt an autumn loneliness sometimes, and felt in others, poor young clerks who loitered in front of windows waiting until it was time for solitary restaurant dinner, young clerks in the dusk waiting for the most poignant moment of night and life. Again at 8 o'clock, when the dark lanes of the 40s were lined 5 deep with throbbing taxicabs bound for the theatre district, I felt a sinking in my heart. Forms leaned together in the taxis as they waited, and voices sang, and there were laughter from unheard jokes and lighted cigarettes made in unintelligible circles inside. Imagine that our two were hurrying towards gaiety and sharing the intimacy and excitement. I wished them well. For a while I lost sight of Jordan Baker, and then in midsummer I found her again. At first I was flattered to go places with her because she was a golf champion and everyone knew her name. Then it was something more. I wasn't actually in love, but I felt a sort of tender curiosity. The bored, haughty face that she turned to the world concealed something. Most affections conceal something eventually, even though they don't in the beginning. And one day I found what it was. When we were back on the house party together up in Warwick, she left the borrowed car out in the rain with the top down, and then lied about it. And suddenly I remembered the story about that had eluded me the night of daisies. Our first big golf tournament, there were a row that nearly reached the newspapers, a suggestion that she had moved her ball from one bad lie in the semi-final rounds. The thing approached the proportions of a scandal, and died away. A caddy retracted his statement, and the only other witness admitted that he might have been mistaken. The incident and the name had remained together in my mind. Jordan Baker instinctively avoided clever, shrewd men, and now I saw this was because she felt safer on a plane where any divergence from a code would be thought impossible. She was incurably dishonest. She wasn't able to endure being at a disadvantage, and given this unwillingness, I suppose she had begun dealing in subterfuge, and she was very young in order to keep that cool, insolent smile turned on the world, and yet satisfy the demands of her hard, jaunty body. It made no difference to me. Dishonesty in a woman is a thing you never blame deeply. I was casually sorry that I forgot. They were on the same house party that we had a curious conversation about driving the car. It started because she passed so close to some workman that our fender flicked a button on one man's coat. "You're a rotten driver," I protested. "If you ought to be more careful, you oughtn't drive at all." "I am careful." "No, you're not." "Well, other people are," she said lightly. "What's that got to do with it?" "Now keep out of my way," she insisted. "It takes two to make an accident." "Suppose you meet somebody just as careless as yourself." "I hope I never will," she answered. "I hate careless people. That's why I like you." Her grey sun-strained eyes stared straight ahead, but she had deliberately shifted our relation, and for a moment I thought I loved her. But I'm slow thinking and full of interior rules that act as brakes on my desires, and I knew that firstly I had to get myself definitely out, or I'd get tangled back home. I've been writing letters once a week and signing them "Love Nick," and all I could think was how, when the certain girl played tennis, a faint moustache of perspiration appeared on her upper lip. Nevertheless, there was a vague understanding that had to be tactfully broken off before I was free. Everyone suspects himself of at least one of the cardinal virtues, and this is mine. I am one of few honest people that I've ever known. That's the end of chapter 3. But I have my drink of water before I start talking about that. Give me a moment to think. That was interesting. I almost want to just echo the thing I said last chapter about the way that Fitzgerald is good at showing rich people living our lives and making them seem miserable. But he's done it different, or not even different, just bigger this time. The Gatsby party is, it's described in many ways as sort of a wonderland. Lots of food, lots of drink, a whole orchestra come up, the latest jazz and music, young people and dancing, a whole library filled with actual books. God, imagine that, actual books. I'm being facetious here. I know that a lot of rich people will buy their books by the footage and have false ones for a sort of decorative library. But I know the ideas are very funny to me. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is objectively a very impressive seeming party. And it even seems fun. People are dancing, they're having food. There's this sort of, I suppose, energy that comes about it, the description of it. People becoming looser, more gay as the night goes on, almost frantic. And then you have the individuals, the people there. And every single small thing is a bore or a disdain, you know? And people speculating that Gatsby's murdered someone. Or the boring conversation that the postgraduate's having where he thinks that this which a golf pro is going to give in to him. They're all so odious little people. And so you have this grand picture of a, I don't know, a lavish, excessive party. But then every party you look at is small and horrid and kind of grubby. I don't know, it makes a very evocative picture. And obviously there's something going on with Gatsby, although we know now that he served in the military alongside our erstwhile narrator. And our erstwhile narrator seems to be getting something going on with this, Jordan, this golf pro. Although, apparently he does have something going on back home that's not quite an arrangement or a relationship, but he feels the need to break off before he gets into anything serious. There's layers to this. Yeah, I think that's all I've got to say on the chapter. I feel a little bit of a tickle in my throat, and since this is going to be a long one, I'm going to have a lozenge, one of those throat pastilles that I'm allowed since it's been an hour, and then we'll press on. I'll also have another sip of water since I am starting to feel it in my throat. How are we getting on? We're about a further way through the book, by the seems it. So we are on pace for 4.5 hours if we finish tonight, which is maybe an ill-considered idea of mine. But let's see how we get on. Chapter 4. On Sunday morning, while church bells rang in the villages along shore, the world and its mistress turned to Gatsby's house and twinkled hilariously on his lawn. "He's a bootlegger," said the young ladies, moving somewhere between his cocktails and his flowers. "One time he killed a man who had found out that he was nephew to von Hindenburg and second cousin to the devil. Reach me a rose, honey, and pour me a last drop into that crystal glass." Once I wrote down on the empty spaces of a timetable the names of those who come up to Gatsby's house that summer. There's an old timetable now, disintegrating in its folds and headed "This schedule in effect July 5th, 1922. But I can still read the grey names, and they will give you a better impression than my generalities of those who accepted Gatsby's hospitality and paid him subtle tribute and knowing nothing whatsoever about him. From East Egg then came the Chester Beckers and the Leaches, and a man named Bunsen who won you at Yale, and Dr. Webster Civic, who were drowned that summer up in Maine, and the Hornbeams and the Willie Voltaires, an old clan named Blackbuck, who always gathered in corners and flipped up their noses like goats at whoever come near, and the Ismays and the Christies, or rather Hubert Orbach and Mr. Christie's wife, and Edgar Beaver, whose hair, they say, turned cotton white one winter afternoon for no good reason at all. Clarence Endars was from East Egg, as I remember. He come only once, but in white knickerbockers, and had a fight with a bum named Etty in the garden. From farther out on the island came the Cheeves and the ORP Schraders, and the Stonewall Jackson Abrams of Georgia, and the Fish Guards, the Ripley Snell. Snell were there 3 days before he went to the penitentiary, so drunk out on the gravel drive that Mr. Ulysses Sweat automobile ran over his right hand. The dancers came too, and S.B. Whiteback, who were well over 60, and Maurice Flink, and the Amoreds and the Beluga and Tobacco and the Amoreds and Beluga and Tobacco importer, Beluga's girls. From West Egg come the Pauls and the Mulradys, and Cecil Roebuck and Cecil Showen, and Gollock the State Senator, and Newton Orchid, who controlled films par excellence, and Eckhorst and Clyde Cohen and Don S. Schwartz, the son, and Arthur McCarthy, all connected with the movies in one way or another, and the Catlips and the Bambergs and G.O. Muldoon, brother of that Muldoon who afterwards strangled his wife. De Fontana, the promoter, come up there, and Ed Legros and James B. Rockgut Ferret, and the De Jongs and Ernest Lilly. I come out to gamble, and when Ferret wandered into the garden, it meant he would cleaned out, and associated attraction would have to fluctuate profitably the next day. A man named Clip Springer were there so often that he'd become known as the Border. I doubt if he had any other home. The theatrical people, there were Gus Ways and Horace O'Donovan and Lester Meyer and George Duckweed and Francis Ball. Also from New York were the Cromes and the Backisons and the Denickers and the Rusty Betty and the Corrigans and the Kellhellers and the Dwarts and the Scullys and S.W. Belcher and the Smirkets and the young Quinns, divorced now, and Emery L. Palmetto, who killed himself by jumping in front of a subway train in Times Square. Benny McLennan arrived, always with 4 girls. They were never quite the same ones in physical person, but they were so identical one with another that it inevitably seemed they had been there before. I've forgotten their names. Jacqueline, I think, or else Consuelo, or Gloria, or Judy, or June, and their last name were either melodious names of flowers and months, or the sterner ones of the great American capitalists whose cousins, if pressed, they would confess themselves to be. In addition to all these, I can remember that Faustina O'Brien came there at least once, and the Baedeker girls, and young Brewer, who had his nose shot off in the war, Mr. Albrechtsberger and Miss Agg, his fiancée, and Ardita Fitzpeters, and Mr. P. Jewett, once head of the American Legion, and Miss Claudia Ripp, with a man reputed to be her chauffeur, and a prince of something who we called Duke, and whose name, if I ever knew it, I have forgotten. All these people come to Gatsby's house in that summer. At 9 o'clock one morning, late in July, Gatsby's gorgeous car lurched up the rocky drive to my door and gave out a burst of melody from its 3-noted organ. It was the first time he had called on me, though I had gone to 2 of his parties, mounted in his hydroplane, and, at his urgent invitation, made frequent use of his beach. "Good morning, old sport. You're having lunch with me today, and I thought we'd ride up together." He would balance himself on the dashboard of his car with a resourcefulness of movement that is so peculiar to Americans. It comes, I suppose, with more absence of lifting work in youth, and even more with the formless grace of our nervous sporadic games. This quality would continually break through his punctilious manner, in the shape of a restlessness. He were never quite still. There were always a tapping foot somewhere, or the impatient opening and closing of an hand. He saw me looking with admiration at his car. "It's pretty, isn't it, old sport?" He jumped off to give me a better view. "You ever seen it before?" I'd seen it. Everybody had seen it. It were a rich creature. It were a rich cream colour, bright with nickels swollen here and there in its monstrous length, with triumphant hat boxes and supper boxes and tool boxes, and terraced with a labyrinth of windshields that mirrored a dozen suns. Sitting down beyond many layers of glass in a sort of green leather conservatory, we started to town. I had talked with him perhaps half a dozen times in the past month, and found to my disappointment he had little to say. So my first impression that he were a person of some undefined consequence had gradually faded, and he had become simply the proprietor of an elaborate roadhouse next door. And then came that disconcerting ride. We hadn't reached West Egg Village before Gatsby began leaving his elegant sentences unfinished and slapping himself indecisively on the knee of his caramel-coloured suit. "Look here, old sport," he broke out surprisingly. "What's your opinion of me, anyhow?" A little overwhelmed, I began the generalised evasions which the question deserves. "I'm going to tell you something about my life," he interrupted. "I don't want you to get the wrong idea of me from all these stories you hear." So we were aware of the bizarre accusations that flavoured conversations in his voice. "I'll tell you God's truth." His right hand suddenly ordered divine retribution to stand by. "I am the son of some wealthy people in the Middle West, all dead now. I was brought up in America but educated at Oxford because all my ancestors have been educated there for many years. It is a family tradition." He looked at me sideways, and I knew why Jordan Baker had believed he were lying. He heard the phrase "educated at Oxford" or swallowed it, or choked on it, as though it had bothered him before. And with this doubt, his old statement fell to pieces, and I wondered if there wasn't something a little sinister about him after all. "What part of the Middle West?" I inquired casually. "San Francisco." "I see. My family all died, and I came to a good deal of money." His voice was solemn, as if the memory of that sudden extinction of a plan still haunted him. For a moment I suspected he were pulling my leg, but a glance of it convinced me otherwise. "After that I lived like a young Raja in all the capitals of Europe, Paris, Venice, Rome, collecting jewels, chiefly rubies, hunting big game, painting a little, things for myself only, and trying to forget something very sad that had happened to me long ago." With an effort I managed to restrain my incredulous laughter. The very phrases were worn so threadbare that they evoked no image except that of a turbaned character leaking sawdust at every pore as he pursued a tiger through the Bois de Boulogne. Then came the war, old sport. It was a great relief, and I tried very hard to die, but I seemed to bear an enchanted life. I accepted a commission as a first lieutenant when it began. In the Argonne Forest, I took the remains of my machine gun battalion so far forward that there was half a mile gap on either side of us where the infantry couldn't advance. We stayed there 2 days and 2 nights, 113 men with 16 Lewis guns, and when the infantry came up last, they found the insignia of 3 German divisions among the piles of dead. I was promoted to be a major, and every Allied government gave me a decoration. Even Montenegro, little Montenegro down on the Adriatic Sea. Little Montenegro. He lifted up the words and nodded at them with his smile. The Tsar comprehended Montenegro's troubled history and sympathised with the brave struggles of the Montenegrin people. He appreciated fully the chain and national circumstances which had elicited this tribute from Montenegro's warm little heart. My incredulity was submerged in fascination now. It was like skimming hastily through a dozen magazines. He reached into his pocket and a piece of metal slung on a ribbon fell into my palm. That's the one from Montenegro. My astonishment, the thing had an authentic look. Woody de Dandillo, and a circular legend, Montenegro, Nicholas Rex. Turner. Major J. Gatsby, I read. The Valour Extraordinary. Here's another thing I always carry. A souvenir of the Oxford days. It was taken in Trinity Quad. The man on my left is now the Earl of Doncaster. It was a photograph of half a dozen young men in blazers loafing in an archway, through which were visible a host of spires. There were Gatsby looking a little, not much, younger, with a cricket bat in his hand. They were all true. I saw the skins of tigers flaming in his palace on the Grand Canal. I saw him opening the chest of rubies to ease with their crimson-lighted depths the gnawings of his broken arm. I'm going to make a big request of you today, he said, pocketing the souvenirs with satisfaction, so I thought you ought to know something about me. I didn't want you to think I was just some nobody, you see. I usually find myself among strangers because I drift here and there, trying to forget the sad thing that happened to me. He hesitated. You'll hear about it this afternoon. At lunch? No, this afternoon. I happen to find out that you're taking Miss Baker to tea. Do you mean you're in love with Miss Baker? I know, old sport, I'm not, but Miss Baker has kindly consented to speak to you about this matter. I hadn't the faintest idea what this matter was, but I was more annoyed than interested. I hadn't asked Jordan the Dean to discuss Mr. J. Gatsby. I was sure the request would be something utterly fantastic, and for a moment I was sorry I'd ever set foot upon his overpopulated lawn. He wouldn't say another word. His correctness grew on him as we neared the city. We passed Port Roosevelt, where there were a glimpse of red-belted ocean going ships, and sped along a cobbled slum lined with the dark, undeserted saloons of the faded gilt 1900s. Then the Valley of Ashes opened out on both sides of us, and I had a glimpse of Mrs. Wilson staring at the garage pump with panting vitality as we went by. With fenders spread like wings, we scattered lark through half Astoria. Only after, as we twisted among the pillars of the elevator, I heard the familiar jug splat of a motorcycle, and a frantic policeman rode alongside. That's all right, old sport, called Gatsby. I slowed down, taking a white card from his wallet. He waved it before the man's eyes. Right you are, agreed the policeman, tipping his chat. Know you next time, Mr. Gatsby, excuse me. Why that? I inquired. A picture of Oxford? I was able to do the Commissioner a favour once, and he sends me a Christmas card every year. Over the Great Bridge, with the sunlight through the girders making a constant flicker upon the moving car, with the city rising up across the river in white heaps and sugar lumps, all built with a wish out of non-olfactory money. A city seen from Queensbury Bridge is always a city seen for the first time. Its first wild promise of all the mystery and the beauty in the world. A dead man passes us in an hearse, heaped down with balloons, followed by 2 carriages with drawn blinds, and by more cheerful carriages for friends. The friends looked out at us with tragic eyes and short upper lips of southeastern Europe, and I was glad that the sight of Gatsby's splendid car were included in their sombre holiday. As we crossed Blackwell Island, the limousine passed us, driven by a white chauffeur in which sat 3 modish negroes, 2 bucks and a girl. I laughed aloud as the yokes of their eyeballs rolled towards us in orderly rivalry. Anything can happen now we slid over this bridge, I thought. Anything at all. Even Gatsby could happen, without any particular wonder. I really am struggling with this now. Roaring noon. In a well-found 42nd Street cellar, I met Gatsby for lunch. Blinking away the brightness of the street outside, my eyes picked him out, obscurely in the anteroom, talking to another man. Mr. Carraway, this is my friend Mr. Wolfshine. A small, flat-nosed Jew raised his large head and regarded me with two fine growths of hair, which luxuriated in either nostril. After a moment, I discovered his tiny eyes in the half-darkness. I took one look at him, Mr. Wolf. Oh, sorry. So I took one look at him, said Mr. Wolfshine, shaking my hand earnestly. And what do you think I did? What? I inquired politely. But evidently he was not addressing me, for he dropped my hand and covered Gatsby with his expressive nose. I handed the money to Gatsby, and I said, "All right, Gatsby, don't pay him a penny till he shuts his mouth." He shut it then and there. Gatsby took an arm out of each of us and moved toward the restaurant, whereupon Mr. Wolfshire swallowed a new sentence he was starting and lapsed into a somnambulatory abstraction. "A highballs?" asked the head waiter. "This is a nice restaurant here," said Mr. Wolfshire, looking at the Presbyterian nymphs on the ceiling, "but I like across the street better." "Yes, highballs," agreed Gatsby, and then to Mr. Wolfshire, "It's too hot over there." "Hot and small, yes," said Mr. Wolfshire, "but full of memories." "What place is that?" I asked. "The old Metropole." "The old Metropole," agreed Mr. Wolfshire gloomily. "Filled with faces dead and gone, filled with friends gone now forever. I can't forget, so long as they lived, the night they shot Rosie Rosenthal there. It was 6 of us at the table, and Rosie had eaten and drunk a lot all evening. And almost morning, the waiter came up to him with a funny look and said somebody wants to speak to him outside. "All right," says Rosie, and begins to get up, and I pulled him down into his chair. "Let the bastards come in here if they want you, Rosie, but don't, so help me, move outside this room." It was 4 o'clock in the morning then, and if we'd raised the blinds, we'd have seen daylight. "Did he go?" I asked innocently. "Sure, he went." Mr. Wolfson's nose flashed at me indignantly. He turned around in the door and said, "Don't let the waiter take away my coffee." Then he went outside on the sidewalk, and they shot him 3 times in his full belly and drove away. 4 of them were electrocuted, I said, remembering. 5 with Becker. His nostrils turned to me in an interested way. "I understand you're looking for the business connection. For a business connection. Sorry. Transposed the accent weirdly. The juxtaposition of these 2 remarks was startling. Gatsby answered for me. "Oh no," he exclaimed, "this isn't the man." "No," Mr. Wolfshire seemed disappointed. "This is just a friend. I told you we'd talk about that some other time." "I beg your pardon," said Mr. Wolfshire. "I had a wrong man." A succulent ash arrived, and Mr. Wolfshire, forgetting the more sentimental atmosphere of the old metropole, began to eat with a ferocious delicacy. His eyes, meanwhile, roved very slowly all around the room. He completed the art by turning to inspect the people directly beyond. I think that except for my presence, he would have taken one short glance beneath our own table. "Look here, old sport," said Gatsby, leaning towards me. "I'm afraid I made you a little angry this morning in the car." There with a smile again, but this time I held out against it. "I don't like mysteries," I answered, "and I don't understand why you won't come out frankly and tell me what you want. Why is it all got to go through Miss Baker?" "Oh, it's nothing underhanded," he assured me. "Miss Baker's a great sportswoman, you know, and she'd never do anything that wasn't all right." Suddenly he looked at his watch, jumped up and hurried from the room, leaving me with Mr. Wolfshire at the table. "Yes, the telephone," said Mr. Wolfshire, following him with his eyes. "Fine fellow, isn't he? Handsome to look at, and perfect gentleman." "Yes. He's an Oxford man." "Ah. Went to Oxford College in England. You know Oxford College?" "I've heard of it. It's one of the most famous colleges in all the world." "You know Gatsby for a long time, I inquired. "Several years," he answered in a gratified way. "I made the pleasure of his acquaintance just after the war. But I knew I had discovered a man of fine breeding after I talked with him an hour. I said to myself, there's the kind of man you'd like to take home and introduce to your mother and sister." He paused. "I see you're looking at my cuff buttons." I hadn't been looking at them, but I did now. They were composed of oddly familiar pieces of ivory. "Finest specimens of human molars," he informed me. "Well, I respected them. That's a very interesting idea." "Yeah." He flicked the sleeves up under his coat. "Yeah, Gatsby's very careful about women. He would never so much as look at a friend's wife." When the subject of this instinctive trust returned to the table and sat down, Mr. Wolfshire drank his coffee with a jerk and got to his feet. "I've enjoyed lunch," he said, "and I'm going to run off from you 2 young men before I overstay my welcome." "Don't hurry, Ma," said Gatsby without enthusiasm. Mr. Wolfshire raised his hand in a short benediction. "You're very polite, but I belong to another generation," he announced solemnly. "You sit here and discuss your sports and your young ladies and your—" He supplied an imaginary noun with another wave of his hand. "As for me, I am 50 years old, and I won't impose myself on you any longer." As he shook hands and turned away, his tragic nose was trembling. I wondered if I had said anything to offend him. "He becomes very sentimental sometimes," explained Gatsby. "This is one of his sentimental days. He's quite a character around New York, a Denison of Broadway." "Who is he anyhow, an actor?" "No." "A dentist?" "Mayor Wolfshire?" "No, he's a gambler." Gatsby hesitated, then added coolly, "He's the man who fixed the World Series back in 1919. Fix the World Series? I repeated. The idea staggered me. I remembered, of course, the World Series had been fixed in 1990, but if I had thought of it at all, I would have thought of it as a thing that merely happened, the end of some inevitable chain. It never occurred to me that one man could start to play with the fate of 50 million people, with the single-mindedness of a burglar blowing a safe. How do you happen to do that? I asked after a minute. You just saw the opportunity. Why isn't he in jail? I can't get him, old sport. He's a smart man. I insisted on paying the check. As the waiter brought me my change, I caught sight of Tom Buchanan across the crowded room. Come along with me for a minute, I said. I've got to say hello to someone. When he saw us, Tom jumped up and took half a dozen steps in our direction. Where have you been? He demanded eagerly. Daisy's furious because you haven't called up. This is Mr. Gatsby, Mr. Buchanan. They shook hands briefly, and a strained, unfamiliar look of embarrassment came over Gatsby's face. How have you been anyhow? Demanded Tom of me. How'd you happen to come up this far away? I've been having lunch with Mr. Gatsby. I turned towards Mr. Gatsby, but we were no longer there. One October day in 1917, said Jordan Baker that afternoon, sitting up very straight on a straight chair in the tea garden at Plaza Hotel. I was walking along from one place to another, half on the sidewalk and half on the lawn. I were happier on the lawn because I had shoes from England with rubber knobs on the soles that bit in the soft ground. It's only just now occurred to me whose voice who's talking. Because I had shoes from England with rubber knobs on the soles that bit into the soft ground. I had on a new plaid skirt that also that blew a little in the wind, and whenever this happened, the red, white and blue banners in front of all the houses stretched out stiff and said tut 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 in a disapproving way. The largest of the banners and the largest of the lawns belonged to Daisy Faye's house. She was just 18, 2 years older than me, and by far the most popular of all the young girls in Louisville. She dressed in white and had a little white roadster, and all day long the telephone rang in her house, and excited young officers from Camp Taylor demanded the privilege of monopolising her that night. Anyway, for an hour. When I came opposite her house that morning, her white roadster was beside the curb, and she was sitting in it with a lieutenant I'd never seen before. They were so engrossed in each other they didn't see me until I was 5 feet away. Hello, Jordan, she called unexpectedly. Please come here. I was flattered that she wanted to speak with me, because of all the older girls I admired her most. She asked me if I was going to the Red Cross to make bandages. I was. Well then, excuse me a second while I kill another robot. So sick of living in the post-apocalyptic world we live in anyway. She asked me if I was going up to the Red Cross to make bandages. I was. Well then, I told them she couldn't come up that day. The officer looked at Daisy while she was speaking in a way that every young girl wants to be looked at sometime, and because it seemed romantic to me, I've remembered the incident ever since. His name was J. Gatsby, and I didn't lay eyes on him again for over 4 years. Even after I'd met him on Long Island, I didn't realise it was the same man. It was 1917. By the next year I had a few beaux myself, and I began to play in tournaments, so I didn't see Daisy very often. She went with a slightly older crowd, and she went with anyone at all. Wild rumours were circulating about her. Now her mother had found her packing her bag one winter night to go to New York and say goodbye to a soldier who was going overseas. She was effectually prevented, but she wasn't on speaking terms with her family for several weeks. After that she didn't play around with the soldiers anymore, and only with a few flat-footed, short-sighted young men in town who couldn't get into the army at all. But the next autumn she was gay again, gay as ever. She had a debut after the armistice, and in February she was presumably engaged to a man from New Orleans. In June she married Tom Buchanan of Chicago, in more pomp and circumstance than Louisville ever knew her before. He came down with 100 people in 4 private cars and hired a whole floor of the Malbec Hotel, and the day before the wedding he gave her a string of pearls valued at $350,000. I was a bridesmaid. I came into her room half an hour before the bridal dinner and found her lying on her bed, as lovely as the June night in her flowered dress, and as drunk as a monkey. She had a bottle of Sauterne in one hand and a letter in the other. Congratulate me, she murmured. Never had a drink before, but oh, how I do enjoy it. What's the matter, Daisy? I said. I was scared, I can tell you. I've never seen a girl like that before. Here, dearest, she groped around in a waste basket she had with her on the bed and pulled out the string of pearls. Take them downstairs and give them back to whoever they belong to. Tell them Daisy changed her mind. Say Daisy changed her mind. She began to cry. She cried and cried. I rushed out, found her mother's maid, and we locked the door and got her into a cold bath. She wouldn't let go of the letter. She took it into the tub with her and squeezed it up in a wet ball, and only let me leave it in the soap dish when she saw that it was coming to pieces like snow. But she didn't say another word. We gave her spirits of ammonia and put on ice beforehand, put ice on her forehead and hooked her back into her dress, and half an hour later, when we walked out the room, the pearls were around her neck and the incident was over. Next day at 5 o'clock she married Tom Buchanan without so much as a shiver, and started off on a 3-month trip to the South Seas. I saw them in Santa Barbara when they came back, and I thought I'd never seen a girl so mad about her husband. If you left the room for a minute, she'd look around uneasily and say, "Where's Tom gone?" with the most abstract expression until she saw him coming in the door. He used to sit on the stand with his head in her lap by the hour, rubbing her fingers over his eyes and looking at him with unfathomable delight. It was touching to see them together. It made you laugh in a hushed, fascinated way. And it was in August. A week after I left Santa Barbara, Town ran into a wagon on the Ventura Road one night and ripped the front wheel off his car. The girl who was with him got into the papers too because her arm was broken. She was one of the chambermaids in the Santa Barbara hotel. The next April, Daisy had her little girl and they went to France for a year. I saw them one spring in Cannes and later in Devon. And they came back to Chicago to settle down. Daisy was popular in Chicago, as you know, and they moved with a fast crowd, all of them young and rich and wild. And she came out with an absolutely perfect reputation. Perhaps because she doesn't drink. It's a great advantage not to drink among hard-drinking people. You can hold your tongue, and moreover, you can time any little irregularity of your own so that everybody else is so blind they don't see or care. Perhaps Davy never went in for amour at all. There was something in that voice of hers. Well, about 6 weeks ago, she heard the name Gatsby for the first time in years. And when I asked you, do you remember, if you knew Gatsby in West Egg? After you had gone home, she came into my room and woke me up and said, "What Gatsby?" And when I described him, I was half asleep, she said in the strangest voice that it must be the man she used to know. It wasn't until then that I connected this Gatsby with the officer in her white car. When Jordan Baker had finished telling me all this, we had left the plaza for half an hour and were driving into Victoria through Central Park. The sun had gone down behind the tall apartments of the movie stars in the West 50s, and the clear voices of children already gathered like crickets on the grass rose through the hot twilight. "I'm the Sheik of Araby, your love belongs to me, at night when you're asleep, into your tent I'll creep." "What a strange coincidence," I said. It wasn't a coincidence at all. Why not? Gatsby bought that house so Daisy would be just across the bay. It had not been merely the stars to which he had aspired on that June night. He came to see me, delivered suddenly from the womb of his purposeless splendour. "He wants to know," continued Jordan, "if you'll invite Daisy to your house some afternoon and let him come over." The modesty of the demand shook me. He had waited 5 years and bought a mansion where he dispensed starlight and casual moths, so he could come over some afternoon to a stranger's garden. He'd have to know all this before he could ask such a little thing. He's afraid he's waited so long. He thought you might be offended. You see, he's regular tough underneath it all. Something worried me. "Why didn't he ask you to arrange a meeting?" "He wanted to see his house," she explained. "And your house is right next door." "Ah. I think he half expected to wander into one of his parties some night," went on Jordan. But she never did. And he began asking people casually if they knew her, and that was the first one he found. It was that night he sent for me at his dance, and you should have heard the elaborate way he worked up to it. Of course, I immediately suggested a luncheon in New York, and I thought he'd go mad. I don't want to do anything out of the way," he kept saying. "I want to see her right next door." And I said you were a particular friend of Tom's. He started to abandon the whole idea. He doesn't know very much about Tom, but he says he's read a Chicago paper for years on the chance of catching a glimpse of Daisy's name. It was dark now, and as we dipped under a little bridge, I put my arm round Jordan's golden shoulder and drew her towards me, and asked her to dinner. Suddenly I wasn't thinking of Daisy and Gatsby anymore, but of the clean, hard-line person who dealt in universal scepticism, and who leaned back jauntily just within the circle of my arms. A phrase began to beat my ears with a sort of eddy excitement. "There are only the pursued and the pursuing, the busy and the tired." And Daisy ought to have something in her life, murmured Jordan to me. "Does she want to see Gatsby?" "She's not to know about it. Gatsby doesn't want her to know. We're just supposed to invite her over to tea." Past the barrier of dark trees, and then the facade of 59th Street, a block of delicate pale lights beamed down into the park. Unlike Gatsby and Tom Buchanan, I had no girl whose disembodied face floated along the dark cornices and blinding signs, and so I drew up the girl beside me, tightening my arms. A wan, scornful mouth smiled, and so I drew up again, closer this time to my face. Now see, I checked before. There's a little bit of something I see. That's an odd thing to find out. An awful lot of things to be doing for a single misconnection from a long time ago. And people do foolish things for love, don't they? Still, I must say, telling someone your your whole little like life story again about living the high life, and then military valor in Montenegro and education in Oxford in the most unbelievable terms possible, then immediately being able to produce your medal from Montenegro and a picture of your time at Oxford is, I mean, it's so disarmingly odd that it almost feels more deceptive than just lying about it. Like, I don't know if you could have faked a photo at the time. I'm not sure whether the technology was out. I mean, I suppose you could have a fake medal made up, but I mean, it seems pretty clear, or pretty likely at least to me, that it's true. But Lord Almighty, does he seem like I don't know, a fundamentally untrustworthy figure? Like, I don't know how to put into it. I think no, I know it's the fact that he feels the need to carry these things around with him. Means that nobody he tells this to believes him, which immediately makes you think either it's entirely untrue, or he's very, very poor at convincing people of the truth. Which are both quite funny characteristics. I don't know what's up with this professional gambler we've met. Man with human teeth cuff buttons. That's a bit grim, a bit ominous. Don't know why he's been introduced here, but might be just to have flavour, I suppose. Not sure. And then what else we got in this chapter? I mean, the recollection, I suppose. That's about it. Still, the plot thickens, I suppose, in an interesting manner. And our fellow, a narrator whose name I've already forgotten, seems to be developing his feelings for Miss Jordan pretty significantly. So I do wonder what's going on with that. What else? I'm trying to think if there's... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think that is everything that happened. I'm groping it out because I feel like there should be more to this. I'm used to reading short stories the last couple of weeks, really, I think. And so, every one of these chapters is about as long as one of the longest short stories I've been doing for the last little while. And so I'm like, yeah, there should be some big summary of lots of events that's happened, but there's not, because it's just a single chapter in a greater story. Given some more detail and consideration. Still, the plot seems to be getting somewhere. I'll have my drink of water now. We're still on pace for 4.5 hours, and my throat feels pretty good after that lozenge, so I'm going to keep with it. Foolish as it may be of me. Oh yeah. Chapter 5. When I come out of West Egg that night, I was afraid for a moment that my house were on fire. 2 o'clock, and the old corner of the peninsula were blazing with light, which fell unreal on the shrubbery and made the elongating glints upon the roadside wires. Turned the corner, I saw it was Gatsby's house, lit from tower to cellar. At first I thought it were another party, a wild row that had resolved itself into hide and go seek, or sardines in the box, with all the hours thrown open to the game. There wasn't a sound. Only wind in the trees which blew the wires and made the lights go off and on again, as if the house had winked in the darkness. As my taxi ground away, I saw Gatsby walking towards me across his lawn. "The place looks like the World Fair," I said. "Does it?" He turned his eyes towards it absently. "I've been glancing into some of the rooms. Let's go to Coney Island, old sport, in my car." "It's too late. That's a place we'll take a plunge in the swimming pool. I haven't made use of it all summer. I've got to go to bed." "All right." He waited, looking at me with suppressed eagerness. "I talked with Mr. Baker, or Miss Baker. I talked with Miss Baker," I said after a moment. "I'm going to call up Daisy tomorrow and invite her over here to tea." "Oh, that's all right," he said carelessly. "I don't want to put you in any trouble." "What day would suit you?" "What day would suit you?" he corrected me quickly. "I don't want to put you to any trouble, you see." "How about the day after tomorrow?" He considered for a moment, then with reluctance. "I want to get the grass cut," he said. We both looked down at the grass. There was a sharp line where my ragged lawn ended and the darker, well-kept expanse of this began. I expected that he meant my grass. "There's another little thing," he said uncertainly, and hesitated. "Would you rather put it off a few days?" I asked. "Oh, it isn't about that. At least," he fumbled with a series of beginnings. "I thought, look here, old sport, you don't make much money, do you?" "Not very much." It seemed to reassure him, and he continued more confidently. "I thought you didn't, and if you'll pardon my... You see, I carry on a little business on the side, a sort of sideline, you understand? And I thought that if you didn't make very much... You're selling bonds, aren't you, old sport?" "Trying, huh?" Well, this will interest you. It wouldn't take up much of your time, and you might pick up a nice bit of money. It happens to be rather confidential sort of thing. I realise now that under different circumstances, that conversation might have been one of the crises of my life. But because the offer obviously and tactlessly for a service to be rendered, I had no choice except to cut him off there. I got my hands full, I said, much obliged, but I couldn't take any more work. He wouldn't have to do any business with Wolfson. Evidently he thought I was shying away from the connection mentioned at lunch, but I assured him we were wrong. He waited a moment longer, hoping I'd begin a conversation, but I was too absorbed to be responsive, so went unwillingly home. The evening had made me light-headed and happy. I think I walked into a deeper sleep as I entered my front door. So I don't know whether or not Gatsby went to go on the home, or for how many hours he glanced into rooms while the house blazed gaudily on. I called up Daisy from the office next morning and invited her to come to tea. Don't bring Tom, I wonder. What? Don't bring Tom? Who's Tom? She asked innocently. The day agreed upon with pouring rain. At 11 o'clock, a man in a raincoat, dragging a lawnmower, tapped my front door and said that Mr. Gatsby had sent me over to cut my grass. This reminded me that I'd forgotten to tell my Finn to come back, so I drove into West Egg Village to search for her among soggy whitewashed alleys and to buy some cups and lemons and flowers. The flowers were unnecessary, for at 2 o'clock a gentleman arrived from Gatsby's with innumerable receptacles to contain it. An hour later, the front door opened nervously and Gatsby, in a white flannel suit, silver shirt and gold-collared tie, ushered in. He was pale and there were dark signs of sleeplessness beneath his eyes. Is everything all right? He asked immediately. Grass looks fine, if that's what you mean. What grass? He inquired blankly. Oh, the grass in the yard. He looked out of the window, but judging from his expression, I don't believe he saw a thing. Looks very good, he remarked vaguely. One of the papers said they thought the rain would stop about 4. I think it was the Journal. Have you got everything you need in the shape of tea? I took him into the pantry, where he looked a little reproachfully at the Finn. Together we scrutinised the 12 lemon cakes from the delicatessen shop. Are they do? I asked. Of course, they're fine, he added dolorily. Old sport. The rain cooled about 3:30 with damp mist, through which the occasional thin drops swam like a dew. Gatsby looked with vacant eyes through a copy of Clay's Economics, staring at the finished tread that shook the kitchen floor and peering towards the bleared windows from time to time as if a series of invisible but alarming happenings were taking place outside. Finally he got up and informed me in an uncertain voice that he was going home. Why is that? Nobody's coming to tea. It's too late. He looked at his watch as if there was some depressing demand on his time elsewhere. I can't wait all day. Don't be silly, it's just 2 minutes to 4. He sat down miserably as if I had pushed him, and simultaneously there was the sound of a motor turning into my lane. We both jumped up, and, a little arrowed myself, I went out in the yard. Under the dripping bare lilac trees, a large open car was coming up the drive. It stopped. Daisy's face, tipped sideways beneath a 3-cornered lavender hat, looked out at me with a bright, ecstatic smile. Is this absolutely where you live, my dearest one? The exhilarating ripple of her voice were a wild tone in the rain. Were a wild tonic in the rain. I had to follow the sound of it for a moment, up and down, with my ear alone, for any words come through. A damp streak of air lay in a dash of blue paint across her cheek, and her hand was wet with glistening drops as I took it well from the car. You in love with me? She said in a low ear. Why did I have to come alone? That's the secret of Castle Rackrent. Tell your chauffeur to go far away and spend an hour. Come back in an hour, Ferdy. Then a grave murmur. His name is Ferdy. Does the gasoline affect his nose? I don't think so, she said innocently. Why? Went in. My overwhelming surprise, the living room was deserted. That's funny, I exclaimed. What's funny? She turned her head as there were a light, dignified knock at the front door. I went out and opened it. Gatsby, pale as death, with his hands plunged like weights into his coat pocket, was standing in a puddle of water, glaring tragically into my eyes. With his hands still in his coat pockets, he stalked by me into the hall, turned sharply as if he were on a wire, and disappeared into the living room. It wasn't a bit funny. Wary of the loud beat of my own heart, I pulled the door to against the increasing rain. For half a minute there wasn't a sound. Then, from the living room, I heard a sort of choking murmur and a part of a laugh, followed by Daisy's voice and a clear artificial note. I'm certainly awfully glad to see you again. I paused. It didn't do it horribly. I had nothing to do in the hall, so I went into the room. Gatsby, his hands still in his pockets, were reclining against the mantelpiece in a strained counterfeit of perfect ease, even of boredom. His head leaned back so far that it rested against the face of a defunct mantelpiece clock, and from this position his distraught eyes stared down at Daisy, who was sitting, frightened but graceful, on the edge of a stiff chair. We've met before, thought Gatsby. His eyes glanced momentarily at me, and his lips parted with an abortive attempt at a laugh. Luckily the clock took the moment to tilt dangerously up the pressure of the head, Whereupon he turned and caught him with trembling fingers and set it back in place. And he sat down rigidly, his elbow on the arm of the sofa and his chin in hand. "I'm sorry about the clock," he said. My own face had now assumed a deep tropical burn. I couldn't muster up a single commonplace out of 1,000 in my head. "It's an old clock," I told him idiotically. I think we all believed for a moment that he had smashed in pieces on the floor. "We haven't met for many years," said Daisy, her voice as matter of fact as it could be. 5 years in next November. The automatic quality of Gatsby's answer set us all back at least another minute. I had them both on their feet with a desperate suggestion that they help me make tea in the kitchen, and the demoniac Finn brought in a tray. Amid the welcome confusion of cups and cakes, a certain physical decency established itself. Gatsby got himself into a shadow, and while Daisy and I talked, looked conscientiously from one to the other of us with tense, unhappy eyes. However, as calmness wasn't an end in itself, I made use at the first possible moment and got on my feet. "Just where are you going?" demanded Gatsby, in immediate alarm. "I'll be back. I've got to speak to you about something before you go." He followed me wildly in the kitchen, closed the door, and whispered, "Oh, God," in a miserable way. "What's the matter?" "This is a terrible mistake," he said, shaking his head from side to side. "A terrible, terrible mistake. You're just embarrassed, that's all," I said, and luckily I had. Daisy's embarrassed too. "She's embarrassed," he repeated incredulously. "Just as much as you are." "Don't talk so loud. You're acting like a little boy," I broke out impatiently. "Not only that, but you're rude. Daisy's sitting there all alone." He raised his hand to stop my words, looked at me with unforgettable reproach, and, opening the door, cautiously went back in the other room. I walked out the back way, just as Gatsby had when he had made his nervous circuit of the house half an hour before, and ran through a huge black-knotted tree whose massed leaves made of fabric against the rain. Once more it was pouring, and my irregular lawn, well shorn by Gatsby's gardener, abounded in small muddy swamps and prehistoric marshes. There was nothing to look at from underneath the tree except Gatsby's enormous house, so I stared at it, like Kant at his church steeple, for half an hour. A brewer had built it early in the period craze, a decade before, and there was a story that he had agreed to pay 5 years' tax on all the neighbouring cottages if the owners would have their roofs thatched with straw. Perhaps their refusal took the eye out of his plan to found a family. He went into an immediate decline. His children sold his house with a black wreath still on the door. Americans, while willing, even eager to be serfs, have always been obstinate about being peasantry. After half an hour, the sun shone again, and the grocer's automobile rounded Gatsby's drive with the raw material for his servant's dinner. I felt sure he wouldn't eat a spoonful. A maid began opening the upper window of his house, appeared momentarily in each, and, leaning from the large central bay, spat meditatively into the garden. By the time I went back, while the rain continued, it had seemed like the murmur of their voices rising and swelling, a little now and then with gusts of emotion. But in the new silence, I felt the silence had fallen within the house too. I went in, after making every possible noise in the kitchen, short of pushing over the stove, but I don't believe they heard a sound. They were sitting at either end of the couch, looking at each other as if some question had been asked. They were in the air, and every vestige of embarrassment was gone. Daisy's face was smeared with tears, and when I come in, she jumped up and began wiping it, and with her handkerchief before a mirror. But there was a change in Gatsby that was simply confounded. He literally glowed. Without a word or a gesture of exultation, and a new well-being radiated from him and filled the little room. "Oh, hello, old sport," he said, as if he hadn't seen me for years. I thought for a moment we were going to shake hands. It stopped raining. "Has it?" When he realised what I was talking about, there were a twinkle of bells of sunshine in the room. He smiled like a weatherman, like an ecstatic patron of recurrent light, and repeated the news to Daisy. "What do you think of that? It stopped raining." "I'm glad, Jay." My throat, full of aching, grieving beauty, told only of her unexpected joy. "I want you and Daisy to come round my house," he said. "I'd like to show her around." "You sure you want me to come?" "Absolutely, old sport." Daisy went upstairs to wash her face. Too late, I thought, with the humiliation of our towels, while Gatsby and I waited on the lawn. "The house looks well, doesn't it?" he demanded. "See how the whole front of it catches the light." I agreed that it was splendid. "Yes," as I went over it, every arched door and square tower. "It took me just 3 years to earn the money that bought it." "I thought you inherited your money." "I did, old sport," he said automatically. "I lost most of it in the big panic of the war." I think he hardly knew what he was saying. When I asked him what business he was in, he answered, "That's my affair," before he realised that he wasn't an appropriate reply. "Oh, I've been in several things," he corrected himself. "I was in the drug business, and then I was in the oil business, but I'm not neither one now." He looked at me with more attention. "Do you mean you've been thinking over what I proposed the other night?" Before I could answer, Daisy came out of the house, and 2 rows of brass buttons in her dress gleamed in the sunlight. "That huge place there!" she cried, pointing. You like it? I love it, but I don't see how you live there all alone. I keep it always full of interesting people, night and day. People who do interesting things. Celebrated people. Instead of taking the shortcut along the Sound, we went down the road and entered by the big postern. With enchanting murmurs, Daisy admired this aspect of that of the feudal silhouette against the sky. Admired the gardens, the sparkling odour of jonquils and the frothy odour of hawthorn and plum blossom, and the pale gold odour of Kiss Me at the Gate. It was strange to reach that marble steps and find no stirred bright dress in or out of the door, hear no sound but bird voices in the trees. And inside, as we wandered through Marie Antoinette music rooms and restoration saloons, I felt there were guests concealed behind every couch and table, under orders to be breathlessly silent until we had passed through. As Gatsby closed the doors of the Merton College library, I could have sworn I heard the owl-eyed man breaking with ghostly laughter. We went upstairs, through the period bedroom swathed in rose and lavender silk and vivid with new flowers, through the dressing rooms and pool rooms and bathrooms with sunken bars, intruding into one chamber where a dishevelled man in pyjamas was doing liver exercise on the floor. It was Mr. Clipspringer, the boarder, and I'd seen him wandering hungrily about the beach that morning. Finally, we come to Gatsby's own apartment, a bedroom, a bath, and an Adam's study, where we sat down and drank a glass of some chartreuse he took from the cupboard on the wall. We hadn't once ceased looking at Daisy, and I think he revalued everything in his house according to the measure of response it drew from her well-loved eyes. Sometimes, too, he stared around his possessions in a dazed way, as though in our actual and astounding presence none of it were any longer real. Once he nearly toppled down a flight of stairs. His bedroom was the simplest room of all, except where the dresser was garnished with a toilet set of pure dark gold. Daisy took the brush with delight and smoothed her hair, whereupon Gatsby sat down and shaded his eyes and began to laugh. "It's the funniest thing, old sport," he said hilariously. "I can't, when I tried to..." He passed visibly through the two states and was entering upon a third. After his embarrassment and his unreasoning joy, he was consumed with wonder at her presence. He had been full of the idea so long, dreamed it right through the end, waited with his teeth set, so to speak, at an inconceivable pitch of intensity. Now, in the reaction, he was running down like an overwound clock. Recovering himself in a minute, he opened for us two hulking patent cabinets which held his mass suits and dressing gowns and ties and his shirts, piled like bricks and stacks a dozen others. "I've got a man in England who buys me clothes. He sends over a selection of things at the beginning of each season, spring and fall." We took out a pile of shirts and began throwing them one by one before us. Shirts of sheer linen, thick silk and fine flannel, which lost their folds as they fell and covered the table in many-coloured disarray. While we admired, he brought more and more in the soft, rich heap mounted higher. Shirts with stripes and scrolls and plaids in coral and apple green and lavender and faint orange with monograms of Indian blue. Suddenly, with a strange sound, Daisy bent her head to the shirt and began to cry stormily. "They're such beautiful shirts," she stopped, her voice muffled in the thick folds. "It makes me sad because I've never seen such beautiful shirts before." After the house, we were to see the grounds and the swimming pool and the hydroplane and the illicit midsummer flowers. But outside Gatsby's window it began to rain again, so he stood in a row looking at the corrugated surface of the Sound. "If it wasn't for the mist, we could see your home across the bay," said Gatsby. "You always have a green light that burns all night at the end of your dock." Daisy put her arm through his abruptly, but he seemed absorbed in what he had just said. Possibly it had occurred to him that the colossal significance of that light had now vanished forever. Compared to the great distance that had separated him from Daisy, it seemed very near to her, almost touching her. It seemed as close to a star, as close as a star to the moon. Now again a green light on a dock. His count of enchanted objects diminished by one. I began to walk about the room, examining various indefinite objects in the half-darkness. A large photograph of an elderly man in a yellow costume attracted me, hung on the wall over his desk. "Who's this?" "That's Mr. Dan Cody, old sport." The name sounded faintly familiar. "He's dead now. He used to be my best friend years ago." There was a small picture of Gatsby, also in the yacht costume, on the bureau. Gatsby with his head thrown back defiantly, taken apparently when about 18. "I adore it," exclaimed Daisy. "A pompadour. You never told me you had a pompadour or a yacht." "Look at this," Gatsby said quickly. "Here's a lot of clippings about you." I stood side by side examining it. I was going to ask to see the rubies when the phone rang and Gatsby took up the receiver. "Yes? Well, I can't talk now. I can't talk now, old sport. I said a small town. You must know what a small town is. There's no use if Detroit has... Well, there's no use if Detroit is his idea of a small town." He rang up. "Come here, quick," cried Daisy at the window. The rain was still falling, but the darkness had parted in the west, and there were a pink and golden billow of foamy clouds above the sea. "Look at that," she whispered, and then after a moment, "I'd like to just get on one of those pink clouds and put you in it and push you around." I tried to go then, but they wouldn't hear of it. Perhaps my presence made them feel more satisfactorily alone. "I know what we'll do," said Gatsby. "We'll have Killspringer play the piano." He went out of the room, called Airwing, and returned in a few minutes, accompanied by an embarrassed, slightly worn young man with shell-rimmed glasses and a scanty blonde hair. They were now decently clothed in a sports shirt, open at the neck, sneakers and duck trousers of a nebulous hue. "Did you interrupt your exercise?" inquired Daisy politely. "I was asleep," replied Mr. Killspringer, in a spasm of embarrassment. "That is, I had been asleep, then I got up." "Killspringer plays the piano," said Gatsby, cutting him off. "Don't you, Edmund Goldsport?" "I don't play well. I don't hardly play at all. I'm out of practice." "We'll go downstairs," interrupted Gatsby. He flipped a switch. The grey windows disappeared as the house glowed full of light. In the music room, Gatsby turned on a solitary lamp beside the piano. He lit Daisy's cigarette from the trembling match and sat down with her on a couch far across the room, where there were no lights save what the gleaming floor bounced in from the hall. When Killspringer had played The Love Nest, he turned around on the bench and searched unhappily for a Gatsby in the gloom. "I am all out of practice, you see. I told you I couldn't play. I am all out of practice." Don't talk so much, old sport," commanded Gatsby. "Play." "In the morning and the evening, then we got fun." Outside the wind were loud, and there were a faint flow of thunder along the sound. All the light were going out West Egg now. The electric trains, men carrying, were plunging home through the rain from New York. It was the hour of profound human change, and excitement were generating on the air. One thing's sure and nothing surer. The rich get richer, the poor get children. In the meantime, in between time. As I went over to say goodbye, I saw the expressions of bewilderment come into Gatsby's face, as though a faint doubt had occurred to him as to the quality of his present happiness. Almost 5 years. There must have been moments, even that afternoon, when Daisy tumbled short of his dreams. Not through her own fault, but because of the colossal vitality of his illusions. It had gone beyond her, beyond everything. He had thrown himself into it with a creative passion, adding to it all the time, decking it out with every bright feather that drifted his way. No amount of fire or freshness can challenge what a man can store up in his ghostly art. As I watched him, he adjusted himself a little, visibly. His hand took hold of hers, and as she said something low in his ear, he turned towards her with a rush of emotion. I think that voice held him most, with its fluttering, feverish warmth, because it couldn't be overdreamed, that voice for a deathless song. They had forgotten me, but Daisy glanced up and held out her hand. Gatsby didn't know me now at all. I looked once more at them, and they looked back at me, remotely, possessed by intense life. Then I went out of the room and down the marble steps into the rain, leaving them there together. That's the end of chapter 5. Huh. That one were a bit... Well, that went a bit quicker than the last one, so it doesn't seem to have been any shorter. So I worry I might have been rushing it. If I am, anyone who is present, feel free to tell me and I can try and slow down. But... I get a little bit panicked when I can feel my voice going, you see. And in my head I can't stop in the middle of a chapter to take a lozenge, so I've got to get to the end of it so I can get one to soothe my voice, which is very stupid. But hey, we are what we are. It's also probably very stupid of me to be reading the whole long novel only a few days before I'm doing the big event where I'm going to be reading potentially or not. So, it is what it is, huh? Right. So this one then. Well, we finally have the meeting between Gatsby, who seems to have been a bit of a nervous wreck coming into it. Lord. I can't really get a finger on him. He seems at once this very debonair liar, this very wealthy, mysterious man, and yet also very, very bad at being a liar, unable to convince people of his seemingly true past, coming to pieces at the idea of meeting with this girl, who obviously he's built up in his head for so long. It's curious. And then we got the green light, which, actually looking at the spine of this book here, I guess that is what the big central star is. A green light, and then there's some waves on the bottom part. Huh. That's neat. Yeah, let me have a drink while I get my thoughts in order. Lord Almighty, let's see. What else can we say about this? I mean, obviously this is a pretty big pivotal moment. Daisy's come over and met Gatsby, and I don't know. I mean, they seem to be getting on real well. It seems she missed him, and obviously there was that stuff in the retelling of their encounter where obviously she cared for him before he went off to war, and had that dreadful moment before her wedding where she regretted everything and presumably was holding a letter from Gatsby. So it seems good for them, but I don't know. It's still early days yet, or even early day. She's got a kid, and much as her husband is a two-time and no good, you know, so-and-so, he's also a very wealthy man and powerful. And the sort of man who's that wealthy and powerful doesn't tend to care much when his wife runs around him in the same way he runs around her. So, don't imagine that'll go well. Still, no. I don't know. And then there's Gatsby's house. I mean, God, that is some wealth. Solid gold toiletry set. Dozens of shirts, and you know, that whole lie about crying over the beautiful shirts. These people are, for all they're very wealthy and cultured and high society, they don't seem particularly emotionally mature to me. I say as a 4-year-old rat, world weary and wise in my ways. I don't know. There's something strangely charming about it, really. Gatsby back from the war, full of valour, trying to die. And yet still, just as nervous as a schoolboy starting around a girl he likes. Almost makes you want to root for him, really. It's a good way to be around someone you care for, but I don't know. There's too much I don't know about him, and there's this mysterious business going on that seems probably shady. Just occurred to me now that professional gambler he ran with, the connection was from Broadway, which where all those Damon Runyon stories were set, where everyone was fundamentally crooked. So I wonder if that's not a signifier or something. I don't know. But yeah, let's. I'm going on a bit now because we're about halfway through the book, and probably if I was going to pause for the night, this would be a good place to do it. But I don't want to. I'm just going to push on, get it done. Probably do short stories in the next couple of days. Yeah, let me have another quick drink and then a lozenge, and then we'll press on. Right, a lot of money. These lozenges are made of pine sap and various medicinal herbs, and they do not taste good. But by gum, at least they aren't cheese. I'll say that for them for certain anyway. Well, let's get on with this then, shall we? Chapter 6. About this time, an ambitious young reporter from New York arrived one morning at Gatsby's door and asked him if he had anything to say. Anything to say about what? Inquired Gatsby politely. Why, any statement to give out. It transpired after a confused 5 minutes that the man had heard Gatsby's name around his office in a connection with. It occurred that after a confused 5 minutes that the man had heard Gatsby's name around his office in a connection which he either wouldn't reveal or didn't fully understand. This was his day off, and with laudable initiative he had hurried out to sea. It was a random shot, and the reporter's instinct was right. Gatsby's notoriety spread about by the hundreds who had accepted his hospitality and so become authorities upon his past, and increased all summer, until he fell just short of being news. Contemporary legends, such as the underground park line of Canada, attached themselves to him, and there was one persistent story that he didn't live in an house at all, but in a boat that looked like an house, and would move secretly up and down the Long Island shore. Just why these inventions were a source of satisfaction to James Gatz in North Dakota isn't easy to say. James Gatz, that were really, or at least legally, his name. He changed it at the age of 17, and at the specific moment that witnessed the beginning of his career, when he saw Dan Cody's yacht drop anchor over the most insidious flat on Lake Superior. It was James Gatz who had been loafing along the beach the afternoon in a torn green jersey and a pair of canvas pants. They were already Jay Gatsby, who borrowed a rowboat, pulled out to Alome, and informed Cody that a wind might catch him and break him up in half an hour. I suppose he'd had the name ready for a long time, even then. His parents were shiftless and unsuccessful farm people. His imagination never really accepted them as parents at all. The truth was that J. Gatsby of West Egg, Long Island, sprang from his platonic concept of himself. He was a son of God, a phrase which, if it means anything, means just that. And he must be about his father's business, the service of a vast, vulgar, and meretricious beauty. So he invented just the sort of J. Gatsby that a 17-year-old boy would be likely to invent, and this conception he was faithful to the end. For over half a year he had been beating his way along the south shore of Lake Superior as a clam digger, and a salmon fisher, or in any other capacity that brought him food and bed. His brown, ardent body lived naturally through the half-fierce, half-lazy work of the Grayson days. He knew women early, and since they spoiled him, he became contemptuous of them, the young virgins because they were ignorant, or others because they were hysterical about things which, in his overwhelming self-absorption, he took for granted. But his art were in a constant turbulent riot. The most grotesque and frantic concerns haunted him in his bed at night, a universe of ineffable gaudiness upon itself, out in his brain, whilst the clock ticked on the washstand, and the moon soaked with her wet light his tangled clothes upon the floor. Each night he added to the pattern of his fancies until his drowsiness closed upon some vivid scene with an obvious embrace. For a while these reveries provided an outlet for his imagination. They were a satisfactory hint of all the unreality of reality, a promise that the rock of the world were founded securely on a fairy's wing. An instinct towards his future glory had led him some months before to the small Lutheran college of St. Olaus in southern Minnesota. He stayed there 2 weeks, dismayed at his ferocious indifference to the drums of his destiny, the destiny itself, and despising the janitor's work with which he was to pay his way through it. Then he drifted back to Lake Superior, and he was still searching for something to do on the day that Dan Cody's yacht dropped anchor in the shallows along shore. Cody was 50 years old then, product of the Nevada silver fields, of the Yukon of every rush for metal since '75. The transactions in Montana copper that had made him many times a millionaire found him physically robust, on the verge of soft middle-mindedness, and suspecting this, an infinite number of women tried to separate him from his money. The none too savoury ramifications by which Ella Kay, the newspaper woman, played Madame de Maintenon to his weakness and sent him to sea in a yacht, were common property of the Turgle journalism in 1902. He had been coasting along all too hospitable shores for 5 years, when he turned up at James Gats's Destiny in Little Girl Bay. To young Gats, resting on his oars and looked up at the railed deck, the yacht represented all the beauty and glamour in the world. I suppose I smiled at Cody. He had probably discovered that people liked him when he smiled. At any rate, Cody asked him a few questions, one of them elicited a brand new name, and found that he was quick and extravagantly ambitious. A few days later, he took him to Dulu and brought him a blue coat, 6 pairs of white duck trousers, and a yachting cap. And when the Toulon set for the West Indies and the Barbary Coast, Gatsby left too. He was employed in a vague personal capacity. While he remained with Cody, he was in turn steward, mate, skipper, secretary, and even jailer. But Dan Cody, sober, knew what lavish doings Dan Cody drunk might soon be about, and he provided for such contingencies by proposing more and more trust in Gatsby. The arrangement lasted 5 years, during which the boat went 3 times around the continent. It might have lasted indefinitely, except for the fact that Elias Kay came on board one night in Boston, and a week later, Dan Cody inhospitably died. I remember the portrait of him up in Gatsby's bedroom, a grey, florid man with an hard, empty face. The pioneer debauchee, who during one phase of the American life brought back into eastern seaboard that savage violence of the frontier brothel and saloon. It was indirectly due to Cody that Gatsby drank so little. Sometimes, in the course of gay parties, women used to rub champagne into his hair. For himself, he formed the habit of letting liquor alone. And it was from Cody that he inherited money, a legacy of $25,000. He didn't get it. He never understood the legal device that was used against him. What remained of the millions were intacted to Elia Kay, and she was left with his singularly appropriate education. A vague contour gave her. He was left with a singularly appropriate education. The vague contour of J. Gatsby had filled out with the substantiality of a man. He told me all this very much later, but I put it down here with the idea of exploding the first wild rumours about his antecedents, which weren't even faintly true. Moreover, he told it to me as a time of confusion, when I had reached the point of believing everything and nothing about him. So I take advantage of this short halt, while Gatsby, so to speak, caught his breath, to clear this set of misconceptions away. It was an halt, too, in my association with his affairs. For several weeks I didn't see him or hear his voice on the phone. Mostly I was in New York trotting around with Jordan and trying to ingratiate myself with her senile aunt. Finally I went over to his house one Sunday afternoon. I hadn't been there 2 minutes when somebody brought Tom Buchanan in for a drink. I was startled naturally, but the really surprising thing was that It hadn't happened before. They were a party of 3 on horseback, Tom and a man named Sloane, and a pretty woman in a brown riding habit who had been there previously. "I'm delighted to see you," said Gatsby, standing on his porch. "I'm delighted that you dropped in." As though they cared. "Sit right down, have a cigarette or a cigar." He walked around the room quickly, ringing bells. "I'll have something to drink for you in just a minute." We were profoundly affected by the fact that Tom were there, that he would be uneasy anyhow, as he had given them some, until he had given them something, realising in a vague way that he was all they'd come for. Mr. Sloane wanted nothing. "A lemonade? No, thanks. A little champagne? Nothing at all, thanks, I'm sorry." "Did you have a very nice ride?" "Very good roads around here." "I suppose the automobiles?" "Yeah." Moved by an irresistible impulse, Gatsby turned to Tom, who had accepted an introduction as a stranger. "I believe we've met someone before, Mr. Buchanan." "Oh, yes," said Tom, gruffly polite, but obviously not remembering. "So he did, I remember very well. About 2 weeks ago?" "That's right, you were with Nick here." "I know your wife," continued Gatsby almost aggressively. "That's her." Tom turned back to me. "You live near here, Nick?" "Next door." "That's her." Mr. Sloane didn't enter into the conversation, but lounged back awkwardly in his chair. The woman said nothing either until, unexpectedly, after 2 eyeballs, she became cordial. "We'll all come over to your next party, Mr. Gatsby," she suggested. "What do you say?" "Certainly, I'd be delighted to have you." "You're very nice," said Mr. Sloane without gratitude. "Well, think I ought to be starting home?" "Please don't hurry," Gatsby urged him. He controlled himself by now, and he waited to see more of Tom. He wanted to see more of Tom. Why don't you stay for supper? I wouldn't be surprised if some other people dropped in from New York." "You come to supper with me," said the lady enthusiastically. "Both of you." That included me. Mr. Sloane got to his feet. "Come along," he said, but only. "I mean it," she insisted. "I'd love to have you. Lots of room." Gatsby looked at me questioningly. He wanted to go, and he didn't see that Mr. Sloane had determined he shouldn't. "I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to," I said. "Well, you come," she urged, concentrating on Gatsby. Mr. Sloane murmured something close to her ear. "It won't be late if we start now," she insisted aloud. "I haven't a horse," said Gatsby. "I used to ride in the army, but we never brought a horse. I'll have to follow you in my car. Excuse me just a minute." The rest of us walked out on the porch, where Sloane and the lady began an impassioned conversation aside. "My God, I believe the man's coming," said Tom. "Doesn't he know she doesn't want him?" "She says she does want him." "She had a big dinner party and won't know a soul there," he frowned. I wonder where in the devil he met Daisy. By God, I may be old-fashioned in my ideas, but women run around too much these days to suit me. They made all kinds of crazy fish. Suddenly, Mr. Sloane and the lady walked down the steps and mounted their horses. "Come on," said Mr. Sloane and Tom. "We're late. We've got to go." And tell them we couldn't wait, will you? Tom and I shook hands. The rest of us exchanged a cool nod, and they trotted quickly down the drive, disappearing under the August foliage just as Gatsby, with a hat and light overcoat in hand, came out the front door. Tom reverently perturbed by Daisy's running around alone. For the following Saturday night he'd come with her to Gatsby's party. Perhaps his presence gave the evening its peculiar quality of oppressiveness. It stands out in my memory from Gatsby's other parties that summer. They were the same people, or at least the same sort of people, the same profusion of champagne, the same money-coloured, many-keyed commotion. But I felt an unpleasantness in the air, a pervading harshness that I hadn't been there before. Perhaps I'd merely grown used to it, grown to accept West Egg as a world complete in itself, with its own standards and its own great figures, second to nothing because it had no consciousness of being so. And now we're looking at it again through Daisy's eyes. It is invariably saddening to look through new eyes at things upon which you have experienced your own powers of adjustment. They were after twilight, and as we strolled out among the sparkling hundreds, Daisy's voice was playing murmurous tricks in her throat. "These things excite me so," she whispered. "If you want to kiss me any time during the evening, just let me know and I'll be glad to arrange it for you. Just mention my name. I'll present a green card. I'm giving out green. Look around. Look around, suggested Gatsby. "I'm looking around. I'm having a marvelous. You must see the faces of many people you've heard about." Tom's arrogant eyes were in the crowd. "We don't go around very much," he said. "In fact, I was just thinking I don't know a soul here." "Perhaps you know that lady," Gatsby indicated the gorgeous, scarcely human orchid of a woman who sat in a state under a white plum tree. Tom and Daisy stared with that peculiarly unreal feeling that accompanies the recognition of a hitherto ghostly celebrity at the movies. "She's lovely," said Daisy. The man bending over her is her director. He took them ceremoniously from group to group. "Miss Buchanan, Mr. Buchanan." After instant's education, he added, "the polo player." "Oh, no," objected Tom quickly, "not me." Evidently the sound of it pleased Gatsby, for Tom remained the polo player for the rest of the evening. "I've never met so many celebrities," Daisy exclaimed. I like that man. What was his name? With a sort of blue nose. Gatsby identified him, adding that he was a small producer. Well, I liked him anyhow. I'd a little rather not be the polo player, said Tom pleasantly. I'd rather look at all these famous people in oblivion. Daisy and Gatsby danced. I remember being surprised by his graceful conservative foxtrot. I'd never seen him dance before, and they sorted over my house and sat up on the steps for half an hour, while at her request I remained watchfully in the garden, in case there's a fire or flood, she explained, or any act of God. Tom appeared from his oblivion as we were sitting down to supper together. You mind if I eat with some people over there? He said. A fellow's getting off some funny stuff. Go ahead, answered Daisy genially, and if you want to take down any addresses, here's my little gold pencil. She looked around after a moment and told me that the girl were common but pretty. The girl were common but pretty. I knew that except for the half hour she'd been alone with Gatsby, she was having a good time. Or she wasn't having a good time, sorry. We were at a particularly tipsy table. That was my fault. Gatsby had been called to the phone and I'd enjoyed the same people only 2 weeks before. What had amused me then turned septic on the air now. How do you feel, Miss Bideker? The girl addressed were trying unsuccessfully to slump against my shoulder. This increased, she sat up and opened her eyes. What? A massive and lethargic woman who had been urging Daisy to play golf with her at the local club tomorrow spoke in Miss Baedeker's defence. She's all right now. When she's had 5 or 6 cocktails, she always starts screaming like that. I tell her she ought to leave it alone. I do leave it alone, firmly accused Ollie. We heard you yelling, so I said to Doc Clerk, consider it here. There's somebody there needs your help, Doc. She's much obliged, I'm sure, said another friend. Without gratitude. Have you got a dress all wet when you stuck her head in the pool? The only thing I hate is to get my head stuck in a pool, murmured Miss Baedeker. They almost drowned me once over in New Jersey. And you ought to leave it alone, caroled Dr. Sibbett. Speak for yourself, cried Miss Baedeker violently. Your hand shakes, and I wouldn't let you operate on me. You were like that. Almost the last thing I remember was standing with Daisy and watching the moving picture director and his star. They were still under the white plum tree, and their faces were touching except for a pale, thin ray of moonlight between. It occurred to me that he had been very slowly bending towards her all evening, to attain this proximity, and even while I watched, I saw him stoop one ultimate degree and kiss her cheek. I like her, said Daisy. I think she's lovely. But the rest offended her, and inarguably because it wasn't a gesture but an emotion. She was appalled by West Egg, this unprecedented place the Broadway had begotten upon Long Island fishing village, appalled by its raw vigour that chafed under the old euphemisms, and by the true obtrusive fate that urged its inhabitants along a shortcut from nothing to nothing. She saw something awful in the very simplicity she failed to understand. I sat on the front steps with them while they waited for their car. It was darker in front, and only the bright door sent 10 square feet of light volleying out into the soft black morning. Sometimes a shadow moved against the dressing room blind above, gave way to another shadow, an indefinite procession of shadows as rouged and powdered in an invisible glass. Who is this Gatsby anyhow? Demanded Tom soundly. Some big bootlegger? How did you know that? I inquired. I didn't hear it, I just imagined it. A lot of these new rich people are just bootleggers, you know. Not Gatsby, I said shortly. He was silent for a moment. The pedals of the drive crunched under his feet. He certainly must have strained himself to get the menagerie together. A breeze stirred the grey haze of Daisy's fur collar. At least they're more interesting than the people we know, she said with an effort. You didn't look so interested. Well, I was. Tom laughed and turned to me. Did you notice Daisy's face when that girl asked her to put her under a cold shower? Daisy began to sing with the music in an husky rhythm, in a husky rhythmic whisper, bringing out a meaning in each word that it had never had before and would never have again. When the melody rose, her voice broke up sweetly, following it, and away contralto voices out, and each change tipped out a little of her warm human magic on the air. Lots of people come who haven't been invited, she said suddenly. That girl hadn't been invited. They simply forced their way in, and he's too polite to reject. I'd like to know who he is and what he does, insisted Tom. I think I'll make a point of finding out. I can tell you right now, she answered. He owns some drugstores, a lot of drugstores. He put them up himself. The dilatory limousine came rolling up the drive. Good night, Nick, said Daisy. Her glance left me and sought the lighted top of the steps, where, 3 o'clock in the morning, a neat, sad little waltz of that year were drifting out the open door. After all, in the very casualness of Gatsby's party, there were romantic possibilities totally absent from our world. What was up there in the song that seemed to be calling her back inside? What would happen now in the dim, incalculable hours? Perhaps some unbelievable guest would arrive, a person infinitely rare and to be marvelled at, some authentically radiant young girl who with one fresh glance at Gatsby, one moment of magical encounter, would blot out those 5 years of unwavering devotion. I stayed late that night. Gatsby asked me to wait until they were free, and I lingered in the garden until the inevitable swimming party had run up, chilled and exorbitant from the black beach, until the light were extinguished in the guest rooms overhead. When he come down the steps at last, the tan skin was drawn unusually tight on his face, and his eyes were bright and tired. She didn't like it, he said immediately. Of course she did. She didn't like it, he insisted. She didn't have a good time. He was silent. I guess it is unutterable depression. I feel far away from her, he said. It's hard to make her understand. You mean about the dance? The dance? He dismissed all the dances given with a snap of his fingers. Old Spart, look there. Old sport, the dance is unimportant. You wanted nothing less of Daisy than she should go to Tom and say, I never loved you. After she had obliterated 4 years without sentence, they could decide upon the more practical measures to be taken. One of them was that, after she were free, they would go back to Louisville and be married from her house, just as if it were 5 years ago. And she doesn't understand, he said. She used to be able to understand, but sit for hours. He broke off and began to walk down a desolate path of fruit rinds and discarded favours and crushed flowers. I wouldn't ask too much of her, I ventured. You can't repeat the past. Can't repeat the past, he cried incredulously. Why, of course you can. He looked around him wildly, as if the past were lurking there in shadow of his house, just out of reach of his hand. I'm going to fix everything just the way it was before, he said non-determinedly. She'll see. He talked a lot about the past, and I gathered that he wanted to recover some idea of himself, perhaps, that had gone into a love and Daisy. His life had been confused and disordered since then. If he could once return to a certain starting place, to go over it all slowly, he could find out what the thing was. One autumn night, 5 years before, they had been walking down the street when leaves were falling, and they come to a place where there were no trees and the sidewalk was white with moonlight. They stopped there and turned towards each other. Now at a corner with the mysterious excitement which comes as the two changes of the year. The quiet lights in the houses were humming out into the darkness, and there were a stir and bustle among the stars. Out the corner of his eye, Gatsby saw the blocks of the sidewalk really formed a ladder, and mounted to a second place above the trees. He could climb it if he climbed alone, and once there he could suck on the pap of life, gulp down the incomparable milk of wonder. His heart beat faster as Daisy's white face come up to his own. He knew that when he kissed this girl, and forever wed his unutterable visions to her perishable breath, his mind would never romp again like the mind of God. So he waited, listening for a moment longer to the tuning fork that had been struck upon a star. Then he kissed her. His lips touched, she blossomed for him like a flower, and the incantation was complete. Through all he said, even through his appalling sentimentality, I reminded of something. An elusive rhythm, a fragrance of lost words I had heard somewhere a long time ago. For a moment a phrase tried to take shape in my mouth, and my lips parted like a dumb man's, as I thought there was some more struggling upon them than a whisper startled air. But they made no sound, and what I had almost remembered were uncommunicable forever. Huh. That's the end of chapter 6. That were a little shorter than the prior ones. I thought there were going to be 9 chapters, but they might just be 10. That last little passage there, that page and a half, almost makes Gatsby sound like some kind of sort of fairy creature. Some being not really the mortal world. A genuine child of God, some mythic being, not tethered to the real world by anything at all until the moment he decided to kiss the girl and bind himself to us, to mortal love, through her. It's strange. He's quite an ephemeral figure, really. Ephemeral? Ethereal, maybe? I'm not sure. There's something to it, certainly, but I don't really know how to put in words. Of course, Daisy's not so enamoured with the parties, but then I suppose that's to be expected, really. For all that she might have liked Gatsby and she's not happy in her marriage, she still stay at home, she doesn't go gadding about and doing the big party things. Gatsby sort of built his life around it. A wild excess. And it's not really a pleasant scene for people who isn't used to it. I mean, now the way it's described, I'm not sure it's a pleasant scene for people who is used to it. It's strange, really. He's almost, I guess that's it, really. He's elusive. He doesn't really fit. He's almost like a phantom, really, or a man. He's trying to be there. He's trying to be present. He wants to be with her and be real for her, but he's not. I mean, it's at the start of the chapter. He's a made-up man. He made himself up. His name's a lie he come up with to sell himself to someone, and he's been living it forever. A character. And the thing about a character is there's no substance to him. She reaches for him, and her hands pass right through it. There's nothing to it. Terrible sad thing, that. Glad I can't relate, being that I am very much a very real and solid and tangible rat. Oh, imagine being a little character, that'd be horrible. Anyway, let's get back to things, shall we? Chapter 7. Oh wait, before I start, let me have a little drink of water. Gotta be conscientious about that. Chapter 7. When curiosity at Gatsby were at its highest, and the lights in his house failed to go on one Saturday night, and as obscurely as it had begun, his career as Trimalchio were over. Only gradually did I become aware that the automobiles which turned up expectantly into his drive stayed for just a minute and then drove softly away. Wondering if he was sick, I went to find out. An unfamiliar butler with a villainous face squinted at me suspiciously from the door. Is Mr. Gatsby sick? Nope. After a pause he added, Sir, the dilatory grudgingly. I hadn't seen him around, they were rather worried. Tell him Mr. Carroway come over. Who? He demanded rudely. Carroway. Carroway, alright, I'll tell him. Abruptly he slammed the door. My Finn informed me that Gatsby had dismissed every servant in his house a week ago and replaced them with half a dozen others, who never went out in the West Egg Villas to be bribed by the tradesmen, but ordered moderate supplies over the telephone. The grocery boy reported that the kitchen looked like a pigsty, and the general opinion in the village were that the new people weren't servants at all. Next day, Gatsby called me on the phone. Going away, I inquired. No, old sport. Are you your father or your servants? I wanted somebody who wouldn't gossip. Daisy comes over quite often in the afternoon. The old caravansary had fallen in like a card house at the disapproval in her eyes. As some people Wolfenstein wanted to do something for, their own brothers and sisters. They used to run a small hotel. I see. You were calling up at Daisy's request. Would I come to lunch at her house tomorrow? Mrs. Baker would be there. Half an hour later, Daisy herself telephoned and seemed relieved to find that I was coming. Something was up, and yet I couldn't believe that they would choose this occasion for a scene, especially for the rather arrogant scene that Gatsby had outlined in the Cardinals. The next day we're broiling almost the last, certainly the warmest of the summer. As my train emerged from the tunnel into sunlight, only the hot whistles of the National Biscuit Company broke the simpering hush at noon. The straw seats of the car hovered on the edge of combustion. The woman next to me perspired delicately for a while into a white shirt waist. Then, as her newspaper dampened under her fingers, lapsed despairingly into a deep beat with a desolate cry. Her pocketbook slapped into the floor. Oh my, she gasped. I picked it up with a weary bend and handed it back to her, holding it at arm's length, and by the extreme tip of the corners I do indicate that I had no design upon it. Everyone nearby, including the woman, suspected me just the same. Hot, said the conductor with a familiar face. Some weather. Hot, hot, hot. Is it off enough for you? Is it hot, is it? My commutation ticket came back to me with dark stains from his hand. Anyone should care in the heat whose flushed lips they kissed, whose head he made damp the pajama put there. Anyone should care in this heat whose flushed lips he kissed, whose head made damp the pajama pocket over his arm. Through the hall of the Buchanan's house blew a faint wind, carrying the sound of the telephone bell out to Gatsby and me as we waited by the door. The master's body, roared the butler in the mouth. I'm sorry, madame, but we can't furnish it. It's far too hot to touch the snow. What he really said was, yes, I'll see. He sat down the receiver and come towards us, glistening slightly to take our stiff straw hats. Madame expects you in the salon, he cried, needlessly indicating the direction. In this heat, every gesture was an affront to the common store of life. The room, shadowed well with awnings, was dark and cool. Daisy and Jordan lay upon an enormous couch, like silver idols, weighing down their own white dresses against the singing breeze of their fans. We can't move, they said together. Jordan's fingers, powder white over their tan, rested a moment in mine. Mr. Thomas Buchanan, the athlete, I inquired. Simultaneously, I heard his gruff, muffled, husky voice on the old telephone. Gatsby stood in the centre of the crimson carpet and gazed around with fascinated eyes. Daisy watched him and laughed, a sweet, exciting laugh. A tiny gust of powder rose from her bosom into the air. The rumour is, whispered Jordan, That's Tom's girl on the telephone. We were very silent. The voice in the hall rose higher with annoyance. Very well then, I won't see you in the car at all. I'm under no obligation, he went. And for your bothering me about the lunchtime, I won't stand that at all. Holding down the receiver, said Daisy suddenly. No, it's not, I assured her. It's a bona fide deal. I happen to know about it. Tom flew open the door, blocked out his space for a moment with his thick body, and hurried into the room. Mr. Gatsby, he put out his broad flat hand with well-concealed disdain. I'm glad to see you, sir. Nick. Make us a cold drink, cried Daisy. As he left the room again, she got up and went over to Gatsby and pulled his face down, kissing him on the mouth. You know I love you, she murmured. You forget there's a lady present, said Jordan. Daisy looked around doubtfully. You kiss Nick too? What a low-voted girl. I don't care, cried Daisy, and began a clog on the book fireplace. Then she remembered the heat and sat down guiltily on the couch just as a freshly laundered nurse leading a little girl came into the room. Blessed precious, she crooned, holding out her arms. Come to your own mother that loves you. The child, relinquished by the nurse, rushed across the room and rooted shyly into her mother's dress. Blessed precious, did mother get powder on your own yellow hair? Stand up now and say, how do you do? Gatsby in turn leaned down and took a small, reluctant hand. Afterwards, he kept looking at the child with surprise. I don't think he ever really believed its existence before. I got dressed before lunch, said the child, turning eagerly to Daisy. That's because your mother wanted to show you off. Her face bent with a slight wrinkle of a small white neck. You dream, you absolutely dream. Yes, said the child, calmly. Aunt Jordan's got a white dress too. How do you like mother's friends? Daddy turned her around so she faced Gatsby. You think they're pretty? Where's Daddy? She doesn't look like her father, explained Daisy. She looks like me. She's got my hair in the shape of my face. Daisy sat back upon the couch. The nurse took a step forward and held out her hand. Come, Pammy. Goodbye, sweetheart. With a reluctant backwards glance, the well-disciplined child held to the nurse's hand and pulled out the door, just as Tom came back in, receiving 4 gin rickeys that clinked full of ice. Gatsby took up his drink. They certainly look cool, he said with a visible tension. We drunk in long, greedy swallows. I read somewhere that the sun's getting hotter every year, said Tom genially. It seems that pretty soon the Earth's going to fall into the sun. But wait a minute, it's just the opposite. The sun's getting colder every year. Come outside, he suggested to Gatsby. I'd like you to have a look at the place. I went with them to the veranda. On the green sand, stagnant in the heat, one small sail crawled slowly towards the fresher sea. Gatsby's eyes followed it momentarily. He raised his hand and pointed across the bay. I'm right across from you. So you are. Her eyes lifted over the rosebed and the hot lawn, and the weedy refuse of the dog's day along shore. Slowly the white wings of the boat moved against the blue cool limit of the sky. The head lay the scarlet ocean and a bound in blessed arm. There's sport for you, said Tom Lutton. I'd like to be out there with him for about an hour. They had luncheon in the dining room, darkened too against the heat, and drank down nervous scarcely with a cold lime, the cold ale. What will we do with ourselves this afternoon? Cried Daisy. The day after that, in the next 30 years. That'd be a bit morbid, John said. Life starts all over again when it gets crisp in the fall. It's so hot, insisted Daisy on the verge of tears, and everything's so confused. Let's all go into town. I was struggled on through the heat, beating against it, molten in senselessness in the forms. I've heard of making a garage out of a stable, Tom was saying against me, but I'm the first man who ever made a stable out of a garage. Who wants to go to town? Demanded Daisy insistently. Gatsby's cool eyes flew towards her. Ah, she cried, you look so cool. Their eyes met and they stared together at each other, alone in space. Whenever she glanced down at the table, you always look so cool, she repeated. She had told him that she loved him, and Tom Buchanan saw. He was astounded. His mouth opened a little and he looked at Gatsby and then back at Daisy, as if he had just recognised her as someone he knew a long time ago. You resemble the advertisement of the man, she went on innocently. You know the advertisement of the man. All right, broke in Tom quickly. I'm perfectly willing to go into town. Come on, we're all going to go into town. He got up, his eyes still flashing between Gatsby and his wife. No one moved. Come on, his temper cracked a little. What's the matter anyhow? If we're going to town, let's start. His hands, trembling with the effort of self-control, bore to his lips the last of his glass of ale. Daisy's voice got to her feet and out on the blazing gravel drives. We're just going to go, she did like this. Are we going to let anyone smoke a cigarette first? Everybody smoked all through lunch. Oh, let's have fun, she begged. It's too loud to fuss. He didn't answer. Have your own way, she said. Come on, Jordan. I went upstairs to get ready while we three men stood there shuffling the yacht paddles with our feet. A silver curve of the moon hovered already in the western sky. Gatsby started to speak. He changed his mind, but not before Tom wheeled and faced him expectantly. Have you got your stables here? Gatsby asked with effort. About a quarter of a mile down the road. Oh. Pause. I don't see the idea of going to town, broke out Tom savagely, when we get all these notions in our heads. Will you take anything to drink? Called Daisy from that window. I'll get some whiskey, answered Tom. He went inside. Gatsby turned to me rigidly. I can't see anything in his own Osborne. He's got an indiscreet voice, I remarked. It's full of, I hesitated. The voice is full of honey, he said suddenly. That was it. I never understood before. They were full of, no. Her voice is full of money, he said suddenly. That were it. I never understood before. They were full of money. That were the inexhaustible charm that rose and fell in it. The jingle of it, the simple song of it. High in a white palace, the king's daughter, golden girl. Excuse me for just a second. Feeling a little dry, I'm going to take a quick drink. Tom came out of the house wrapping a quart bottle in a towel, followed by Daisy and Jordan wearing small tight hats and metallic cloth and carrying light capes over their arms. Do you want to go in my car? Suggested Gatsby. You've got the hot green leather of the seat. I would have left this in the shade. Is it standard shift? Demanded Tom. Yes. Well, you take my coupe and let me drive your tail car. A suggestion with distasteful, Gatsby. I don't think there's much gas, he objected. Plenty of gas, said Tom boisterously. Looked at the gauge. And if it runs out, I can stop at a drugstore. You can buy anything at a drugstore nowadays. A pause followed this apparently pointless remark. Daisy looked at Tom frowningly, and an indefinite expression, at once definitely unfamiliar and vaguely recognisable, as if I had only heard it described in word, passed over Gatsby's face. Come on, Daisy, said Tom, pressing with his hand towards Gatsby's car. I'll take you in this circus wagon. He opened the door, but she moved out from the circle of his arms. You take Nick and Jordan, and follow you with the coupe. She walked close to Gatsby, touching his coat with her hand. Jordan and Tom and I got in the front seat of Gatsby's car. Tom pushed the unfamiliar gears tentatively and was shot off into the impressive heat, leaving them out of sight behind. Did you see that? Demanded Tom. See what? He looked at me keenly, realising that Jordan and I must have known all along. You think I'm pretty dumb, don't you? He suggested. Perhaps I am, but I have almost a second sight sometimes that tells me what to do. I don't believe that, but science. He paused. The immediate contingency overtook him, pulled him back from the edge of the theoretical abyss. I made a full investigation of this fella, he continued. I could have gone deeper if I'd known. You mean you've been to a medium? Inquired Jordan humorously. What? Confused, he stared at us as we laughed. A medium? That Gatsby. That Gatsby? No, I haven't. I said I've been making a small investigation of his past. You found that he was an Oxford man, said Jordan helpfully. An Oxford man? He was incredulous. Like hell he is. He wears a pink suit. Nevertheless, he's an Oxford man. Oxford, New Mexico, snorted Tom contemptuously, or something like that. Listen, Tom, if you're such a snob, why'd you invite him to lunch? Demanded Jordan crossly. Daisy invited him. She knew him before we were married, God knows where. We were all irritable now, with the fading nail, and aware of it. We drove for a while in silence. Then, as Dr. D.J. Eckelberg's faded eyes come into sight down the road, I remembered Gatsby's caution about gasoline. We've got enough to get us to town, said Tom. There's a garage right here, objected Jordan. I don't want to get stalled in this baking heat. Tom threw on both brakes impatiently, and we slid to an abrupt dusty stop under Wilson's sign. After a moment, the proprietor emerged from the interior of the establishment and gazed hollow-eyed at the car. Let's have some gas, cried Tom roughly. What do you think we stopped for? A mile of you? I'm sick, said Wilson without moving. Been sick all day. What's the matter? More run down. Well, should I help myself? Tom wondered. He sounded well enough on the phone. With effort, Wilson left the shade and supported the doorway and, breathing hard, unscrewed the cap of the tank. In the sunlight, his face was green. I didn't mean to interrupt your lunch, he said, but I need the money pretty bad, and I was wondering what you were going to do with your old car. How'd you like this one? Inquired Tom. Bought it last week. It's a nice yellow one, said Wilson, his straining the handle. Like to buy it? big chance, Wilson smiled faintly. No, but I could make some money out the other. What do you want money for all of a sudden? I've been here too long. I want to get away. My wife and I want to go west. Your wife does, exclaimed Tom, startled. She's been talking about it for 10 years. He rested for a moment against the pump, shading his eyes. And now she's going whether she wants to or not. I'm going to get her away. The coupe flashed past with a flurry of dust and the flash of a waving hand. What do I owe you? Demanded Tom harshly. I just got wised up to something funny the last 2 days, remarked Wilson. That's why I want to get away. That's why I've been bothering you about the car. What do I owe you? $1.20. The relentless being heat were beginning to confuse me, and I had a bad moment there before I realised that so far his suspicion hadn't alighted on Tom. He had discovered that Myrtle had some sort of love apart from him in another world, and the shock had made him physically sick. I stared at him and then at Tom, who had made a parallel discovery less than an hour before. It occurred to me that there was no difference between them, an intelligence or race so profound as the difference between the sick and the well. Mr. Wilson was so sick that he looked guilty, unforgivably guilty, as if he'd just gone some poor girl with child. I'll let you have the car, said Tom. I'll send it over tomorrow afternoon. That locality were always vaguely disquieting, even in the broad glare afternoon, and now I turned my head as though I had been warned of something behind. Over the ash heaps, the giant eyes of Dr. T.J. Ecclesburg kept their vigil. I perceived after a moment that other eyes were regarding us with peculiar intensity, from less than 20 feet away. In one of the windows over the garage, the curtains had been moved aside, and Myrtle Wilson was peering down at the car. So engrossed was she that she had no consciousness of being observed, and one emotion after another crept into her face like objects into a slowly developing picture. Her expression was curiously familiar. It was an expression I had often seen on women's faces, but on Myrtle Wilson's face it seemed purposeless and inexplicable, until I realised that her eyes, wild with jealous terror, were fixed not on Tom, but on Jordan Baker, whom she took to be his wife. There was no confusion like the confusion of a simple mind. As we drove away, Tom was feeling the hot whips of panic. His wife and his mistress, until an hour ago secure and inviolate, were slipping precipitously from his control. An instant made him step on the accelerator with the double purpose of overtaking Daisy and leaving Wilson behind, and we sped along towards Astoria at 50 miles an hour, until among the spidery girders of the elevator, we came in sight of the easy-going blue coupe. There's big news around 50th Street, of course, suggested Jordan. I love New York on a summer afternoon when everyone's away. There's something very sensuous about it, overripe, as if all sorts of funny fruits were going to fall into your hands. The word sensuous had the effect of further disquieting Tom. Before he could invent a protest, the coupe company stopped, and Daisy signalled us to draw up alongside. Where are we going? She cried. How about the movies? It's so hot, she complained. You go, we'll ride around and meet you after. With an effort, her whip rose faintly. We'll meet you in some corner. I'll be the man smoking 2 cigarettes. We can't argue about it here, Tom said impatiently, as the truck gave out a curse and whistle behind us. You follow me to the south side of Central Park, in front of the plaza. Several times he turned his head and looked back for their car, and if the track had delayed them, he slowed up until they came into sight. I think we were afraid they would dart down a side street and out of his life forever. But they didn't, and we all took the less explicable step of engaging the parlour of a suite in the Plaza Hotel. A prolonged and tumultuous argument that ended by herding us into that room eludes me. Though I have a sharp physical memory that, in the course of it, my underwear kept climbing like a damp snake around my legs, and the intermittent beads of sweat raced cool across my back. The notion originated with Daisy's suggestion that we half our bathrooms and take cold baths, and then assumed more tangible form as a place to have a mint julep. Each of us said over and over that it were a crazy idea. We all talked at once to a baffled clerk, and thought or pretended to think that we were being very funny. The room was large and stifling, and though it was already 4 o'clock, open in the windows admitted only a gust of hot shrubbery from the park. Daisy went to the mirror and stood with her back to us, fixing her hair. It's a swell suite, whispered Jordan respectfully, and everyone laughed. Open another window, commanded Daisy without turning around. There aren't any more. Well, you'd better telephone for an axe. The thing to do is to forget about the heat, said Tom impatiently. You may get 10 times worth by crabbing about it. He unrolled the bottle of whiskey from the towel and put it on the table. Why not let her alone, old sport, remarked Gatsby. You're the one who wanted to come to town. There were a moment of silence. The telephone book slipped from its nail and splashed to the floor, whereupon Jordan whispered, Excuse me. But no, this time no one laughed. I'll pick it off, I offered. I've got it. Gatsby examined the parted string and muttered, in an interested way, and tossed the book on the chair. That's a great expression of yours, isn't it? Said Tom sharply. What is? All this old sport business. Where'd you pick that up? Now see here, Tom, said Daisy, turning around from the mirror. If you're going to make my personal remarks, I won't stay here a minute. Call up and order some ice for the mint julep. As Tom took up the receiver, the compressed heat exploded into sound, and we were listening to the portentous chords of Mendelssohn's Wedding March from the ballroom below. Imagine marrying anyone in this heat, Jordan cried dismally. Still, I was married in the middle of June, Daisy remembered. Louisville in June. Somebody fainted. Who was it fainted, Tom? Biloxi, he answered shortly. Man named Biloxi. Biloxi. And they made boxes, that's a fact. He was from Biloxi, Tennessee. They carried him into my house, apprehended Jordan, because we lived just 2 doors from the church, and he stayed 3 weeks until Daddy told him he had to get out. The day after he had left, Daddy died. After a moment she added, there wasn't any connection. I used to know Bill Biloxi from Memphis, I remarked. It was his cousin. I knew his whole family history before he left. He gave me an aluminum putter that I use today. The music had died down as the ceremony began, and now a long cheer floated in the window, followed by intimate cries of "Yeah!" and finally by a burst of jazz as the dancing began. You're getting old, said Daisy. If we were young, we'd rise and dance. Remember Biloxi? Jordan warned her. Where do you know him, Tom? Biloxi? He concentrated with effort. I didn't know him. We were a friend of Daisy's. He was not, she told. I'd never seen him before. He came down in a private car. Well, he said he knew you. They were raised in Louisville. As a bird brought him around at the last minute and asked if we had room for him. Jordan smiled. He was probably bumming his way home. He told me he was president of your class at Yale. Tom and I looked at each other blankly. Biloxi? First place we didn't have any president. Gatsby's foot beat a short, restless tattoo, and Tom eyed him suddenly. By the way, Mr. Gatsby, I understand you're an Oxford man. Not exactly. Oh, yes, I understand you went to Oxford. Yes, I went there. A pause, and it's Tom's voice, incredulous and insulting. You must have gone there about the time Biloxi went to New Haven. Another pause. A waiter knocked and came in with crushed mint and ice, but the silence was unbroken by his thank you and the soft closing of the door. This tremendous detail will be cleared up at last. I told you I went there, said Gatsby. I heard you, but I'd like to know when. It was in 1919. I only stayed 5 months, that's why I can't really call myself an Oxford man. Tom glanced around to see if we mirrored his unbelief, but we were all looking at Gatsby. It was an opportunity they gave to some of the officers after the armistice, he continued. We could go to any of the universities in England or France. I wanted to get up and slap it on the back. I had one of those when he was a complete faith in him that I'd experienced before. Daisy rose, smiling faintly, and went to the table. Open the whiskey, Tom, she ordered. I'll make you a mint julep. Then you won't seem so stupid to yourself. Look at the mint. Wait a minute, said Tom. I want to ask Mr. Gatsby one more question. Go on, Gatsby said politely. What kind of row are you trying to cause in my house, anyhow? They were out in the open at last. Gatsby was content. He isn't causing a row. Daisy looked desperately from one to the other. You're causing a row. Please have a little self-control. Self-control, agreed Tom impressionlessly. I suppose the latest thing is to sit back and let Mr. Nobody from nowhere make love to your wife. Well, that's the idea. You can count me out. Nowadays people begin by sneering at family life and family institutions. Next to throw everything overboard and have intermarriage between black and white. Finished with his impassioned gibberish, he saw himself standing alone on the last barrier of civilization. You're all right here, murmured Jordan. I know I'm not very popular. I give big parties. I suppose you've got to make your house in a pigsty in order to have any friends in the modern world. Angry as I was, as we all were, I was tempted to laugh whenever he opened his mouth. The transition from liberty into prig was so complete. I've got something to tell you, old sport, began Gatsby, but Daisy guessed at his intention. Please don't, she interrupted hopelessly. Please, let's all go home. Why don't we all go home? That's a good idea. Go on, Tom. Nobody wants a drink. I want to know what Mr. Gatsby has to tell me. Your wife doesn't love you, said Gatsby. She's never loved you. She loves me. You must be crazy, exclaimed Tom automatically. Gatsby sprang to his feet, vivid with excitement. She never loved you, do you hear? He cried. She only married you because I was poor and she was tired of waiting for me. It was a terrible mistake, but in her heart she never loved anyone except me. At this point Jordan and I tried to go, but Tom and Gatsby insisted with competitive firmness that we remain. As neither of them had anything to conceal, it would be a privilege to partake vicariously of their emotions. Sit down, Daisy. Tom's voice grabbed unsuccessfully from the thermometer. What's been going on? I want to hear all about it. I told you what's been going on, said Gatsby. Going on for 5 years and you didn't know. Tom turned to Daisy sharply. You've been seeing this fellow for 5 years. Not seeing, said Gatsby. No, we couldn't meet. But both of us loved each other all the time, old sport, and you don't know. I used to laugh sometimes. There was no laughter in his eyes. I think you didn't know. Ah, that's all. Tom tapped his thick fingers together like a clergyman and leaned back in his chair. You're crazy, he exploded. I can't speak about what happened 5 years ago because I didn't know Daisy then. I'll be damned if I see how you got with that mile of her unless you brought the groceries to the back door. All the rest of that's a goddamn lie. Daisy loved me when she married me and she loves me now. No, said Gatsby, shaking his head. She does, though. The trouble is that sometimes she gets foolish ideas in her head and doesn't know what she's doing. He nodded sagely. And what's more, I love Daisy too. Once in a while I go off on a spree and make a fool of myself, but I always come back. And in my heart I love her all the time. You're revolting, said Daisy. She turned to me in a voice, dropping an octave lower, filled the room with thrill and scorn. Do you know why we left Chicago? I'm surprised they didn't treat you the story of that little spree. Gatsby walked over and stood beside her. Daisy, that's all over now, he said earnestly. It doesn't matter anymore. Just tell him the truth, that you never loved him, and it's all wiped on forever. She looked at him blindly. Why, how could I love him, possibly? You never loved him. She hesitated. Her eyes fell on Jordan and me with a sort of appeal, as though she realised at last what she was doing, and as though she had never, all along, intended to do anything at all. But we're done now, too late. I never loved him, she said with a perceptible reluction. Not a Capolian? Demanded Tom suddenly. No. From the ballroom beneath, muffled and suffocating chords were drifting up out waves of air. Not the day I carried you down from the punch bar to keep your shoes dry. There was husky tenderness in his tone. Daisy, please don't. Her voice was cold, but the rancour was gone from it. She looked at Gatsby. There, Jay, she said, her hand, as she tried to light a cigarette, was trembling. Suddenly she threw the cigarette and the burning match on the carpet. Oh, you want too much, she cried at Gatsby. I love you now, isn't that enough? I can't help what's past. She began to sob helplessly. I did love him once, but I loved you too. Gatsby's eyes opened and closed. You loved me too, he repeated. Even that's a lie, said Tom savagely. She didn't know you were alive. Well, there's things between Daisy and me you'll never know. Things neither of us can ever forget. Well, I seemed to physically bite at Gatsby. I want to speak to Daisy alone, he insisted. She's all excited now. Even alone I can't say I never loved Tom, she admitted in a pit of voice. It wouldn't be true. Of course it wouldn't, agreed Tom. She turned to her husband. As if it mattered to you, she said. Of course it matters. I'm going to take back care of you from now on. You don't understand, said Gatsby with a touch of panic. You're not going to take care of her any more. I'm not. Tom opened his eyes wide and laughed. He could afford to control himself now. Why's that? Daisy's leaving you. Nonsense. I am now, she said with a visible effort. She's not leaving me. Tom's words suddenly leavened down over Gatsby. Certainly not for a common swindler who'd have to steal the ring he put on her finger. I don't understand this, cried Daisy. Oh, please, let's go out. Who are you anyhow, broke out Tom. You're on that bunch that hangs around with Mary Wilsham. That much happened to know. I made a little investigation into your affairs, and I'll carry it further tomorrow. You can suit yourself about that, old sport, said Gatsby steadily. I found out what your drugstores were. He turned to us and spoke rapidly. He and this Wilsham bought up a lot of side street drugstores here in Chicago and sold grain alcohol over the counter. That's one of his little stunts. I picked him for a bootlegger the first time I saw him and I wasn't far wrong. What about it, said Gatsby politely. I guess your friend Walter Chase wasn't too proud to come in on it. And you left him in the lurch, didn't you? You let him go to jail for months over in New Jersey. God, you ought to hear Walter on the subject of you. He came to us dead broke. He was very glad to pick up some money, old sport. Haven't you called me old sport, cried Tom. Gatsby said nothing. Walter could have you up the betting laws too, but Walsham scared him into shutting his mouth. Unfamiliar yet recognisable looked back again on Gatsby's face. That drugstore business was just small change. That drugstore business was just small change, continued Tom slowly. But you got something on now that Walt was afraid to tell me about. I glanced at Daisy, who was staring terrified between Gatsby and her husband, and at Jordan, who had begun to balance an invisible but absorbing object on the tip of her chin. And I turned back to Gatsby, and was startled at his expression. He looked, and this is said at all contempt for the babbled slander of his garden, as if he'd killed a man. For a moment, the set of his face could be described in just that fantastic way. It passed, and he began to talk excitedly to Daisy, denying everything, defending his name against the accusations that had not been made. But with every word she was drawing further and further into herself, and so he gave that up, and only the dead dream fought on there. As the afternoon slipped away, trying to touch what were no longer tangible, struggling unhappily, undespairingly towards that lost voice across the room. The voice begged again to go. Please, Tom, I can't stand this anymore. Her frightened eyes told that whatever intentions, whatever courage she had were definitely gone. You two starting home, Daisy, said Tom, in Mr. Gatsby's car. She looked at Tom, alarmed now, but he insisted with magnanimous scorn. Go on, he won't annoy you. I think he's realised that his presumptuous little flirtation is over. They were gone without a word, snapped out, made accidental, isolated like ghosts even from my pity. After a moment, Tom got up and began wrapping the unopened bottle of whiskey in the towel. Want any of this stuff, Jordan? Nick? I didn't answer. Nick? He asked again. What? What, Nick? No. Just remembered today's my birthday. I was 30. Before me stretched the portentous menacing road of a new decade. It was 7 o'clock when we got in the coupe with him and started for Long Island. Tom talked incessantly, exulting and laughing, but his voice was remote from Jordan and me as a foreign clamour in the sidewalk, or the tumult of the elevated overhead. Human sympathy has its limits, and we were content to let all their tragic arguments fade with the city lights behind. 30. A promise of a decade of loneliness, a thin list, a single men to know, a thing in briefcase of enthusiasm, thin in air. There were Jordan beside me, who, unlike Daisy, were too wise to ever carry well-forgotten dreams from age to age. As we passed over the dark bridge, her warm face fell lazily against my coat's shoulder, and the formidable stroke of 30 died away with the reassuring pressure of her hand. So we drove on towards death through the cool and twilight. The young Greek, Michaelis, who ran the coffee joint beside the ash cap, was the principal witness in the inquest. He had slept through the heat until after 5 when he strolled over in the garage and found George Wilson sick in his office. Really sick. Pale as his own pale hair and shaking all over. Michaelis advised him to go to bed, but Wilson refused, saying he'd miss a lot of business if he did. While his neighbour was trying to persuade him, a violent racket broke out overhead. I've got my wife locked in there, explained Wilson calmly. She's going to stay there till the day after tomorrow, and then we're going to move away. Michaelis was astonished. They had been neighbours for 4 years, and Wilson had never seemed faintly capable of such a statement. Generally, he was one of these worn-out men. When they weren't looking, he sat on a chair in the doorway and stared at people and the cars that passed along the road. When anyone spoke to him, he invariably laughed in an agreeable, colourless way. He was his wife's man, not his own. So naturally, Michaelis tried to find out what had happened, but Wilson wouldn't say a word. Instead, he began to throw curious, suspicious glances at his visitor and asked him what he'd been doing at certain times on certain days. Just as the latter were getting uneasy, some workmen came past the door, bound for his restaurant, and Michaelis took the opportunity to get away, intending to come back later. But he didn't. He supposed he forgot to, that's all. When he came outside again, a little after 7, he was reminded of the conversation because he heard Mrs. Wilson's voice, loud and scolding, downstairs in the garage. Beat me, he heard her cry. Throw me down and beat me, you dirty little coward. A moment later, she rushed out in the dusk, waving her hands and shouting. Before he could move from his door, the business were over. The death car, as the newspapers called it, didn't stop. It came out of the gathering darkness, waved tragically for a moment, and then disappeared around the next bend. Neither of Michaelis wasn't even sure of its colour. He told the first policeman that it was light green, the other car, the one going towards New York, come the rest 100 yards beyond, and its driver hurried back to where Myrtle Wilson, her light violently extinguished, knelt in the road and mingled her thick dark blood with the dust. Michaelis and this man reached her first, but when they had torn open her shirtwaist, still damp with perspiration, they saw that her left breast was swinging loose like a flap, and there was no need to listen to the art beneath. Mouth was wide open and ripped a little at the corners, as though she had choked a little and given up the tremendous vitality she had stored for so long. Lord. We saw the 3 or 4 automobiles and a crowd when we were still some distance away. Whack, said Tom, that's good. We'll also have a little business at least. He slowed down, but still without any intention of stopping, until as we come nearer, the hushed intent face of the people at the garage door made him automatically put on the brakes. I'll take a look, he said doubtfully. Just a look. I've become aware now of an hollow wailing sound which issued incessantly from the garage, a sound which, as we got out of the coupe and walked towards the door, resolved itself into these words. Oh my God, I heard over and over again in a gasping moan. There's some bad trouble here, said Tom excitedly. He reached up on tiptoes and peered over the circle of heads in the garage, which were lit only by a yellow light and a swinging metal basket overhead. Then he made an harsh sound in his throat, and with a violent thrusting motion of his powerful arms, pushed his way through. The circle closed up again with a running murmur of expostulation. It was a minute before I could see anything at all. I knew arrivals deranged the line until Jordan and I were pushed suddenly inside. Myrtle Wilson's body, wrapped in a blanket and then another blanket, as though she suffered from a chill in the hot night, lay on a work table by the wall, and Tom, with his back to us, was bending over it, motionless. Next to him stood a motorcycle policeman, taking down names with as much sweat and correction in a little book. At first I couldn't find the source of the hard groaning words that echoed clamorously through the bare garage. when I saw Wilson standing on the raised threshold of his office, swaying back and forth and holding to the door post with his both hands. Some man were talking to him in a low voice and attempting from time to time to lay an hand on his shoulder. But Wilson neither heard nor saw. His eyes would droop slowly from the swinging light to the laden table by the wall, and then jerk back the light again, and he gave out incessantly his high, horrible call, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." Presently Tom lifted his head with a jerk and, after staring around the garage with glazed eyes, addressed a mumbled, incoherent remark to the policeman. "M-A-V?" the policeman was saying. "O-N-O. No, R," corrected the man. "M-A-V-R-O. "Listen to me," muttered Tom fiercely. "R," said the policeman. "O. G. G." He looked up at Tom's broad hand, fell sharply on the shoulder. "What you want, fella?" "What happened? That's what I want to know." "Auto hit her. Instantly killed." "Instantly killed," repeated Tom, staring. "She ran out in the road. So no bitch didn't even stop his car." "There was 2 cars," said Michaelis. "One coming, one going, see?" "Going where?" asked the policeman keenly. "One going each way." "Well, she..." His hand ran towards the blankets, but stopped halfway in front of his son. "She ran out there, the one coming from New York, not right into it, going 30-40 miles an hour." "What's the name of this place here?" demanded the officer. "I ain't got any name." "A pale, well-dressed Negro stopped here. Stopped there. "It were a yellow car," he said. "Big yellow car. New." "See the accident?" asked the policeman. "No, the car passed me down the road going faster than 40, going 50-60. "Come in here and let's have your name." "Look out now, I want to get his name." Some words of this conversation must have reached Wilson, swaying the office door. Suddenly a new theme found a voice among his gaping cries. "You have to tell me what kind of car it was. I know what kind of car it was." Watching Tom, I saw the wad of muscle back of his shoulders tighten under his coat. He walked quickly over to Wilson and, standing in front of him, seized him firmly by the upper arms. "You got to pull yourself together," he said with soothing gruffness. Wilson's eyes fell upon Tom. He started up on his tiptoes and then would have collapsed to his knees and knocked Tom held him upright. "Listen," said Tom, taking him a little. "I just got here a minute ago from New York. I will bring you that coupe I've been talking about. That yellow car I was driving this afternoon wasn't mine, you hear? I haven't seen it all afternoon." None of the Negro and I were near enough to hear what he said, but the policeman caught something in the tone and looked over with truculent eyes. "What's all this?" he demanded. "I'm a friend of his." Tom turned his head but kept his hand on Wilson's body. "Says he knows the car that did it. It was a yellow car." Some dim impulse proved the policeman to look suspiciously at Tom. "And what colour's your car?" "It's a blue car, a coupe." We come straight from New York," I said. Someone who had been driving a little behind us confirmed this, and the policeman turned away. "Now, if you let me have the name again correct." Picking up Wilson like a doll, Tom carried him back into the office, set him down in the chair, and come back. "If somebody will come here and sit with him," he snapped authoritatively. He watched while the 2 men standing closest glanced at each other and went unwillingly into the room. And Tom shut the door on them, and he can't come down a single step, his eyes avoiding the table as he passed close to me. He whispered, "Let's get out." Self-consciously, with his authoritative arms breaking the way, we pushed through the still gathering crowd, passing a hurried doctor, case in hand, who had been sent for in Wild Hope half an hour ago. Tom drove slowly until we were beyond the bend, and his foot come down hard, and the coupe raced along through the night. In a little while I heard a low husky sob, and saw that tears were overflowing down his face. "The goddamn coward," he whimpered. "He didn't even stop his car." I paused in for a brief moment to take a little drink. Starting to feel that now. Buchanan's house floated suddenly towards us through the dark Russian trees. Tom stopped beside the porch and looked up the second floor, where 2 windows bloomed with light among the vines. "Daisy's home," he said. As we got out of the car, he glanced at me and frowned slightly. "I ought to drop you in West Egg, Nick. There's nothing we can do tonight." A change had come over him, and he spoke gravely with decision. As we walked across the moonlight gravel to the porch, he disposed of the situation in a few brisk phrases. "I'll telephone for a taxi to take you home, and while you're waiting, you and Jordan better go in the kitchen and have him get you some supper, if you want me." He opened the door. "Come in." "No, thanks. I'll be glad if you order me the taxi. I'll wait outside." Jordan put her hand on my arm. "Won't you come in, Nick?" "No, thanks. I was feeling a little sick and I want to be alone." Jordan lingered on for a moment more. "It's only 9:30, she said. "I'll be damned if I go in. I had enough of all of them for one day. And suddenly that included Jordan too. She must have seen something of this in my expression, for she turned abruptly and ran up the porch steps into the house. I sat down for a few minutes with my head in my hands, till I heard the phone taken up inside and the butler's voice calling for a taxi. And I walked slowly down the drive, away from the house, intending to wait by the gate. I hadn't gone 20 yards when I heard my name, and Gatsby stepped from between the two bushes into the path. It must have felt pretty weird by that time, because I could think of nothing except the luminosity of his pink suit under the moon. "What are you doing?" I inquired. "Just standing here, old sport." Somehow that seemed a despicable occupation. For all I knew you were going to rob the house in a moment, I wouldn't have been surprised to see sinister faces, the faces of Walsham's people behind him in the dark shrubbery. "You see any trouble on the road?" he asked after a minute. "Yes." He hesitated. "Was she killed?" "Yes." "I thought so. I told Daisy I thought so. It's a bit of destruction all come at once. She stood pretty well." He spoke as if Daisy's reaction were the only thing that mattered. "I got to West Egg by a side road," he went on, "and left the car in my garage. I don't think anybody saw us, but of course I can't be sure. I disliked him so much by that time that I didn't find it necessary to tell him we were wrong." "Who's the woman?" he inquired. "Her name was Wilson. Her husband owned the garage." "How the devil did it happen?" "Well, I tried to swing her on the wheel." It broke off suddenly. I guessed the truth. "Was Daisy driving?" "Yes," he said for a moment. "And of course I'd say I was. You see, when we left New York, she was very nervous, and she thought it would steady her to drive. And this woman rushed out at us just as we were passing, the car coming the way. It all happened in a minute, but it seemed to me that she wanted to speak to us, though we were somebody she knew. Well, first Daisy turned away from the woman towards the other car, and then she lost her nerve and turned back. The second my hand reached the wheel, I felt the shock. Must have killed her instantly." "It ripped her open." "Don't tell me, old sport," he winced. "Anyhow, Daisy stepped on it. I tried to make her stop, but she couldn't, so I pulled on the emergency brake, and she fell over into my lap, and I drove on." "She'll be all right tomorrow," he said presently. "I'm just going to wait here to see if he tries to bother her. I had that unpleasant this afternoon. She's locked herself in her room, and if he tries any brutality, she's going to turn the light out and on again." "He won't touch her," I said. "He's not thinking about her." "I don't trust him, old sport." "How long are you going to wait?" "All night, if necessary. Anyhow, till they go to bed." A new point of view occurred to me. Suppose Tom found out that Daisy had been driving. He might think he saw a connection in it. He might think anything. I looked to the house. There were 2 or 3 bright windows downstairs, and a pink glow from Daisy's room on the ground floor. "You wait here," I said. "I'll see if there's any sign of a commotion." I walked back along the border of the lawn, traversed the gravel softly, and tiptoed up the veranda steps. Our drawing room curtains were open, and I saw the room were empty. Crossing the porch where we had done that June night 3 months before, I came to a small rectangular light, which I guessed was the pantry window. The blind were drawn, but I found the rift to the sill. Daisy and Tom were sitting opposite each other at the kitchen table, with a plate of cold fried chicken between them, and 2 bottles of ale. He was talking intently across the table at her, and in his earnestness his hand had fallen upon and covered her own. Once in a while she looked up at him and nodded in agreement. They weren't happy, and neither of them had touched the chicken or the ale. Yet they weren't unhappy either. There was unmistakable air of neutral intimacy about the picture, and anybody would have said that they were conspiring together. As I tiptoed from the porch, I heard my taxi feeling its way in the dark road towards the house. Gatsby were waiting where I had left him in the drive. "It's all quiet up there?" he asked anxiously. "Yeah, it's all quiet." I hesitated. "You better come home and get some sleep." He shook his head. "I want to wait here until Daisy goes to bed. Good night, old sport." He put his hands in his coat pockets and turned back eagerly to his scrutiny of the house, as though my presence marred the sacredness of the vigil. So I walked away and left him standing there in the moonlight, watching over nothing. That's the end of chapter 7. Right, Christ almighty, that's quite a lot, isn't it? Let me have a drink and then I'll try and break down some of that. Lord. Right, well, let's see. Well, first things first, there's obviously been a shocking death. I mean, there's been, like, this whole chapter was very shocking. The affairs come out. Gatsby declares that Daisy's going to leave Tom, and then Daisy sort of agrees, but then doesn't agree, and then sort of loses her nerve. And now at the end of the chapter is apparently conspiring with her husband against Gatsby, which, I mean, that seems like a weird way to phrase that. Conspiring with her husband against the partner of their affair. But, yeah. I suppose she is, isn't it? I get the feeling that they're going to try and frame him for this. Stitch him up. Oh, mate. makes sense. Something Tom would do, certainly. I don't know. I really don't know what to make of it. It's an odd thing, really. There is a lot in this chapter. The idea of them getting old, even, I think that was a bit of a throwaway line, really, by Daisy, but if they were young, they would dance and they were getting old. And the narrator turning 30, God. There's something like that too, isn't there, Lord? Getting old and all the silly things still happening, running around like teenagers in a tragic accident, and death, and the upending of your life coming, only not coming really, being turned off. Lord Almighty, isn't that something? I really genuinely do not know what to say now. I mean, there's a lot going on there. The trouble is trying to capture all of it. Gatsby still hopelessly in love. Still not quite real. And the one who died, so real, so vital, so full of life, eh? Terrible contrast. Ale and cold fried chicken, Lord. Really don't know what to make of it. I think best to just press on, really. Let's go on then. At this point we're far enough in that I'm just going to do the whole thing, and I've done that at my throat feels, so. There's about 30 pages left, which I figure probably 45 minutes, so yeah. Chapter 8. I couldn't sleep all night. I foregone were groaning incessantly on the sound, and I tossed half sick between grotesque reality and savage, frightening dreams. Towards dawn I had a taxi go up that Gatsby's drive, and immediately I jumped out of bed and began to dress. I felt that I had something to tell him, something to warn him about, and one would be too late. Crossing the lawn, I saw that the front door was still open, and he was leaning against the table in the hall, heavy with dejection or sleep. Nothing happened, he said warmly. I waited, and about 4 o'clock she came to the window and stood there for a minute, then turned out the light. His house had never seemed so enormous to me as it did that night, when we hunted through the great room for cigarettes. We pushed aside curtains that were like pavilions and fell over innumerable feet of dark wall for electric light switches. Once I doubled with a sort of splash upon the keys of a ghostly piano. There was an inexplicable amount of dust everywhere, and the rooms were musty as though they hadn't been aired for many days. I found the humidor an unfamiliar table, with 2 stale dry cigarettes inside. Throwing open the French windows of the drawing room, we sat smoking out in the darkness. You ought to go away. I said. It's pretty certain they'll trace your car. Go in now, Osborne. Go to Atlantic City for a week, or up the mountain here at Montreal. He wouldn't consider it. He couldn't possibly leave Daisy until he knew what she was going to do. He was catching up on some last hope, and I couldn't bear to shake him free. It was this night that he told me the strange story of his youth with Dan Cody. Told me because J. Gatsby had broken up like glass against Tom's ardent malice, and the long secret extravaganza were played out. I think he would have acknowledged anything now, without reserve, but he wanted to talk about Daisy. She was the first nice girl he'd ever known. In various unrevealed capacities, he had come in contact with such people, always within discernible barbed wire between. He found her excitingly desirable. He went to her house at first with other officers from Camp Taylor and alone. It amazed him. He had never been in such a beautiful home before. What gave it an air of breathless intensity was that Daisy lived there. It was a casual thing to her, as his tent out camp went to him. There was a ripe mystery about it, and into bedrooms upstairs, more beautiful and cool than other bedrooms. A gay and raging activities taking place through its corridors, and romances that were not musty and laid away already in lavender, but fresh and breathing, and redolent of this year's shining motor cars and the dancers as flowers, were scarcely withered. It excited him too that many men had already loved Daisy. It increased the value in his eyes. He felt their presence all about the house, pervading the air with the shades and echoes of still vibrant emotions. But he knew that he was in Daisy's house by a colossal accident. However glorious might be his future as J. Gatsby, you were at present a penniless young man without a past. At any moment, the inadvisable cloak of his uniform might slip from his shoulders. So he made the most of his time. He took what he could get, ravenously and unscrupulously. Eventually he took Daisy one still October night, took her because he had no real right to touch her hand. He might have despised himself, for he had certainly taken her under false pretences. I don't mean that he had traded on his phantom millions, but he had deliberately given Daisy a sense of security. He let her believe that you were a perfect person from much the same strata as herself. You were fully able to take care of her. As a matter of fact, he had no such facilities. He had no comfortable family standing behind him. You were liable at the whim of the impersonal government to be blown away anywhere about the world. But he didn't despise himself, and it didn't turn out as he had imagined. He had intended, probably, to take what he could and go. But now he found that he had committed himself to following of a grail. He knew that Daisy were extraordinary, but he didn't realise just how extraordinary a nice girl could be. She vanished into her rich house, into her rich life, each full life, leaving Gatsby nothing. He felt married to her, that was all. When they met again 2 days later, he and Gatsby were breathless, were somehow betrayed. Her boards were bright with the port luxury of star show. The wicker of the settee squeaked passionately as she turned towards him, and he kissed her curious and lovely mouth. She had caught a cold, and it made her voice huskier and more charming than ever. And Gatsby were overwhelmingly aware of the youthful mystery that wealth in prisons and preserves, and the freshness of many clothes, and a Daisy gleaming like silver, safe and proud above the odd struggles of the poor. I can't describe to you how surprised I was to find out I loved her old spot. I even hoped for a while she'd throw me over, but she didn't, because she was in love with me too. She thought I knew a lot because I knew different things from her. And there I was, way off my ambition, getting deeper in love every minute, and all of a sudden I didn't care. What was the use of doing great things if I couldn't have a better time telling her what I was going to do? On the last afternoon before he went abroad, he sat with Daisy in his arms for a long silent time. For a cold fall day, with fire in the room and her cheeks flushed. Now and then she moved and he changed his arm a little, and once he kissed her dark shining hair. The afternoon had made them tranquil for a while, as if to give them a deep memory for the long part that the next day promised. They had never been closer in their month of love, nor communicated more profoundly one with the other, than when she brushed silent lips against his coat shoulder, while he touched the end of her fingers gently, as though she were asleep. He did extraordinarily well in the war. He were a captain before he went to the front, and following the Argonne battles, he got his majority in the command of the divisional machine guns. After the armistice, he tried frantically to get home. There's some complication or misunderstanding sent to Oxford instead. He were worried now. There were a quality of nervous despair in Daisy's letters. She didn't see why he couldn't come. She was feeling the pressure of the world outside, and she wanted to see him and feel his presence beside her, and be reassured that she was doing the right thing after all. But Daisy were young, and her artificial world were redolent of orchids and pleasant, cheerful snobbery, and orchestras which set the rhythm of the year, summing up all the sadness and suggestion of life in new tunes. All night the saxophones wailed the hopeless comment of the Beale Street Blues, while 100 pairs of golden and silver slippers shuffled the silent dust. At the grey tea hour there were always rooms that throbbed incessantly with a slow, sweet fever, while fresh faces drifted here and there like rose petals blown by the sad horns around the floor. Through this twilight universe, Daisy began to move again with the season. Suddenly she were again keeping 6 dates a day with 6 men, and drowsing asleep at dawn with the beads and chiffon of an evening dress tangled among dying orchids on the floor beside her bed. And all the time something within her was crying for a decision. She wanted her life shaped now, immediately, and the decision must be made by some force, or love or money of unquestionable practicality that were close at hand. That force took shape in the middle of spring with the arrival of Tom Buchanan. There were an wholesome bulkiness about his person and his position, and Daisy were flattered. Doubtless there was a certain struggle and a certain relief. They let her reach Gatsby while I was still at Oxford. It was dawn now on Long Island, and we went about opening the rest of the windows downstairs, filling the house with grey turning gold turning light. The shadow of a tree fell abruptly across the dew, and ghostly birds began to sing among the blue leaves. There was a slow, pleasant movement in the air, scarcely a wind promising a cool, lovely day. I don't think she ever loved him. Gatsby turned around from the window and looked at me challengingly. You must remember, old sport, she was very excited this afternoon. He told her those things in a way that frightened her, and made it look as if I was some kind of cheap sharper, and the result was she hardly knew what she was saying. He sat down gloomily. Because she might have loved him for just a minute, when they were first married, and loved me more even then, do you see? Suddenly he came out with a curious remark. In any case, he said, it was just personal. What can you make of that, except to suspect some intensity to his conception of the affair that couldn't be measured? He'd come back from France when Tom and Daisy were still on their wedding trip, and made a miserable but irresistible journey to Louisville on the last of his army pay. He stayed there a week, walking the street where the footsteps had clacked together through the November night, and revisiting the out-of-the-way places to which they had driven her white car. Just as Daisy's house had always seemed to him more mysterious and gay than other houses, so his idea of the city itself, even though she were gone for it, were pervaded with a melancholy beauty. He left feeling that if he had searched harder, he might have found her. We were leaving her behind. The day coach, the pendulous now, were off. He went out of the open, wet vestibule and sat down on a folding chair, and the station slid away and the backs of unfamiliar buildings moved by. Then out in the spring fields, where a yellow trolley raced them for a minute, people in it who might once have seen the pale magic of her face along the casual street. The track curved now, and we were going away from the sun, which, as it sank lower, seemed to spread itself in benediction over the vanishing city, where she had drawn her breath. He stretched out his hand desperately as if to snatch only a whisper there, to save a fragment of the spot that she had made lovely for him. They were all going by too fast now for his blurred eyes, and he knew that he had lost a part of her, the freshest and the best forever. It was 9 o'clock when we finished breakfast and went out on the porch. The night had made a sharp difference in the weather, and there were an autumn flavour in the air. The gardener, the last one of Gatsby's former servants, came to the foot of the steps. "I'm going to drain the pond today, Mr. Gatsby. Leaves will start falling pretty soon, and there's always trouble with the pipes." Don't do it today, Gatsby answered, and turned to me apologetically. "You know, old sport, I've never used that pool all summer." I looked at my watch and stood up. 12 minutes to my train. I didn't want to go to the city. I wasn't worth a decent stroke of work. It was more than that. I didn't want to leave Gatsby. I missed the train and then another before I could get myself away. "I'll call you up," I said finally. "Do, old sport. I'll call you about noon." We walked slowly down the steps. "I suppose Daisy will call too." He looked at me anxiously as if he hoped I'd corroborate this. "I suppose so." "Well, goodbye." We shook hands and I started away. Just before I reached the edge, I remembered something and turned around. "You're a rotten crowd," I shouted across the lawn. "You're worth the old damn bunch put together." I've always been glad I said that. It was the only compliment I ever gave him, because I disapproved of him from the beginning to the end. First he nodded politely, and then his face broke with a radiant and understanding smile, as if we'd been in ecstatic cahoots on that fact the whole time. His gorgeous pink rag of a suit made a bright spot of colour against the white steps, and I thought the night when I first come to his ancestral home 3 months before. The lawn and drive had been crowded with the faces of those who guessed at his corruption, and he had stood on those steps concealing his incorruptible dream as he waved them goodbye. I thanked him for his hospitality. We were always thanking him for that, I and the others. "Goodbye," I called. "I enjoyed breakfast, Gatsby." Up in the city I tried for a while to list the questions on an interminable amount of stock, then I fell asleep in my swivel chair. Just before noon the phone woke me, and I started up with a sweat breaking out on my forehead. It was Jordan Baker. She often called me up at this hour because the uncertainty of her own movements between hotels and clubs and private houses made her hard to find in any other way. Usually her voice come over the wire as something fresh and cool, as a divot from a green golf links, and it comes sailing up the office window. This morning it seemed daft and dry. I have left Daisy's house," she said. "I'm at Hempstead and I'm going down to Southampton this afternoon." Probably it had been tactful to leave Daisy's house, but the act annoyed me, and the next remark made me rigid. "You weren't so nice to me last night." How could it have mattered then? Silence for a moment, then. "However, I want to see you." "I want to see you too." "Suppose I don't go into Southampton and come into town this afternoon?" "No, I don't think this afternoon." "Very well." "It's impossible this afternoon. We talked like that for a while, and abruptly we weren't talking any longer. I don't know which of us hung up with a sharp click, but I know I didn't care. I couldn't have talked to her across a tea table that day if I'd never talked to her again in this world. I called Gatsby's house a few minutes later, but the line was busy. I tried 4 times. Finally, an exasperated central told me the wire was being kept open for long distance from Detroit. Taking out my timetable, I drew a small circle around the 3:50 train, and I leaned back in the chair and tried to think. It was just noon. When I passed the ash heaps on the train that morning, I had crossed deliberately to the other side of the car. I suppose there'd be a curious crowd there all day with the boys searching for dark spots in the dust, some garrulous man telling over and over what had happened, until it became less and less real even to him, and they couldn't tell it no longer, and Martha Wilson's tragic achievement was forgotten. Now I want to go back a little and tell what happened at the garage after we left there the night before. I had difficulty in locating the sister. Catherine, she must have broken her rule against drinking that night, for when she arrived she was stupid with liquor, unable to understand what the ambulance had already gone to flush it. When they convinced her of this, she immediately fainted as if that were the intolerable part of the affair. Someone, kind of curious, took her in his car and drove her in the wake of her sister's body. Until long after midnight, a changing crowd happened up against the front of the garage, while George Wilson rocked himself back and forth on the couch inside. For a while, the door of the office were open, and everyone who came to the garage glanced irresistibly through it. Finally, someone said it were a shame and closed the door. Michaelis and several other men were with him. First 4 or 5 men, later 2 or 3 men. Still later, Michaelis had to ask the last stranger to wait there 15 minutes longer while he went back to his own place and made a pot of coffee. After that, he stayed there alone with Wilson till dawn. About 3 o'clock, the quality of Wilson's incoherent muttering changed. He grew quieter and began to talk about the yellow car. He actually had a way of finding out to whom the yellow car belonged to, and he blurted out that a couple of months ago his wife had come from the city with her face bruised and her nose swollen. When he heard himself say this, he flinched and began to cry, "Oh my God," again, in his groaning voice. Michaelis made a clumsy attempt to distract him. "How long have you been married, George? Come on there, try and sit still a minute and answer my question. How long have you been married?" 12 years. Ever any children? Come on, George Fitzgerald, I asked you a question. You ever have any children? The hard brown beat was kept thumping against the dull line, and whenever Michaelis heard a car go tearing along the road outside, it sounded to him like the car that hadn't stopped a few hours before. He didn't like to go into the garage because the workbench was staying where the body had been lying, so he moved uncomfortably around the office. He knew every object in it before morning, and from time to time sat down beside Wilson, trying to keep him more quiet. "Have you got a church you go to sometimes, George? Maybe even if you haven't been there for a long time. Maybe I could call up the priest and get a priest to come the church and get a priest to come over here and good dog to you. Don't belong to any. You won't have a church, George, for times like this. You must have gone to church once. Didn't you get married in the church? Listen, George, listen to me. Didn't you get married in the church? Not a long time ago." The effort answering broke the rhythm as rocking for a moment. He was silent. Then the same half low and half bewildered look come back in his faded eyes. "Look in the drawer there," he said, pointing to the desk. "Which drawer?" "The drawer, that one." Michaelis opened the drawer nearest hand. There were nothing in it but a small, expensive dog leash made of leather, with braided silver. It was apparently new. "Yes?" he inquired, holding it up. Wilson stared and nodded. "I found it yesterday afternoon. She tried to tell me about it, but I knew it was something funny." "You mean your wife bought it?" "She had it wrapped in tissue paper in her bureau." Michaelis didn't see anything odd in that. He gave Wilson a dozen reasons why his wife might have bought the dog leash, but conceivably Wilson had heard some of these same explanations before from Myrtle, because he remembered saying, "Oh my God," again in a whisper. His comforter left several explanations in the air. "And he killed her," said Wilson. His mouth dropped open suddenly. "Who did?" "I have a way of finding out." "You're morbid, George," said his friend. "This has been a strain on you and you don't know what you're saying. You'd better try and sit quiet till morning." "You murdered her." "It was an accident, George." Wilson shook his head. His eyes narrowed and his mouth widened slightly with the ghost of a superior. "I know," he said definitely. "I'm one of those trusting fellows and I don't think any harm to nobody. When I get to know a thing, I know it. With the man in the car, she ran out to speak with him and he wouldn't stop." Michaelis had seen this too, but it hadn't occurred to him that there were any special significance in it. He believed that Miss Wilson had been running away from her husband rather than trying to stop any particular car. "How could she have been like that?" "She's a deep one," said Wilson, as if that answered the question. He began to rock again, and Michaelis stopped twisting the leash in his hands. "Maybe you had some friends I could tell about for, George." "Yes, you're a fool, I know." He was sure that Wilson had no friends. There were not enough of them for his wife. He was glad a little later when he noticed a change in the room, a blue quickening by the window, and realised that dawn wasn't far off. About 5 o'clock it was blue enough outside to snap off the light. Wilson's glazed eyes turned out to the ash heap, where small grey clouds took on fantastic shapes and scurried here and there in the faint dawn wind. "I spoke to her," he muttered after a long silence. I told her she might fool me, but she wouldn't fool God. I took her to the window. With an effort he got up and walked to the rear window, and leaned with his face pressed against it. I said, "God knows what you've been doing, but everything you've been doing. You may fool me, but you can't fool God." Stand behind him, Michaelis saw with a shock that he was looking at the eyes of Dr. T.J. Ecclesworth, which had just emerged pale and enormous from the dissolving light. "God sees everything," repeated Wilson. "That's an advertisement," Michaelis assured him. Something made him turn away from the window and look back in the room. Wilson stood there a long time, his face close to the window pane, nodding in the twilight. By 6 o'clock, Michaelis was worn out and grateful for the sound of a car stopping outside. One of the watches the night before had promised to come back, so he cooked breakfast for 3, which he and the other man ate together. Wilson were quieter now, and Michaelis went home to sleep. When he awoke 4 hours later, he hurried back to the garage. Wilson were gone. His movements, he were on foot all the time, were all afterward traced to Port Roosevelt, and then to Gad's Hill, where he bought a sandwich that he didn't eat, and a cup of coffee. He must have been tired and walking slowly, for he didn't reach Gad's Hill until noon. Thus far, there were no difficulty in accounting for his time. There were boys who had seen a man acting sort of crazy, and a motorist who had stared oddly from the side of the road. Then for 3 hours he disappeared from view. The police, on the strength of what they said to Michaelis, he had a way of finding out, supposed that he spent the time going from garage to garage thereabouts, inquiring for a yellow car. On the other hand, no garage man who had seen him ever come forward. Perhaps he had an easier, surer way of finding out whatever he wanted to know. At 2:30 he was in West Egg, where he asked if someone knew the way to Gatsby's house. By that time he knew Gatsby's name. At 2 o'clock, Gatsby put on his bathing suit and left word with the butler that if anyone phoned, word was to be brought to him at the pool. He stopped at the garage for a pneumatic mattress that had amused his guests during the summer, and the chauffeur helped him to bump it up. Then he gave instructions that the open car wasn't to be taken out under any circumstances. This was strange because the front right fender needed repair. Gatsby shouldered the mattress and started for the pool. Once he stopped and shifted it a little, and the chauffeur asked him if he needed help. He shook his head and the moment disappeared among the yellowing trees. No telephone message arrived, but the butler went without his sleep and waited until 4 o'clock, until long after there were anyone to give it to if it came. I have an idea that Gatsby himself didn't believe it would come, and perhaps he no longer cared. If that were true, he must have felt that he had lost the old warm world, paid no price for living too long with a single dream. He must have looked up at an unfamiliar sky through frightening leaves, and shivered as he found what a grotesque roses and how raw the sunlight was upon the scarcely created grass. A new world, ethereal without being real, where poor ghosts, breathing dreams like air, drifted fortuitously about, like the ashen fantastic figure gliding towards him through the amorphous trees. The chauffeur, who was one of Wolfsheim's protégés, heard the shots. Afterwards he could only say that he hadn't thought anything much about them. I drove from the station directly to Gatsby's house, and my Russian accent at the front steps was the first thing that alarmed anyone. But they knew then, I firmly believe. With scarcely a word said, 4 of us, the chauffeur, butler, gardener and I, hurried down to the pool. There was a faint, barely perceptible movement of the water, as the fresh flow from one end urged it away towards the drain on the other. With the little ripples that were oddly in the shadows of waves, the laden mattress moved irregularly down the pool. A small gust of wind that scarcely corrugated the surface were enough to disturb its accidental course, with its accidental burden. A touch of a cluster of leaves revolved it slowly, tracing, like the leg of a transit, a thin red circle in the water. It was after we started with Gatsby towards the house that the gardener saw Wilson's body a little way off in the grass, and the holocaust were complete. That's the end of chapter 8. Gonna have my little drink. Not surprising, really. A case of mistaken identity, that's pretty clear. I don't even think Gatsby would have minded too much. He said he'd take the fall for her, but... Well, but... It's strange, really. He doesn't seem like a bad sort, Gatsby, overall. A bit of a faker, but a decent sort, and I can't blame him for being a liar. My own proclivities aside. But there's something odd in the way about his death. I don't really seem to be mourning it much. His dying doesn't seem a negative thing. But if there's a mourning to be had, it's for his life. J. Gatsby never existed, of course. Shattered like glass the night before. And for perhaps a morning he were... Well, for a morning and a shade of an afternoon he were a real person for a little bit. And then bang, dead. The last bit of business by a garage owner who never done anything in his life, eh? Shot for having an affair with a woman he didn't touch. Murdered for Tom Buchanan's crimes, eh? And Daisy's, of course. Fitzgerald does have a gift for misery. Anyway, pressing on. Chapter 9. After 2 years, I remember the rest of that day and the night, and the next day only as an endless drill of police and photographers and newspapermen in and out of Gatsby's front door. A rope stretched across the main gate, and a policeman by it kept out the curious, but little boys soon discovered that they could enter through my yard, and there were always a few of them crossed open-mouthed about the pool. Some with a positive manner, perhaps a detective, used the expression madman as he bent over Winston's body afternoon. But the adventurous authority of his voice set the key for the newspaper's reports next morning. Most of those reports were a nightmare, grotesque, circumstantial, eager and untrue. When Michaela's testimony, the inquirer brought to light Wilson's suspicions of his wife, I thought the old tale would shortly be served up in racy pasquinade. And Catherine, who might have said anything, didn't say a word. She showed a surprising amount of character about it too. Looked at the coroner with determined eyes under the corrected brow of hers, and swore that her sister had never seen Gatsby. Her sister were completely happy with her husband, but her sister had been into no mischief whatever. She convinced herself of it, and cried into her handkerchief, as the very suggestion were more than she could endure. So Wilson was reduced to a man deranged by grief, in order that the case might remain in its simplest form, and it rested there. All this part of it seemed remote and unseen, and unessential. I found myself on Gatsby's side and alone. From the moment I telephoned news of the catastrophe at the West Egg village, every sunrise about him and every practical question were referred to me. At first I was surprised and confused. Then, as he lay in his house and didn't move or breathe or speak hour upon hour, it grew upon me that I was responsible, because no one else were interested. Interested, I mean, with that intense personal interest to which everyone has some vague right at the end. I called up Daisy half an hour after we found him, called her instinctively and without hesitation. But she and Tom had gone away early that afternoon and taken baggage with them. Left no address? No. Said they'd be back? No. Any idea where they are, how I could reach them? Dunno, can't say. I wanted to get somebody for him. I wanted to go into the room where he lay and reassure him. I'll just get somebody for you, Gatsby, don't worry. Just trust me, I'll get somebody for you. Mayor Wolfsham's name wasn't in the phone book. The butler gave me his office address on Broadway and I called information, but by the time I had the number it was long after 5 and no one answered the phone. Will you ring again? I've rung 3 times. It's very important. Sorry, I'm afraid there's no one there. I went back to the drawing room and thought for an instant that there were chance visitors, all these official people who suddenly filled it. But though they drew back the sheet and looked at Gatsby with shocked eyes, his protest continued in my brain. Look here, old sport, you've got to get somebody for me. You've got to try hard. I can't go through this alone. Somebody started to ask me questions, but I broke away and going upstairs, basically through the unlocked parts of his desk. He never told me definitely that his parents were dead. They were nothing. Only the picture of Dan Cody, taken of forgotten violence, staring down from the wall. Next morning I sent his butler to New York with a letter to Walsham, which asked for information and urged him to come out on the next train. That request seemed superfluous when I wrote it. I was sure he'd start when he saw the newspaper, just as I was sure there'd be a wire from Daisy before noon. But neither a wire nor Mr. Wolfsham arrived. No one arrived except more police and photographers and newspapermen. When the butler brought back Walsham's answer, I began to have a feeling of defiance, the scornful solidarity between Gatsby and me against them all. Dear Mr. Carraway, it's been one of the most terrible shocks of my lifetime. I can hardly believe that it's true at all. Such a mad act that the man did should make us all think. I cannot come down now, as I am tied up in some very important business and cannot get mixed up in the thing now. If there is anything I can do a little later, let me know by letter. In a letter by Edgar. I hardly know where I am when I hear about a thing like this, and I'm completely knocked down now. Yours truly, Maya Wolfsham. And then hastily at the end of the leaf, let me know about the funeral, etc. I do not know his family at all. When the phone rang that afternoon and long distance said Chicago would call, and I thought this would be Daisy at last. The connection come through a man's voice, very thin and far away. Is it Slagle speaking? Yes, name more unfamiliar. Hello, no, isn't it? Get my wire? I haven't been any wires. Young Park's in trouble, he said rapidly. They picked him up when he handed the bonds over the counter. They got a circular from New York giving him the number just 5 minutes before. What do you know about that, eh? He'll never tell you, Zick Dan. Hello? I interrupted breathlessly. Look here, this isn't Mr. Gatsby. Mr. Gatsby's dead. There were a long silence on the other end of the wire, followed by an exclamation, and a quick score because the connection was broken. I think it was on the 3rd day a telegram signed Henry C. Gatz arrived from a town in Minnesota. It said only that the sender will leave him immediately and postpone the funeral till he come. It was Gatsby's father, a solemn old man, very helpless and dismayed, bundled up in a long cheap ulster against the warm September day. His eyes leaked continuously with excitement. and when I took the bag and umbrella from his hands and began to pull so insistently at his sparse grey beard that I had difficulty in getting off his coat. He was on the point of collapse, so I took him into the music room and made him sit down while I sent for something to eat, but he wouldn't eat, and the glass of milk spilled from his trembling hands. I saw it in the Chicago newspaper, he said. It was all in the Chicago newspaper. I started right away. I didn't know how to reach you. His eyes, seeing nothing, moved carelessly, ceaselessly about the room. It was a madman, he said. Must have been mad. Would you like some coffee? I urged him. I don't want anything. I'm all right now, Mr. Carraway. I'm all right now. Where have they got Jimmy? I took him into the drawing room, where his son lay, and left him there. Some little boys had come up on the steps and were looking at the hall. When I told them we had arrived, I went reluctantly away. After a little while, Mr. Gatz opened the door and come out, his mouth ajar, his face flushed slightly, his eyes leaking, isolated and unpunctual tears. He had reached an age where death no longer has the quality of ghastly surprise. And when he looked around him now for the first time and saw the height of splendour of the hall and the great rooms open out into other rooms, his grief began to be mixed with awe and pride. I helped him into a bedroom upstairs where he took off his coat and vest. I told him all the arrangements had been deferred until he'd come. I didn't know what you want, Mr. Gatsby. Gatz is my... I didn't know what you want, Mr. Gatz. Gatz is my name. Mr. Gatz. I thought you might want to take the body west. He shook his head. Jimmy always liked it better down east. He rose up to his position in the east. We were a friend of my boys, mister. We were close friends. He had a big future before him, you know. You were only a young man, but he had a lot of brain power there. He touched his head impressively, and I nodded. If he'd have lived, he'd have been a great man. No, not James J.L. He'd helped build up the country. That's true, I said uncomfortably. He fumbled at the embroidered coverlet, trying to take it from the bed, and lay down stiffly. We're instantly asleep. That night, an obviously frightened person called up and didn't know who I was before he would give his name. This is Mr. Carraway, I said. Ah, he sounded relieved. This is Clipspringer. I was relieved too, for that seemed to promise another friend at Gatsby's grave. I didn't want to be in the papers and draw a sightseeing crowd, so I've been calling up a few people myself. They're hard to find. The funeral's tomorrow, I said. 3 o'clock here at the house. I wish you'd tell anybody interested. Oh, I will, he broke out. Of course, I'm not likely to see anybody, but if I do. His tone made me suspicious. Of course, you'll be there yourself. Well, I'll certainly try. What I called up about is... Wait a minute, I interrupted. How about saying you'll come? Well, the fact is, the truth of the matter, I'm staying with some people up here in Greenwich, and they rather expect me with them tomorrow. Like there's a sort of picnic or something. Of course, I'll do my best to get away. I ejaculated and unrestrained. Huh? And he must have heard me, for he went unnoticed. But what I called up about was a pair of shoes I left there. I wondered if it'd be too much trouble to have the butler send them on. See, they're tennis shoes, and I'm sort of helpless without them. My address, care of B.F. I didn't hear the rest of the name, because I hung up the receiver. After that, I felt a certain shame for Gatsby. One gentleman to whom I telephoned implied that he had got what he deserved. Now, that was my fault, for he was one of those who used to sneer most bitterly at Gatsby on the courage of Gatsby's liquor, and I should have known better than to call him. The morning of the funeral, I went up to New York to see Meyer Walsham. I couldn't seem to reach him any other way. The door that I pushed open and the Avasu and Ella brought a boy were marked the Swastika Holding Company. At first, there didn't seem to be anyone else inside. When I shouted hello several times in vain, an argument broke out behind the partition, and presently a lovely Jewess appeared at an interior door and scrutinised me with black hostile eyes. Nobody's in, she said. Mr. Walsham's gone to Chicago. The first part of this were obviously untrue, for someone had begun to whistle the rosary tunelessly inside. Please say that Mr. Carroll wants to see him. I can't get him back to Chicago, can I? This moment, a voice, unmistakably Walsham's, called Stella from the other side of the door. Leave your name on the desk, she said quickly. I'll give it to him when he gets back. But I know he's there. She took a step towards me and began to slide her hands indignantly up and down her hips. You young men think you can force your way in here at any time, she scolded. We're getting sick and tired of it. When I say he's in Chicago, he's in Chicago. I mentioned Gatsby. Ah, she looked me over again. What was your name? She vanished. In a moment, Meyer Walsham stood solemnly in the doorway, holding up both hands. He drew me into his office, remarking in a reverent voice that it was a sad time for all of us, and offered me a cigar. My memory goes back to when I first met him, he said. The young major just out of the army and covered all over with medals he got in the war. It was so hard up he had to keep on wearing his uniform because he couldn't buy some regular clothes. First time I saw him when he came into Dwayne Brenner's pool room at 43rd Street and asked for a job. He hadn't eaten anything for a couple of days. Come and have some lunch with me, I said. He ate more than $4 worth of food in half an hour. Did you start him in business? I inquired. Start him? I made him. Ah. I asked him about nothing, right out of the gutter. I saw right away that he were a fine-appearing, gentlemanly young man, and when he told me he was at Oxford, I knew I could use him good. I got him to join the American Legion, and he used to stand higher there. Right off, he did some work for a client of mine up to Albany. He was so thick like that and everything. The other two being bulbous fingers, always together. I wondered if this partnership had included the World Series transaction in 1919. Nah, it's dead, I said after a moment. You're his closest friend, so I know you want to come to his funeral this afternoon. I'd like to come. I'll come then. The air in his nostrils quivered slightly, and he shook his head, his eyes filled with tears. I can't do it. I can't get mixed up in it, he said. There's nothing to get mixed up in. It's all over now. When a man gets killed, I never like to get mixed up in it anyway. I'll keep out. When I was a young man, it was different. If a friend of mine died, no matter how, I stuck with him to the end. You may think that's sentimental, but I mean it, to the bitter end. I saw that for some reason of his own he was determined not to come, so I stood up. You're a college man, he inquired suddenly. For a moment I thought you were going to suggest a connection, but he only nodded and shook my hand. Let us learn to show our friendship for a man when he's alive and not after he's dead, he suggested. After that, my own rule is to let everything alone. When I left his office, the sky had turned dark, and I got back to West Egg in a drizzle. After changing my clothes, I went next door and found Mr. Gatz walking up and down excitedly in the hall. His pride in his son and his son's possession were continually increasing, and now he had something to show me. Jimmy sent me this picture. He took out his wallet with trembling fingers. Look there. There were photographs of the house, cracked in the corners of day with many hands. He pointed out every detail to me eagerly. Look there, and then sought admiration from my eyes. He'd shown it so often that I think it was more real to him now than the house itself. Jimmy sent to me. I think it's a very pretty picture. It shows up well. Very well. Have you seen him lately? He came out to see me 2 years ago and brought me the house I live in now. Of course, we broke up when he ran off from home, but I see now there was a reason for it. He knew he had a big future in front of him, and since he made a success, he was very generous with me. He seemed reluctant to put away the picture. I had it for another minute, lingering before my eyes. Then he returned the wallet and pulled from his pocket a ragged old copy of a book called Oppulance Cassidy. Look here, this is a book he had when he was a boy. Just shows you. He opened the back cover and turned it around for me to see. On the last flyleaf were printed the word schedule and the date September 12th, 1906, and underneath, rise from bed 6 a.m, dumbbell exercise of Moscow and 6:15 to 6:30, study electricity etc. 7:15 to 8:15, work 8:30 to 4:30 p.m, baseball and sports 4:30 to 5, practice elocution, poise and how to attain it 5 to 6, study needed inventions 7 to 9. General resolves: no wasting time at shafters or name indecipherable, no more smoking or chewing, bath every other day, read one improving book or magazine a week, save $5, crossed out, $3 per week, be better to parents. I come across this book by accident, said the old man. Just shows you done it. It just shows you. You were bound to get ahead. He always has some resolves like this or something. So he's always got about improving his mind. He was great for that. He told me I acted like a dog once and I beat him for it. You were reluctant to close the book and reading each item aloud and then looking eagerly at me. I think he rather expected me to copy down the list for my own use. A little before 3, the Lutheran minister arrived from Flushing, and I began to look involuntarily out the window for other cars. Said Gatsby's father. As the time passed and the servants came in and stood waiting in the hall, his eyes began to blink anxiously. He spoke of the rain in a worried, uncertain way. The minister glanced several times at his watch, so I took him aside and asked him to wait for half an hour. It wasn't any use. Nobody come. About 5 o'clock, our procession of 3 cars reached the cemetery and stopped in a thick drizzle beside the gate. First the motor house, horribly black and wet, then Mr. Gatz and the minister and me in the limousine, and a little later 4 or 5 servants and the postman from the West Egg and Gatsby station wagon, all wet to the skin. As we started through the gate in the cemetery, I heard a car stop and then the sound of someone splashing after us over the soggy ground. I looked around. It was the man with the owl-like glasses whom I had found marvelling over Gatsby's book in the library that night 3 months before. I've never seen him since then. Didn't know how he knew about the funeral or even his name. The rain poured down his thick glasses and he took them off and wiped them to see the protected can for some roll from Gatsby's grave. I tried to think about Gatsby then for a moment. We were already too far away and I could only remember without resentment the days he hadn't sent a message or a flower. Dimly I heard someone murmur, "Blessed are the dead for the rain falls on," and the owl-eyed man said amen to that and they prayed for us. We struggled down quickly through the rain in the cars. Owl-eyed spoke to me by the gate. "I couldn't get to the house," he remarked. "Neither could anybody else." "Go on," he started. Oh my God, they used to go there by the hundreds. He took off his glasses and wiped them again outside and in. Poor son of a bitch, he said. One of the most vivid memories is coming back west from a prep school and later from college at Christmas time. Those who went further than Chicago were gathered in the old dim Union Station at 6 o'clock a December evening, with a few Chicago friends already caught up in their own holiday gayness. They bid them a hearty goodbye, a hasty goodbye, I should say. I remember the fur coats and the girls returning from Miss This-or-That's and the chatter of frozen breath and the islands waving overhead as we caught sight of old acquaintances and the matching of invitations. You going to the Ordways, the Henrys, the Schultzes? The long green tickets clasped tightly in our gloved hands, and last the milky yellow cars of the Chicago, Milwaukee and St. Paul Railroad looking cheerfully at Christmas itself on the tracks beside the gate. We pulled out into the winter night, and the real snow, our snow, began to stretch out beside and twinkle against the windows. The dim lights of small Wisconsin stations moved by. A sharp wild breeze came suddenly into the air. We drew in deep breaths of it as we walked back from dinner through the cold vestibules, unutterably aware of our identity with this country for one strange hour before we melted indistinguishably into it again. That's my Middle West. Not the wheat of the prairies or the lost Swede towns, but the thrilling returning trains of my youth, and the street lamps and sleigh bells in the frosty dark, and the shadows of holly wreaths thrown by lighted windows on the snow. I am part of that, a little solemn with the feel of those long winters, a little complacent from growing up in the Caraway House, in a city where dwellings are still called through decades by a family's name. I see now that this has been the story of the West after all. Tom and Gatsby, Daisy and Jordan and I, we were all Westerners, and perhaps we possessed some deficiency in common which made us subtly unadaptable to Eastern life. Even when the East excited me most, even when I was most keenly aware of the superiority of the broad, sprawling, swollen towns beyond Ohio, with their interminable inquisitions which spared only the children and the very old, even then it had always been for me a quality of distortion. Western especially still figures in my more fantastic dreams. I see it as a night scene by El Greco, 100 houses at once conventional and grotesque, crouching under a sullen overhanging sky and a lustreless moon. In the foreground, 4 solemn men in dress suits are walking along the sidewalk, with a stretcher on which lies a drunken woman in a white evening dress. Her hand, which dangles over the side, sparkles cold wood jewels. Gravely the men turn up the house, the wrong house, but no one knows that woman's name and no one cares. After Gatsby's death, the East was haunted for me, like that, distorting beyond my eyes' power of correction. From the blue smoke of brittle leaves were in the air and the wind blew the wet laundry stiff on the line, I decided to come back home. One thing to be done before I left, an awkward, unpleasant thing that perhaps had better been left alone. I wanted to leave things in order and not just trust that obliging indifference sea to sweep my refuses away. I saw Jordan Baker and talked to her over and around what had happened to us together, and what had happened afterwards to me, and she lay perfectly still, listening in a big chair. She was dressed to play golf, and I remember thinking she looked like a good illustration. Her chin raised a little jauntily, her hair the colour of an autumn leaf, her face the same brown tint as the fingerless gloves on her knee. When I had finished, she told me without comment that she were engaged to another man. I doubted that, though. There were several she could have been married at a nod of her head, but I pretended to be surprised. For just a minute I wondered if I wouldn't make a mistake. Then I thought it all over again quickly and got up to say goodbye. Nevertheless, you did throw me over, said Jordan, suddenly. You threw me over on the telephone. I don't give a damn about you now. It was all a new experience for me, and I felt a little dizzy for a while. We shook hands. Oh, and do you remember, she added, a conversation we once had about driving a car? Well, not exactly. You said a bad driver was only safe until she met another bad driver. Well, I met another bad driver, didn't I? I mean, it was careless of me to make such a wrong guess. I thought you were rather an honest, straightforward person. I thought it was your secret pride. I'm 30, I said. I'm 5 years too old to lie to myself and call it honour. She didn't answer. Angry and half in love with her, and tremendously sorry I turned away. One afternoon late in October I saw Tom Buchanan. He was walking ahead of me along Fifth Avenue in his alert, aggressive way, his hands out a little from his body as if to fight off interference, his head moving sharply here and there, adapting itself to his restless eyes. Just as I slowed up to avoid overtaking him, he stopped and began frowning into the window of a jewellery store. Suddenly he saw me and walked back, holding out his hand. What's the matter, Nick? You get to shaking hands with me? Yes, you know what I think of you. You're crazy, Nick, he said quietly. Crazy as hell. I don't know what's the matter with you. Tom, I inquired. What did you say to Wilson that afternoon? He stared at me without a word, and I knew I had guessed right about those missing hours. I started to turn away, but he took a step after me and grabbed my arm. I told him the truth, he said. He opened the door while we were getting ready to leave, and when I sent down word that we weren't in, he tried to force his way upstairs. He was crazy enough to kill me if I hadn't told him we were in the car. His hammer and the revolver in his pocket every minute we were in the house. He broke off to find me. What if I did tell him? The fellow had it coming to him. He threw dust in your eyes just like he did in Daisy's, but he were a tough one. He ran over mountain like you'd run over a dog and never even stopped the car. There was nothing I could say, except the one unutterable fact that it wasn't true. Do you think I didn't have my share of suffering? Look here. When I went to give that flat and saw that damp box of dog biscuits sitting there on the sideboard, I sat down and cried like a baby. By God, it was awful. I couldn't forgive him or like him. I saw that what he had done was, to him, entirely justified. They were all very careless and confused. They were careless people, Tom and Daisy. They smashed up things and creatures and then retreated back in their money or their vast carelessness or whatever it was that kept them together, and other people clean up the mess they had made. I shook hands with him. It seemed silly not to, for I felt suddenly as though I were talking to a child. Then he went into the jewellery store to buy a pearl necklace, or perhaps only a pair of cuff buttons, rid of my provincial squeamishness forever. Gatsby's house was still empty when I left. Grass on his lawn had grown as long as mine. One of the taxi drivers in the village never took a fare past the entrance gate without stopping for a minute and pointing inside. Perhaps it was he who drove Daisy and Gatsby over to the East Egg on the night of the accident, and perhaps he had made a story about it all his own. I didn't want to hear it, and I avoided him when I got off the train. I spent my Saturday nights in New York, because those gleaming, dazzling parties of his were with me so vividly that I could still hear the music and the laughter, faint and incessant from his garden, the cars going up and down his drive. One night I did hear a material car there, and saw its light stop at his front step, but I didn't investigate. Probably it was some final guest who had been away at the ends of the earth and didn't know that the party were over. On the last night, with my trunk packed and my car sold to the grocer, I went over and looked at the huge incoherent failure of an house once more. On the white steps, an obscene word, scrawled by some boy with a piece of brick, stood out clearly in the moonlight, and I erased it, drawing my shoe raspingly along the stone. Then I wandered down to the beach and sprawled out on the sand. Most of the big shore places were closed now, and there were hardly any lights except the shadowy moving glow of a ferry boat across the sound. As the moon rose higher, the inessential houses began to melt away, until gradually I became aware of the old island there that flowered once for Dutch sailors' eyes, a fresh green breast to the new world. Its vanished trees, the trees that had made way for Gatsby's house, had once bounded in whispers to the last and greatest of all human dreams. For a transitory enchanted moment, man must have held his breath in the presence of this continent, compelled into an aesthetic contemplation he neither understood nor desired, face to face for the last time in history with something commensurate to his capacity for wonder. And as I stood there brooding on the old unknown world, I thought of Gatsby's wonder when he first picked out the green light at the end of Daisy's dock. He'd come a long way to this blue lawn, and his dream must have seemed so close that he could hardly fail to grasp it. He did not know that it were already beyond him, somewhere back in that vast obscurity beyond the city, where the dark fields of the Republic rolled on under the light. Gatsby believed in the green light, the orgiastic flame future that year by year recedes before us. It eluded us then, but that's no matter. Tomorrow we'll run faster, stretch our arms further, and one fine morning. So we beat on, boats against the current, borne back ceaselessly into the past. That's the end of the Great Gatsby. Lord, oh Lord, mighty, that is... I don't really know what that is, really. It's hard to put into words. I think it's fair to say that, well, there's a lot going on there. The sort of false glory of the high life of the 1920s, the great glorified parties, all of them ended in sorrow, the shallow vapidness of the people who enriched themselves through it, or are rich through it and perpetuate it, all the false friends you can make throwing your grand parties, and then to die unmourned, save by a single man, more impressed than anything by the fact that you have real books in your library. And God Almighty, what a thing. What a world. I stand by what I said that J. Gatsby weren't real. Not really real. You can see it in a motif, especially at the end. His house is haunted. Even when he's alive, it's haunted by the people who weren't there. The ghosts of the parties and the glamour and the glitz. Great Gatsby's a ghost of a man. A dream of a past haunting himself in the present, till there's nothing left of the man to be. This whole place, another world, a phantom. This great illusion of wealth and excess and prosperity and loveliness. All designed to entrance a single person who didn't care for it. All shattered like glass on the face of the real. I think that about sums it up, really. I think that about sums it up indeed. Right, well. Let's see what we can do, shall we? I wonder if anyone's online the raid. Loads online. To the radar, I think. Assume there's anyone in the raid. Just gonna give it a go. Yeah, I'm not entirely clear if there is anyone in here to go away with the raid, but if you are, I appreciate you hanging around and listening to me talk about Great Gatsby for 4.5 hours. And yeah. Oh, 2 viewers is ready. That's nice. Anyway, I do appreciate your being there, wherever you are. And as always, I wish you the best and ta-ra.